Well, good morning from Nashville, Tennessee. Brian Bernhardt here. Switch seats. Got Chad Miller joining me. How you doing, Chad?
Doing well, buddy. Good to
We're,
see you.
we're here to talk a little bit about Golden Tee Arcade. So for those that were watching mobile earlier, here's the arcade version. We've got 177 players that played in this tournament yesterday. What that means is you take your top 32, you put them in the bracket, the gold bracket we call it. The next 64 we put in the purple bracket. And then if there's any more players after that, there's a pink bracket. And you do the math there real simply. You've got, dozens of other guys that are going to be in this pink bracket. And we start off with the purple and the pink bracket today. So you see Washburn and Sprague, they just teed off on Once Cocos. It's a double elimination tournament. The easiest way to get through a bracket for those that aren't familiar with the way brackets work is winning, obviously. You lose, you get down onto the loser's side, and you got a tough road ahead of you.
That's right. You want to win those first couple, at least, to get you in there so that you don't have to win 6 or 7 in the loser side to get you up front.
Right, and 6 or 7, I mean, sometimes it works in someone's favor. I remember I went on a run in Atlanta several years ago where I lost my first one. I won 7 or 8 in a row. You kind of get in that rhythm. The only downfall is when you're winning, you're doing a lot of sitting, and so you have a hard time, but there's no other place I'd rather be is sitting and waiting, knowing that I have a chance of, winning a tournament.
Absolutely. You got a chip and a chair, you got a chance.
But after hole 1, we're all square here. Once Cocos, hole 1 used to be drivable a little bit more. They just changed the tee boxes up a little bit. Hole 2's got some drivable options. These first 3 holes are pretty straightforward here. These guys are both most likely going to be 3 after 3, unless one of them finds the bottom of the cup on one of their approach shots. Hole 4 would be the first one where I could see a change happening depending on the setup. Sometimes there's a pretty open look, and sometimes, Chad, I don't know if you remember the look in the qualifier yesterday, but you had that through the tree shot. How did that work out for you yesterday?
Actually, I eagled it. I hit a 10.5 cutty right back into the hill, bounced up. I had about 10 feet for eagle.
Did you hit it low or just?
Nope,
just
straight 10.5. Yeah, that left box is definitely the tougher look. You don't want to hurt yourself on it, but a big eagle.
And then after hole 4, hole 5's a par. Hole 5 is a par 5, and this is a really good course for match play. A couple of the holes in the back 9 have gotten easier, but it's a fun course to watch because Baja has a tendency of being a little bit on the simpler side, and so it's not one of the best match play courses.
Yeah, there's a couple of different options here for some hole outs. You get some opportunity to gain one, and then when you get to the back side, as long as you can stay clean, you got a chance to win the match for sure.
And what's interesting here is that Squeaky Bob, Robert Washburn, he wasn't planning on playing at 11 o'clock like I wasn't planning on playing either. He's definitely a guy that should have been in the top 32. He got a 5th, 6th finish in Orlando, made the cut, went 0-2 in St. Louis, and I'm sure his expectations were a lot higher than what happened.
Yeah, he definitely can play. I know he struggled yesterday during the qualifier, but he's a guy that can definitely make a deep run here in the purple for sure.
And as you can see in the picture with the guys in the top right of your screen, you can see all the heads and all the machines in the background. We're at T&T Billiards. It's a huge space. I don't know how many pool tables they usually have, but they still have about 6 or 7 beautiful diamond pool tables set up, 22 machines along one wall, 5 machines from the local operator along the other. One of the machines that they're playing on right now is one from the local operator, those are actually some of the bigger screens, right? Those are, I believe, the 50 inches?
50 inches, and then 42s, I think, on the rest of them.
Yeah, 42, 43, something like that for the rest. But either way, it's we're all here to have a good time. I've gotten an opportunity to meet a lot of new guys this weekend, and you just kind of started coming to more tournaments more recently, right, Chad? Have you had an opportunity to meet some guys this weekend?
So what I really enjoyed about it was back in 2003 when I first started playing and made Team USA, made some really good friends, yourself included, and then now having come back the last couple of years, finally starting to make a couple of tournaments, it's really nice to finally meet some of the guys that you see on the streams, the mouth sitting right behind me, several other guys that have streamed several times. It's an awesome community, and I love being a part of it for sure.
And for someone like yourself, like you mentioned, you did kind of take that break, and then you came back. Like for those at home that are watching, and then real quick, they just got through that whole 4, pretty simple. They're all squared away.
Straightforward look.
But for those that are on the fence about going to a tournament, what made you make that ultimate decision to get back into the swing of things, and what would you recommend for those people that are wanting to go to a tournament, but just they're kind of on the fence.
The thing that I would say is more important than anything is it really is a great community to be a part of. Really good friends from across the country, right? Texas and Florida, guys that you talk to online or that you see on the home edition leaderboards and so forth. You get a chance to meet them, shake hands with them, have a drink with them. But the thing that I would say more than anything for those individuals that are interested in playing in a tournament, don't worry about the scores. The top guys are going to be the top guys. Come out, enjoy yourself. Like you mentioned earlier at the start, there's the pink and the purple bracket that you can be a part of. And, just enjoy it. Come out and have a lot of fun.
I agree 100%. And the one thing I always have mentioned in the past when I've had the opportunity to call some matches is look at it as an investment. Don't look at it as a cost. Look at it as it might cost me some money to come here, whether you're flying in or if you got hotel stay and expenses while you're at the venue. But when you go back home, the things that you're going to take in from the weekend, the shots that you're going to learn, those are things that will definitely help compensate for whatever expenses you might have incurred.
Absolutely. I qualified with a young kid yesterday who this was I think he's played 150 total games ever. And just mentioning a couple of different shots, he didn't know where some of the layups were, even just chipping, a couple of different tips on chipping. And he said he learned more in the 5 qualifying games that he played with us than he had in the first 150 games that he had played. So it's awesome to do something like that, and he's the kind of reason why you want to be here. So we're going to be friends now forever.
Right.
So.
It was a funny quick story, then we'll get back to the game. I was watching the people qualify next to me yesterday, and after the first round, a guy. The first game ended. He shook the hands of the 2 that he was qualifying with. He's like, "This has been great. Thanks for the opportunity." And they're like, "We've got 4 more courses to play, man." He's like, "We're in this machine all day long." He's like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." So he was thankful for the opportunity just to play one course.
Yeah, it's definitely, like I said, it's awesome. You end up making friends. The group I was with yesterday was just hands down a ton of fun. So, you really enjoy it.
But yeah, here we are after hole 6, all squared. Looks like Willie got close on one hole, but didn't go in with the great shot points. Great shot points are not a tiebreaker. If there is a tie at the end of 18 holes, they will go to sudden death format. One of the most important rules is with sudden death is you have to play the same clubs and balls you were playing in your previous one. The reason for that being is sometimes you might use a different ball to go a little bit further. For example, the streaks go further, so you see a look on hole 1, you might think, "Ooh, I'm going to switch balls. I have an opportunity to get a stroke here." You have to play with what you played with the previous 18.
This is definitely one here that could be a swing. If you, catch a leaf here early or don't get it all the way up there. That was a good first shot there. We'll see what happens here.
And that's going to bounce off the wall a little bit there. Oh, he got stuck in the light rough probably. Might be puttable, Chad. I'm not sure exactly. But either way, 2 pretty decent shots here. And the next hole after this will be a par 5 that if the pin's towards the bottom of the green, wouldn't be surprised if they kind of chase after it. Look at that. He's in the fringe, so he's good to go.
He's in the fringe. Fairly easy downhill putt, straight at it.
So all square here after 7. Oh, sorry, I did forget about the par 3 here in between, which, they can give it a run. They got a little bit of wind behind them, and, they're going to move themselves in that tee box with the golden tees. You can get 60 of those golden tees for $2, and if you don't have them, you need them. That's a good run there for him. Just really help you, get around the golf course as far as getting, balls going lower or higher, just even giving you the opportunity to move in a little box to give you a better angle at the hole.
It definitely helps change the game quite a bit. You get the opportunity to, move around a tree or move to one side of a bush or otherwise that you wouldn't have the opportunity to do.
Right, and it's specifically getting over things. I mean,
absolutely.
Even on this next hole, there's going to be trees, and they're going to probably high tee a 3-wood or a 5-wood just to make sure that they, actually this looks they're just going to go around. They're not even going to need to use a tee here. Now the pin isn't further down like I thought it might be. It's up close, so they're going to put themselves on the fairway in a spot. And the one thing I always like to compare, not just golden tee but video golf to, is pool. Right now they know they can't put it in the hole from the tee box. They're thinking about where they can put their ball in their next shot. So if it's whatever the distance is, I can't see from my angle, 500 and
looks like 582.
582. So you're going to want to hit it probably 320-ish. Get yourself about 250, 260 away. Have a 4-wood, 5-wood, 6-wood, coming back in. They got the 8 in their face. I'm assuming they both play stout, so it'll only be 4. So both these guys can give it a pretty good run with backspin.
Yeah, that's right. Especially on this hole, I try to line myself up with the club that I think that I can get close with on the second shot. You know, try to gain one here, or at least put some pressure on the guy.
He went up there. It looks like he thumbed that and went straight left. So yeah, these guys are a little bit closer than they. I'm not sure they have an 8-wood or not. Looks like he's got the 3-iron P. That P stands for plus for spin. If he had the super spin, that might have got a little closer, but still a great shot there for Squeaky Bob. All square after 9. Hole 10 is. Oh, I stand corrected.
The early call hurt him on that one.
Wow. So
loses one on the putt there.
And another thing, the one thing I noticed with his thumb shot that went left, he kind of went up there pretty quickly to hit his shot. And I don't know if those are, some jitters during, playing the game. Those are mistakes that you can't make when you're in the middle of a match right now. Absolutely. Squeaky Bob knows, he's like, well, I got a gift right there. Time for me to, hold the box, keep honors, and move along. But this hole, what I was going to mention was, it used to be a lot more difficult, Chad.
Big
and he just went right after 6 feet away there. But now there's really only a few looks where it's, you got to hit a driver around it. It's pretty straightforward now.
Absolutely. This looks like a pretty good look for a high 10.5, maybe a little bit of a release. Get it up there about 110, 120. Releases right up towards the cup. That's another pull from him to the left.
Yeah, and those are, when you're missing it to the left, the green is sloped left forward. That's never a good combination.
Absolutely. Got to give that a chance to get up and get in. He was left the whole way. Squeaky Bob up 1 here after 10. 10 to 11.
Now this hole got a little bit more difficult with the new tee boxes.
I think so.
This used to be a non-drivable par 4. And now adding that box there and having those trees that are in the way sometimes, depending where the pin's at, just makes it, you got to think a little bit harder about your shots in this one.
Yeah, I think yesterday in the qualifier, the pin was tucked where it is now, but the box was a little bit more left, and a lot of guys were hitting like a cutty 3-wood in there. This one's just a straight 10.5 high, let it get up there.
And you can get aggressive if you want. You could put roller release on it, and he's left again. So, and now the one thing you have to worry about when you're playing this game, and if you notice you're hitting shots a certain way, you don't want to overcompensate, because the next thing you know, if he's like, oh, I'm hitting these shots too far to the left, I'm going to try to hit a little bit more to the right, then you start hitting it too far to the right, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, you're really confused. It's almost comparable to bowling, when you're trying to find your mark on the lane, and you try to make your adjustments, and before you know it, the 3 games is up and the night's over, and he's got to move on to the next week. Unfortunately, he doesn't have 3 games here. This is he's got to win today and win now. And this is a good chance. Now, did Squeaky Bob give a stroke right there?
He did, actually. He missed the putt right as you were talking.
And he was
there.
long away, yeah.
Yeah, he had probably about a good 40, 50 feet on a right one and missed it high. So we're all square again heading into 12.
And right there, you'll see the no pullback shot. So when you see the guys, you'll see them thumb, you'll see them, pull the ball back and hit it straight forward, or just, do a no pullback, what I like to call. And what that does is sometimes your thumbs, you're limited on the speed of the trackball.
Absolutely.
By doing a no pullback shot, you get a few more miles per hour, get the ball to go a little bit further, and you don't have to worry about that extra variable when you pull the trackball back.
Right. Most of it's a straight shot. There's a lot of guys that can thumb anywhere from 80 to 116 miles an hour. Some of them lose a little bit of accuracy when they try to thumb it super hard.
Right.
Others don't. But, some people palm it, which is basically the same thing. You just got to make sure that your direction is right.
And what's interesting, you mentioned losing the accuracy, and maybe he is got a little bit of an adrenaline rush, and he's thumbing it too hard, and he's pushing it out to the left a little bit. So we'll see. Lucky for him, he missed that putt. We've got a good match. Obviously, they're all square. 2 mistakes, 1 for each of them. 2 missed putts that they probably make when they're home. But under these conditions in match play, nothing's easy. You
do get a little nervous, that's for sure. This is the first time I'd made the main bracket, and I missed a couple of putts. Just you get excited, and it definitely can happen. See if we can get up here on the par 5 and get tight for eagle and move on to the next hole, all square still.
And this hole got a little bit more difficult too with the new tee boxes, and I'd like to. It's going right at it with a pretty good shot. But shout out to IT for bringing those new tee boxes, the dynamic tee boxes, putting them in places, helping us get through this challenging year, keeping these courses fresh, and allowing us to continue to play the game that we love and enjoy, and still have that battle. I mean, when things are the same for about a year, it gets a little bit boring, but they keep everything fresh, adding the classic courses of the week, adding the remastered courses throughout the year. So So on behalf of all the players, we really appreciate
Absolutely.
just all that new content coming in and keeping us happy when we're playing.
I have a home edition, and when I play at home, it can get quite boring. But, with the new dynamic tee boxes and, like you said, the remastered courses, it definitely feels a little bit more fresh at this time of the year than it did, a couple of months ago.
Right, for sure. And this hole right here, this used to be drivable. I did chip in yesterday in the qualifier.
That's a good get.
But it's, I'd say 90% of the time you're laying up on the fairway now. But it does, you're looking at 420 some odd yards away. It's you can get pretty close with your approach. And here he is. He's got the 7 hybrid in his bag.
Most of the time with stouts, there's not a whole lot of guys that are getting close to it. I know Grover got it a couple of times, but he plays Titans, right? So a couple of different options that you can choose in terms of your balls. But a couple of birdies here, and they move on to the next.
So we've got 4 holes left. We're all squared right now. This hole, now I do want to mention, as much as I appreciate, it's not just the new tee box. It's also the new pin placements. Unfortunately, they forgot to move the pin on this one. The pin is always on the left side on this one. Now, the only good thing about that is that there's trees there as well. So it is a little bit more challenging. Both these guys should walk away with birdie here. The next hole was a drivable par, or was a par 5. Now it's a non-drivable. Excuse me. Now it's a drivable par 4. Should be easy. We're probably not going to see a swing in the score unless we get a hole out or a tough look on 17 or 18, which wouldn't surprise me. 18's gotten extremely more difficult, and if you've got the pin up on the right-hand side, and these guys have to, cut a shot in with that wall or the cliff right there, we might have a winner determined on hole 18.
Absolutely. These next couple of holes, you want to get your birdies and your eagle, and then move on to the next.
No easy putt here. This
Absolutely not.
And the left side of the cup, he knows it, but he can walk away, moving on to the next hole.
And this one isn't easy either.
Both of them, missing it to the left. That's just human nature at these live events. Yeah, this is pretty easy. I mean, an 8 win, but how aggressive do you want to be here? Because it does have a little bit of an elevation, and it's going straight down towards the water there. Not that they would get wet, but if they roll past the hole and it goes a little bit too far, roll through that fringe, and they might have like a 6 or 8 yard chip out of the rough.
It's a tough chip. On this hole.
And he hit that way right there. Knowing that he had hit it left so many times before, I'm wondering if he was just overthought that and hit to the right. I wouldn't be surprised to see if Robert kind of goes after this a little bit. He's got some green to play with.
Yeah, I think at this point, too, especially teeing off second, you have an opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive. That's a pretty good shot there.
Yeah. No easy putt, though. When you're on the fringe, you kind of got to play that break a little bit more because it's just the way that you need another putt that's just finding its way in the side of the cup.
This is a tough one. Make sure you get it high enough. Get your eagle.
I really hope you have a decent setup here in 17. That I would hate for someone to win on somebody else's mistake. I would love to see a hole out late in the match.
To see it. This is definitely doable. You got the wind in your face, so it's going to help bring the ball up a little bit more on that down 8. So you can try to be a little bit more aggressive here, pull it back up the hill.
Ooh, that's okay. It didn't stay on the slope. That could have been extremely difficult. Now, on this one, I mean, you can go down to the lower tier and spin it back up, but if I was really trying to hold this out now, I would hit it on the top tier and let it trickle down towards the hole.
That's what I actually love about this game is I would do the opposite. I enjoyed their shot, and he actually might have got stuck.
But he should be okay no matter what.
Maybe I'm wrong because I would have tried to pull it back the way they did it, but I thumb it a little bit harder than these guys do, and I probably would have tried to land it past the hole and make sure
bring
that
it back. The only thing that would come into play is if you hit it too far past it or a little bit to the right, then you're going to be wet there.
Absolutely.
So let's see the setup here on 18, Chad. This is we're going to find out whether they should be able to go right over those trees there. They could probably tee it high and still get some decent backspin, honestly. This is a pretty safe look. Now, you don't want to miss-hit this, though.
No, he's got 17 in the face, so as long as that might be a little short.
And he's going to have a chip. And now Robert knows Robert's going to go long here. He's going to make sure to get it past the hole, spin it up there, leave himself with a 20-foot putt. And by doing that, he'll have the opportunity to make his eagle, and then Sprague will have to make his chip, to tie the match.
Absolutely. Little high T5.
And that is such a safe shot.
Safe.
So he got closer than I thought he would. So
this is important here. This is the match.
And he misses it.
Just left there.
And unfortunately, like we mentioned before, just left. The other thing, too, I'd like to mention, Chad, is that we're all playing on decks that we're not used to. You said you have your home edition. Most of us have our home location, bar, restaurant, wherever your machine might be located, and you have a relationship with that machine. Like, you know the height of it, the trackball, the way the deck feels. A lot of these trackballs are pretty darn new, and shipping like that it's just really hard, especially under the pressure. And here we are with Ryan Sparks and Dan Kalazewski. They're playing Monte. As soon as they get to they're in hole 18. So
yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure the score.
But at least we'll get to see one of the greatest holes ever made in Golden Tee.
I agree.
The huge elevation on Monte Ceballos.
That's a really good shot with that 16-mile-an-hour to the right there.
So was Daniel? Was he at 21?
He was at 21, so it looks 23. Like a two-stroke lead here.
So Ryan just needs to put this on the green. He can two-putt.
Something nice and safe, doesn't get you in too much trouble.
Yeah.
And that should be the
He might not even try that hard for this putt. He might go left one. Oh.
He definitely made sure.
And the reason I said that,
he's
he's got that two-stroke lead, and sometimes if you go past it, you miss it, and you trickle down the water, it's like all of a sudden you're putting for birdie, and the whole match changes. So
well, now you lose the 2 strokes and you tie it.
So lucky for him that didn't happen. Ryan Sparks is going to move on. The day's not over for Daniel. You know, he's a solid player. He'll have an opportunity to run through that losers bracket here. And then they just called the match. Kevin Lindsay, who you guys all know is Kevin Lindsay against who? Marcus Cash from Florida. Kevin qualified really well yesterday on the first 4 courses. He went 27, 26, 27, 27, and he saw the light at the end of the tunnel. He was right there to make the main bracket. Shot a 16 under on Pine, and I know that was yesterday, and today is today. You got to be able to hit that reset button and not worry about what happened, and just play your best. You know, Kevin doesn't play as much as he used to. You know, he works with marketing with incredible technologies. Does a great job. We appreciate what he does, his communication with the players, and just kind of keeping everybody updated with where the game's at.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match for sure. Because I was talking to, I can't remember his name now, the individual you were talking about that qualified well for the first 4 courses. He was outside, and we happened to be talking about his Pine game. Pine Creek was definitely the difference maker of this qualifier for sure. There was a lot of guys that, were right there, really close to the cut, and if you played Pine well, you jumped up a couple of spots, and if you didn't, unfortunately, you dropped out. But I'd like to see a Pine Creek match. That'd be fun.
Yeah, we're going to find out. They spin the trackball, see what course it lands on. Okay, we got Forest. The remastered course is not part of the 7 that they're playing.
Right.
So a little bit about, we all know Kevin Lindsay. He's sporting his royal blue Golden Tee polo, it looks like. Marcus Cash, one of the happiest guys in Golden Tee. Him and his wife I'm pretty sure Golden Tee had shared some stuff on Facebook when him and his wife got married. They had some photos done in front of their home edition. His wife is a really good player as well. She played in the handicap tournament Friday night. Didn't play in the main tournament yesterday. I gave her a hard time for it because I know that she's capable of playing. We had a couple handful of ladies playing yesterday, and look forward to seeing both Cashes playing in several tournaments down the road.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match here, I think, on Forest. During the qualifier, there were some interesting looks there. Definitely some swing holes possible. A couple of holes that are drivable sometimes and not on other looks. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and it starts out getting a little bit interesting, but hole 2, hole 5. Like we've talked about already a few times as far as those new tee boxes. There's a tee box in hole 2 where you're kind of behind trees, and the pin is actually in a really, really fun spot where you have to be aggressive.
Yep. So just looking here at the chat, a couple of guys saying hi. So big shout out to them. Neil, good to see you, and Joey, thanks for the compliment there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and Joe, no Hawaiian shirt. I sported my Bears Hawaiian shirt Friday evening. I'm just going with the great polo today. We're here. It's video golf, and thought I'd look a little bit more professional, I guess.
So hole one here on Forest, pretty straightforward. Not a whole lot to it, you know. Try to get close, maybe make some points, or even gain a stroke if possible. Otherwise, get your birdie and move on to 2.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is one of those holes to where with the new tee boxes, you got to be careful. You don't just walk up to the machine and hit a driver roll anymore because you're a little bit closer to the green than you were before, and I have unfortunately gotten wet off my tee shot in hole 1 a few times so
And
far.
there's even that left tee box where if you're not paying attention,
there's a
you
tree
can
right
hit
there.
The tree,
Yep.
absolutely. I saw it actually happen a couple of matches, well, not matches, some money games. Somebody caught the tree. And if you're not paying attention, it definitely can happen.
And there's a good shot for Marcus. He's going to be on the maybe in the fringe putting. Like we mentioned before, those fringe putts, no gimmies. You know, you got to play the break a little bit differently. Most of the time, what you got to do is just not overcompensate. You know, just make sure you. That's going to be short.
That is short. It looks like he missed the ball a little bit.
And I know Kevin. He's probably a little bit nervous right now under the spotlight. Doesn't get an opportunity to play in the stream machine a whole lot. You know, and here like I mentioned before, hole 2, we've got our first mistake, and it's unfortunately for Kevin. He'll be down 1 stroke going into the par 3.
Yeah, that's definitely one that he wanted to get. I think he missed the ball a little bit. He was looking at his hand, I think, and I don't think he caught it as clean as he wanted to get it. Yeah,
he's actually just stepping away to the bar, get his towel.
There you go.
I know that he's got, has an issue with some clammy hands. I do as well, so I totally understand it. And, it's just really hard to make good contact with the trackball when you got moisture in your hands. And so you can see that sporting the blue towel there right now. I don't know if he planned that. I'm not sure if it was all part of the outfit for today, but hopefully it helps, give him that confidence to, continue to hit good shots and be the great player that he is.
Yeah, for sure. Close look there from Mr. Cash. Didn't quite go in, but got a couple of points. Important to note here that in match play, great shot points, for the most part, don't matter. Yeah. It is all about the score. So even at the end of 18, if somebody is up on great shot points, but they're tied in terms of actual score, they're still going to go into overtime.
Right, and which is similar to how the mobile tournament is going as well. Usually the great shot points, they've actually determined people going to Vegas for Worlds. In this case, like you mentioned, Chad, all it really does is it just puts them somewhere else on the leaderboard, which has nothing to do with the actual tournament today. They're playing live play. That's why you see that leaderboard. People, and one thing that I used to do sometimes if I was not at a live event, and you guys can do this too, get to your local establishment, find a commercial machine, and if you got a couple guys that you want to play the same conditions, if you time it right, you can watch them play, and you can try to jump in the same contest remotely.
Yeah, it's interesting too because you get the opportunity to play against some of the guys, from Missouri and Florida, and you get to see those names on the leaderboard, and you can try to get in those same kind of contests. This is definitely, I think, in my opinion, one of the harder par 5s, only because that first drive on the drop where they are now, is definitely, you got to hit that. You got to make sure that you get up on that spot and
he's
roll.
In the fringe. I mean, he can putt that. But just seeing Marcus go after that par 3, Chad, he looks like he's kind of in the zone. He's playing good. I love watching the eyes. And this is a huge chip for him right now to keep that 1-stroke lead.
Yep, you make this
and
one
there
like
it is.
you just did.
He's got that confidence right now. And it's almost like, I know it's early on in the match, but you can sense the level of confidence being in favor of Marcus.
Yeah, he definitely seems a little bit more comfortable as he's standing at the trackball. Even, playing a little bit with his hands on the machine there. He seems a little bit more settled in than Kevin right now.
And this is going to be one of those holes, like I mentioned. Kevin can't afford to lose another one here. However, there are so many holes in the back 9 to where you might have a 3 or a 4-stroke lead. You don't want to be down that many going into 18, but you can be down that many going into 17 and still know that there's a chance that someone might get wet a couple times. And there's a great shot right there from Marcus.
Good shot.
He's just pin seeking right now and doing a great job.
This is an important shot here for Kevin, for confidence especially, but to get up there, make sure you don't lose another one here and get down too many too quickly.
And that's going to hit a tree. But he might get a good bounce on the green.
Wow, that is a great break. Fairly straightforward putt here with a little bit of left in it.
And he nails it.
We will move on to the next hole. That was a great break for Kevin there to not lose any.
This is a look where you can be aggressive. Having a little bit of wind in your face, they're going to I'm surprised that he doesn't want bite here.
I didn't think he would want bite there. I would think that a little bit of a release, get it closer to the hole, and have an opportunity to go in.
Kevin's going after this. He's like, yeah, he's got roll. If he hits a little bit right of the hole, it's going to go in. Oh, and it hops right over. Release right there.
I would have loved release right there.
Having roll, it had that extra hop. Kevin saw that setup, and he was really hoping to drain that one.
Yeah, so the different types of spin, can really, help either make it or, give you an opportunity to, get close to the hole. I think release would have definitely been a better option. Settles a little bit more and doesn't, rocket past the hole quite as far.
This one didn't change much with the new tee boxes. Still par 5, but it's one of those ones to where you do have a good opportunity to get a stroke back. It's a par 5. Usually got a little bit of green to work with, whether it's in the front and you backspin it, or if it's in the back and you try to roll it up towards the hole.
The thing I like about this game is there's so many different ways to play this. I 100% go to the right of this fairway all the time. But there are a lot of guys, I think Mouth goes to the left quite a bit. It's how comfortable you are with the shot coming in. I always like this look more than I like the other look. It's just it's a comfortable thing for me. Do you choose to go one way or the other?
I've always go right because it's easier. But to follow up on what you're saying, sometimes you might want to play the wind a little bit more, and so maybe you go to the left side because you the pin's in a certain spot, the wind's blowing a certain direction, and you look for that better angle. Sometimes, whether it's on Forest or Baja, there's a couple holes where guys will put their ball in the sand or in the middle of the desert to line up with the wind.
Yeah, absolutely. I put it in the sand quite a bit on Baja just to try to line up that wind a little bit more.
So Marcus still has that one-stroke lead. This hole can set up difficult at times. The pin is really close to the fringe there. I'm probably going to hit a high 5 wood, maybe high 6.
Most people don't like cutting the 6 here, so it's probably going to be a high 5.
And it's interesting you mentioned that because the 6 wood doesn't cut very well. It's one of those clubs to where I don't know how many times I've said I know it doesn't cut well. I know the way that it plays. I still make the same mistakes all the time with that darn club. And that's
I try to overcut it.
That's a great looking
shot.
Pressure's on Kevin right now. I mean, he needs to get it close here because the way that Marcus is playing right now, he looks like he's unbeatable.
Again, he lined that up. He knew exactly how he wanted to hit it. He hit it well. And
in the cup, it's a hole-in-one. Look at that. Wow. You can tell by his reaction that's his first hole-in-one ever. So congratulations, Kevin. You did tie things up. There's still more golf to play. But what a great shot on a difficult setup.
Yeah, that's definitely a confidence builder too. You go from being one down, now you're even. You got a little bit of energy.
Yeah.
You got to make sure you rein that in just a little bit to make sure that you can focus on the next shot.
Yeah, great point. And he's got to calm down a little bit. And here's Marcus. All of a sudden, he just shrinks a little bit. He was kind of running smooth, like I was just saying. And then all of a sudden, Kevin just says, "Hey, we got 18 holes to play here."
Absolutely. That's why I love the game. Actually, you feel like you can be in command. Somebody hits a really good shot, and then. Changes the game.
And I like that he hit bite there because he didn't go full-on aggressive mode again. He's like, all right, because it's very easily because it rolled right off the green. And you can go from getting that stroke back to giving two away real quick.
Absolutely.
That might go in the hole. Oh, my goodness. These guys.
They definitely are making it exciting for sure.
And this is what's great. Whether you're in the main bracket with guys like Chad, or you're in the purple bracket with guys like me, or the pink bracket with a whole bunch of other levels of players, you're going to have good matches. These are things where you want to make sure you tune in, you watch all 18 holes. Don't step away from YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you're watching this. Just have a seat and hang with us for about 6 or 7 hours.
Not very often do you see a runaway match for sure. And this looks like it's going to be one that's going to be tight down to the wire.
Yeah, I agree. And, hole 17, it's been a little bit easier with the new tee boxes, but hole 18 is a tough hole, man. I mean, we all saw that in the qualifier yesterday. You usually have to hit a ball through the trees. There's a leaf that comes into play sometimes. You have to bounce it onto the green. So if you get to that point, Kevin, put your phone away and play the game. If you get to that hole, we will probably have a winner determined on that hole, just like we just had with Squeaky Bob winning by one stroke.
Yeah, this is one here that, the tree that you can see just short of the green overhangs quite a bit of the green.
Right.
And if you don't get it to the right of this one, you definitely can catch that and go in the water. Make sure you get this out a little bit right. Cut it in just a hair.
And he did just that.
Great
shot. And he had the release there, so he did want it to roll a little bit closer to the hole.
Make your putts and move on.
Yeah. And I think right now, and Kevin's smiling, he's in a good place, but I think a lot of people that are watching and listening would agree to me. When you're in these matches, sometimes you're better off putting your technology away, muting your notifications in your phone or your device, and just kind of focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, I definitely try to put my phone away, even from a work perspective, to try to make sure that I, focus on what it is that I'm doing here. This is a new hole here. Well, not a new hole, but with the new tee boxes, it is drivable most of the time, as it is here. But there can be a couple of different circumstances where you got to dodge the leaves on the left or the right. Make sure you cut it in. I like the high option here because it doesn't, the bite or the backspin that you might use doesn't pull the ball away from the hole anymore.
Right, and right there you saw two totally different shots. Kevin was playing on the left-hand side, and that's a missed putt right there from Marcus. Kevin played on the left because he was hoping for that bounce out of the rough. Sometimes if you cut the ball a certain way, you get a bounce out of the sand or the rough. Marcus went with, that's a great chip for Kevin. Marcus, he wanted to avoid that and wanted the putt. Unfortunately for Marcus, he missed his putt, and all of a sudden here within a few holes, we go from Kevin being down one to being up one.
Absolutely. Great look there from Kevin. Great way to make that chip. Keep that confidence up.
And he missed the leaf right there. Hit a little bit long. I don't know if he'll be able to putt that, but he still has that one-stroke lead. Here, you can go after this a few different ways, depending on the distance of the pin. You know, a high 10.5, a high 3-wood. The wind is in their face, so they got to make sure they pop this good or go through the trees. That's going to be short.
I like the 10.5 here on most of the looks, depending on the yardage. But most of the looks, I like the 10.5. I think it cuts a little bit better for me, so it's an important putt here.
That was a really important putt for Marcus because I don't know if you noticed his first pullback, he reset his shot. He wanted to make sure he pulled it straight back, went straight forward. Missing a straight putt like that could have really taken a toll on him right there. So he just was able to get his eagle and move on. Trees come into play on this one 2 times. You know, you got to get around this first batch, but they overhang, on your approach shot. So you want to make sure you get that little narrow area where Kevin has put himself right. I mean, right now, if I'm Marcus, I'm aiming for Kevin's ball. I mean,
Absolutely.
You want to right where Kevin put it.
When he hits that flyby, and you can see where he's sitting on his next shot, and you can see that you have a good approach from there, it's absolutely a great marker to look at that and say, how do I get there?
Mm-hmm. And some players, when you get to a certain part of the tournament, specifically in the main bracket, you'll see guys that won't let that camera. They don't want players to see how they hit their shot, where their ball went in the air, where you can see the ball marker on the ground, but you can't see the ball flight of how it got there.
Absolutely. He might be a little bit more right here. He's going to have to cut this 8-wood in.
That's going to be a tough putt. About 40, 45 footer there, left 3, left 5 maybe.
It's going to be a longer putt.
In Nashville, Tennessee, at a live event, so Kevin's going right at it there, that backspin. It's a good shot.
It's a great shot from him. Left 2, up 3, not too terrible. Make sure you get it up on the good side of the hole.
Center of the cup for Marcus.
Good putt.
A lot closer than I had from where looking at it.
It felt a little farther for sure.
Pretty straightforward par 3 here. Got a little bit longer with the new tees. Decent shot there for Kevin. But hole 15, which was a lot more difficult before the new tee boxes, that comes up next. There is one box which I hope we see. I hope we see the tee box tucked behind the trees where they got to wrap it around a little bit. Hole 16 would be real interesting on the distance. If you're 380, 390 away, they're both laying up. If it's one of those 300 to 330, depending on the tee box and the wind, we might have Kevin laying up and might see Marcus trying to get a stroke. But the one thing you have to keep in mind is that you still have potential difficult looks on 17 and 18, so you don't want to be too aggressive. I hate to say too early, because 16 by no means is too early in the match, but you don't want to give it away knowing that you might have had an opportunity to get 1 or 2 strokes on 17 or 18. That's going to be short, Kevin.
Leave it short, Kevin. Yeah, he definitely wasn't aggressive enough. This is definitely one that you got. There's a false front there, that if you're short of this, it's going to bounce right back in the water. If anything here, your miss is long.
Yeah.
You got to make sure that you're in the sand at worst.
And I think that's exactly what Marcus is thinking right now. He's like, I have a window. I am going to put this on the green somewhere and just, hold on. He's on the green somewhere, like I said. So 68 feet, right 5. No easy putt here, but you just want to make sure you get it to the hole. Okay.
He's still going to gain at least the 1 here.
This is a very difficult chip here for Kevin.
He's got the spinny, though,
goodness.
so he made it.
Wow.
Wow, what a great
The spinny
chip from
lob
Kevin.
wedge saves Kevin a stroke. That was a really good shot because if he tries to chip that with like a 7 or an 8 iron and misses it, it's got a really good chance of trickling down.
Absolutely.
So nothing's changed.
No
He still has that
swing.
1-stroke lead.
Again, the beauty of Golden Tee, right? You go from the opportunity to, you feel like Mr. Cash had an opportunity to make up a stroke, maybe two, and then instead it's tied up.
Yeah, and Kevin has a great shot there. This is what I was talking about. It is drivable, so Marcus does not have to worry about making that decision here. He has to go for it.
Yeah, down one, and Kevin just stuck it with a good opportunity for eagle. You've got to make sure you can match it here. 10.5 straight over, a little bit of backspin, and he's actually going to have a little bit of a difficult chip here.
Yeah, definitely.
Most players try to take a lot of break out of this, try to jam it right in the hole. You're going to make sure that you're going to get some speed enough on it to try to take a little bit of that break, and he didn't play enough of it.
He's got to make this comebacker down 2, going into 17. What I'm curious is 17's been a lot easier with the new tee boxes.
I agree.
Assuming the score doesn't change, does Kevin lay up on 18? Do you lay up on 18, depending if it's a tough setup and you're up 2?
If I'm up 2 and it's ugly, I absolutely would lay up because I'm going to make you beat me, and I'm going to guarantee that I'm going to walk away with birdie.
Right, and so
especially up 2.
And so Kevin pins in a decent spot. Pretty straightforward look. Marcus is probably thinking right now, I got to go after this. He's going to have at least release on this. The problem with roll is that if you get past the hole, it'll roll up that hill.
Absolutely. This could be aggressive enough.
Oh, man.
Just short.
But so, yeah, me and Mouth have had this conversation in the past about laying up in certain spots. I've never laid up on 18. So if you're put in that position, where do you lay up? Because the last thing you want to do is lay up to be conservative, and your approach shot all of a sudden you get wet because you didn't realize that it spins like that off the green somewhere. The
layup is definitely not something you practice,
right,
for sure. But if anything, I would put it left here in the fairway and have a pretty straight look.
Kevin just answered our question. He is laying up. He's going to force Marcus to hold this out, because Kevin's plans right now is to, as long as he's not too aggressive on his approach shot, put it on the green, make a birdie putt, 2-stroke lead. I think that's the right play for Kevin.
I agree. If this doesn't go in, Kevin's layup wins him the match.
Yeah. If this doesn't go in, it's probably going to be wet because Marcus is thinking about putting in the hole right now.
I agree. Definitely going to have to be aggressive here. I like the 9.5 because you don't have to worry about hitting low on it. Make sure that you get it up there and give it an opportunity to go in.
And you hit a tree.
Yeah, unfortunately, that definitely can happen. This is a tough tee shot. It's a swing hole regardless, and more so when you're trying to be aggressive at it.
Yeah, exactly, Chad. And he, unfortunately, when his follow through and a little bit too far left, those trees are definitely in play, as you just saw right there. And right now he's kind of soaking it in. What he needs to do is do his best he can to hit a good shot, which he did right there. And that needs to carry on into his next match.
Absolutely. So it's not over. Double elimination. He still has an opportunity. I was a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, Kevin's got to be very careful with those super spin clubs the rest of today because those things and those short distances are really spinning.
2 putts here for Kevin to win.
Yeah, be a real bad time for a rollover.
All right.
Good thing that did not happen. So yeah, Kevin Lindsay, Marcus Cash. Kevin moves on, winning 28 under to 25 under. The handshake after the win. Good sportsmanship as always. It's a great game.
What a swing from earlier in the match, though. Like you said, we went, in 2 holes, we went from Kevin being 1 down to being 1 up, and he ends up winning by 3.
Yeah.
There's definitely opportunities to make that up.
So here we're going to see a different setup, it looks like. Matt Kay's got a 2-stroke lead on Dan who's he playing?
I don't know. I think they're updating the names now.
But we know Matt Kay is up by 2.
Right. So that is the first
Great
time
shot.
I've seen a 3-wood there.
So, yes, he hit a great shot there. Hit backspin. I've hit the 3-wood low. I believe that's Nussmeyer. Is that Nuss?
It is.
Okay. Yeah, he qualified next to me yesterday. Great player.
Yeah, I have not hit the 3 low. I'm usually the 10.5 low or the 9 medium. I've not ever seen an opportunity, at least in the times that I've played it, that where the 3 looks like it would work. But it's good to know. That was 18.
Yeah, that was hole 18 there. So Matt Kay is going to move on to the next part of the bracket. Right now we've got kind of a little bit of a break in the action while these two gentlemen are going up to the scores table, letting Steve Sobel, the man behind the master plan of Power Events Golden Tee Tour. We appreciate everything he does. He's up there right now running 3 different brackets at once. People are letting him know what course they played, their score, what bracket they're in, and he's the one that keeps the gears, greased and ready to run all day long.
Steve and his team do a really good job at coordinating 177 different players in different brackets, to try to keep it moving as smooth as possible. It doesn't always work out perfectly, but him and his team, they work really, really hard to try to make this experience really good for us. And I appreciate what he does, honestly. They work really, really hard to make the experience good, to make it so that we can all enjoy ourselves.
And the last thing that he wants to do is babysit a bunch of grown adults. So he also understands that we're adults here. We should, handle things a certain way, and let him do his thing. And luckily, I'm not sure about you, and a big shout out to TNT Billiards here in Nashville. It's been a pretty smooth weekend, right? I mean, yeah, we've hit, there's been a couple things as far as, lack of service, I guess I would say, some credit card processing issues or whatnot. But aside from that, we haven't had a single issue. Everybody's gotten along really well. 177 people from all over the country. Mix that in with some locals that aren't used to, random people being in their spot, their local watering hole, and it's been a great weekend. I mean,
I actually interacted with a couple of different individuals last night that when they walked in to play some pool at some of the billiard tables that you had mentioned, they looked at me and they were, what's going on here? They've never seen this many people in the bar before. Literally, that's what they had said. And not to mention all of the Golden Tee machines. So they didn't even have any idea that this kind of thing existed. But to answer a couple questions here from the chat, they did have 27 machines. It was 22 from
Power vending from
Power vending, yep, absolutely.
And they've got their tournament machines, and they round up some from their location of Power Arcade in St. Charles. I believe we've got Ben Russell, RE, and that's actually Kelly Ambrose, and they are just teeing off on Once Cocos. And actually, Kelly doesn't get a whole lot of credit either. The last few events, he's been traveling with Russ in the pickup, and he's been helping Russ load or set machines up on Thursday, and then he will be here with me tomorrow morning to help load them back up. And he just started doing that the last few tournaments. So shout out to Kelly for helping out and just taking his time.
And back to you for doing all the work yourself. Join the team, join the crew, break it down. I'm sure that they enjoy the extra hands.
Yeah, they definitely do. I got a lot of fun. It's a great. I probably wouldn't have the opportunity to come here if I wasn't part of the power vending and the Golden Tee Tour team. And so yeah, I take advantage of it. Every chance I'm able to come to a tournament, it gives me an opportunity to see a lot of people that I don't get a chance to see a whole lot.
Yeah, it's like I said. I mean, you enjoy seeing all your friends from across the country. We reconnected after 18 years almost.
Right, yeah, in Sussex, Wisconsin. You know,
first time in 18 years I got the opportunity to be with you and hang out with you. Big shout out to Farmer Frank. I see him on the chat in there. He plays with me back in Michigan. He's actually the reason why I got started in Golden Tee. I was playing at my local watering hole. And got on, I don't know if you remember Golden Blab.
Yep, the old blue board for sure.
And connected with him out in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And we ended up talking, and he helped me qualify for Team USA. And here I am 18 years later, still playing the same game.
And for those that don't know, Farmer Frank now is one of the few ambidextrous players. He's a guy he'll spin the ball with one hand, hit it with the other. It's always. Does he still have that same style?
Absolutely.
Right
Him
on.
and Stu Fox are the two individuals that I've ever seen can do what it is that they do.
Right.
Frank can hit palm shots both right and left-handed. Oftentimes he'll pull it back with one hand and then hit the follow through with the next hand. He does thumb as well. Frank is one of those guys that really can hit any shot out there. And Stu Fox also does a lot of the same things. His name is actually Switch Hitter just because of that.
Right. and here we are. We're all squared up after 3.
This is that look on 4.
Yeah, this is a tough look. You caught the leaf going up.
See, I have never gone around to the right there. I always, it's the 9.5 or the 10.5 between the uprights of these trees
right.
here. It's usually an offset look like it is here. And in the qualifier, I went offset to the left and then cut the 10.5 into the face of the green, one jump on, and backspin it right towards the hole.
Yeah, and Kelly knows now the pin's in a tough spot here, so you're going to have to get that hop, and you need it to hit the green, immediately. See,
that was a pretty good shot.
Yeah, he's going to have a long putt here. Ben is going to have to, hold this out.
You don't want to give up too much here. It's still early. It's still 4. Get up here, make sure you get your birdie.
Which is, there is no guarantee he makes this putt.
Right. Well, he was a little long. He was in between clubs there. He went with the option that made sure that he got on the green, made his putt, and he still might not lose one here, but that was a really good putt. So he did end up losing 1, and it looks like after 4, we've got a 1-stroke difference.
And what would be interesting is to see, how Ante plays, assuming they're in a different setup than before. What hole can make or break these guys? Kelly's got that 1-stroke lead, like you mentioned. Will it come down to hole 18? Will he continue to have that 1-stroke lead? Interesting style, and he's going to give at least 1 back right here.
Absolutely, assuming you don't.
Is that spot the grass spot, or is that heavy rough?
And
I think that's heavy rough.
It might be fairway.
There's parts around that area that do play as fairway or first cut. I don't think that's one of them. Ben's just going right through there. Kelly must have missed it. Oh, he's going to the right there in that fairway area.
Yeah, he bounce up on top of the hill. Typically, a couple of bounces in the first cut or in the. I have not played yet. No.
So now is one of those things you want to minimize your mistakes. You don't go after the green. Get it out of where you're at. Take your birdie. So more than likely what's going to happen here is, unfortunately for Kevin, he's going to be giving 1 stroke back, but you're still all square after this.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to make sure you don't give up too many, right? Take your medicine, lay up where you need to lay up, get your birdie, and move on. You're going to give up the 1, maybe, right? You still have to, let the other guy
Ben
hit
needs
his
to hit a good shot here. He was long in the last 2, so he's got to. He's not. Conservative's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. He's being a little bit too conservative right now. And little factors that come into play. And that's a good shot for Kelly there to get that birdie. These guys know they're on the stream right now. When you're on the stream, you think about other people, watching. And you got the spotlight on you. But, Chad, I just got called for a match. I'm going to go play.
Always a pleasure,
It's been
Brian.
fun.
Good to see you again.
Thanks for listening, guys. I'll be back later.
I think the Mouth is going to join us here shortly. We'll catch up on a little bit of chat messages. I actually live in Portage, and in Portage I live and have a machine at my house. I do often play with Farmer Frank over at his house, who lives and works in Plainwell. So, welcome to
good
the
afternoon,
Mouth,
guys.
The streaming legend himself. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm doing well, doing well. Were you telling him about your static problems on your trackball?
The Mouth actually helped me out with a couple of different things, which actually, shout out to Mark here. If you have some technical questions, follow his stream. And he is always willing and always helpful to offer some information. I had some issues where I removed the copper tape.
Yeah, and guys, that whole copper tape thing, we know it bunches up. While it might not affect most people, there are issues that it can cause.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say. So just make sure if you're taking apart your trackball, don't take off the copper tape. Leave that grounding there. Let's get back to the gameplay. What matches we got going on? It looks like we got Ben Russell,
yep,
Kelly Ambrose.
Absolutely.
All right. They're playing a little bit of Anse here. Any love lost yet?
So there was a stroke swing earlier, and then very next hole we got a stroke back, so we're all square heading into 7.
Okay. So now I just watched. Now, were you guys commentating the shot that Squeaky Bob shot? Had you ever thought about hitting the high 6-wood through the trees? I never saw that before.
I didn't either, and actually Brian had mentioned it too. tough putt there. You got to make sure, especially from the fringe, that you get that high enough so that it doesn't take all the break.
And it's a good thing to get used to, guys. Watch as your ball enters the fringe. If it stops when it touches the fringe, you don't really have to play anything extra. If it goes a ball turn in, I add another degree break. If it goes more than one ball turn, I'm now starting to contemplate whether the ball's going to get to the hole. Do I have to play it as an extra 3 or 4 degree break? Am I probably chipping this? It's a good piece of info to get and add to your game while you're doing it, rather than walking away knowing that you're in the fringe. It's good to see it go in to know exactly how much you have to do.
And actually, that just happened there. He's not too far in the fringe, and he'll have an opportunity to putt that. It's a really good shot from Kelly there.
Excellent, excellent. All right, and that's a tough par 3 to attack most of the time when the pin's down at the bottom, because when we're under the hole and it's an upslope coming in, it doesn't check back enough on that at all. So we got to make sure when it's that attacking spot, you can let that ball run at the hole. They both did, so they both had good shots.
Yeah. You can be aggressive at it, but you don't want to be too aggressive because you don't want to give it away.
No, absolutely not. Oh, GT Cola, you stop now. RG, I have to agree. Kirkland is my favorite as well. There you go. It's been a focal point of some streams I've been into, so that's good.
So, Gravy, you were talking about the tape there real quick. I actually had an electrician friend of mine who gave me aluminum tape, which is, copper is the most conductive metal. Aluminum would be the second, and the tape worked exactly the same as it would for copper.
Yeah, there's not much bleed off. It's only a little bit, and that little bit was affecting you pretty strong.
Absolutely. I was having a lot of issues with ball speed. I thumb it pretty hard. We talked about that.
Yeah.
And I was losing every bit of it. Once I put the tape on,
came back. That's weird. I didn't know it would be that dramatic, but it's finally nice to have some real world actual evidence that says that you shouldn't take this off.
I will go to my grave with don't remove copper tape.
Yep, exactly. And I bet you sealed it on there better than the stuff that was there originally,
Oh, yeah.
so it's probably not going to come off, so that's good.
I made sure I covered it as well as possible without getting things in the way.
Thanks, Josh. I appreciate it. Dean, nice. Hey, we wish to have you too. Oh, here, let's turn my 2. Here, we'll give you guys a little less. There we go. Sorry about that.
Normally people are telling me to quiet now. So I'm glad to have somebody here.
Did I turn yours down or did I turn mine?
I feel a little off.
I feel like, I did hit the wrong one. Whoops. How about now? Speak.
I think I'm better.
Okay, good. I think we're good. Sorry about that, guys.
I don't think anybody's doing Jaeger bombs yet. It's a little early in the day. Have you started?
No, I haven't had a drink yet this weekend. So I was told that due to a wager I made on stream, even though I won the bet, he said the only way the bet is getting paid is if my victory shots are car bombs today. So I think that might be a little unique. If I can pull off a victory in this field, I think car bombs might be the way to go.
Is that the go-to shot? If you end so it's been sort of a tradition that the winner of the main event ends up buying quite a few shots for the crew and the team around. Is that the go-to shot, you think, Mark?
I think it's going to be it. I was honestly looking at either Patron, but that came up good. I think that comes up good. I like doing my Patron and pineapple, but it's a throwback to old school. We used to have some times where the whole bar would get Patron shots during tournaments. We're going bad. You can't hear Chad. I turned them up a little bit. Let me make sure that we got the levels right. Sorry, I know. My voice is a little bit more booming. A tad more. Okay.
A tad more.
Am I going the right way or the wrong way? Speak, Chad.
I'm doing well. A little bit loud. Down just a hair.
How about there? I think that's
we're
good.
There.
Perfect.
All right, so let's get back to the match. We did have a swing there. Apologize for missing that. But
where one stroke, one hole? Oh, I don't know.
Must have missed a putt somewhere.
All right, and now we're watching. Most of you guys that are watching here, that you've watched the streams before, or been at the tournaments. We're down in. I mean, we are in the pink or purple bracket matches right now. So you're seeing a lot of mistakes that you're not going to see coming up in the main bracket.
Yeah. So for the most part, one mistake or two, you don't want to make especially when you're in the main. You just can't give those strokes away. There are going to be some swings in the pink and the purple bracket. Maybe less so than you'd like to see, but it definitely can happen for sure.
So so please don't be intimidated, guys, because I mean you're really you're coming here and you see the elites play. It's 10 or 20 elites now. This weekend, it blew my mind with the qualifier.
It was a little lower than I was expecting, to be honest with you, but I think that including Pine in this particular qualifier swung it on the low side.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sitting up there going through and holing out three of the first 5 holes on Pine, and then I finished with a 23. So it was yeah, again, and plus the guys, the long day,
Very
stamina it is just as important as talent during this event. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, you definitely have to have some stamina. I think that there were some qualifiers that got done, and actually, I think 2 of them that got done at near 10 o'clock last night actually made the main. So,
nice.
You know, when you talk about stamina, you got to make sure that you're focused the entire time. You know, because obviously guys like that, even though they had the longest of the days, still made the main.
Exactly. Yep. And it's funny, Josh. And normally I'm right with you. Anse killing it. Surprisingly enough, the par on Anse technically was 29.
It was.
Because now obviously with Stouts, we're not driving hole 12. Was it that one? Wait, was it? No, this hole.
This one.
So on 14 in the qualifier, Bernhardt and Grover not playing Stouts both had an advantage because the high 10.5 was there to drive it.
And Bernsey actually said when he was here earlier with me that he did chip in for Eagle from fairly short. So.
Yeah, he actually Bernsey mishit his a little bit, bounced it, and almost went wet. And he stopped right on the edge of the fringe. I mean, right on the edge of the water and knocked it up.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty good. So cut line was only 128. Man, that's actually a very low number for what we expect for this many people.
Yeah, I think so. I think that there were definitely some opportunities to score, but especially Forrest could have set up ugly if he missed a couple of shots. And then obviously Pine.
And then Monty too, where normally it's a pretty much solid 31 under par. 2. I was one of the few that was on, but we were 130-foot putts.
I think the closest I saw was 117.
Yeah,
and nobody made the putt.
Verduri was the only one I saw make the putt.
Oh, he did?
Yes. And then also 18, the pin was in the bottom a bit, and it was a left to right wind, so you could easily put it in the water.
You got real quiet there. But anyway.
I think they turned me down.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, unless you're Mark Gomez, who hold it.
Oh, he canned it. Oh.
You know, it was a difficult shot. I actually hit that shot pretty well, ended up getting the double eagle on it, and finished with a 28. I gave a couple away, but it didn't hurt me.
Yeah, gotcha. No, I'm just saying the par. Anse's tough, dude. The only reason I shot 28 on Anse is because I canned 18. That was but it was
score.
A shot though that where it was at, where the pin was at on 18. You had every right to attack that hole. Like it was just hit a straight shot right at the hole.
So I actually tried to chush one yesterday in the qualifier, missed the chush, missed the comeback.
Oh, those are terrible.
So I parred one, and I was clean the rest of the way and shot 26.
Giddy up. Now, where are you at in the brackets?
So I finished 18th.
Cool. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm going to end up playing Grover in the first round.
Okay, so it's a tough match. First rounds for everybody, guys. If you look, I don't think we've gone through the main bracket at all and looked at any of the matchups. A big one is CJ and McCook are playing in the
That's
first
going to be
round.
a good one.
Andy Fox and Adam Harris, guys. You might not know Adam Harris's name as well. Adam Harris was probably the reason that most of us switched to Stouts.
Yeah, he was one of the early ones.
He was one of the guys in Florida. Yeah, Marcus, that was rough. Kevin had a nice ace. I haven't seen him that happy till his last accepted swipe on Tinder. But hey, good. It's good. Let the man have his pleasure. He works for Adam Kramer. You know his day's got to be miserable.
That was definitely a good match, Marcus. I saw you comment on there. We were talking about how interesting it was that we went from a one-stroke difference where you were up. 2 holes later, you were down 1. But it was definitely a fun match to watch.
All right,
so
now we're getting down to the
here.
nitty-gritty here. We
Still
got a one-stroke game. Ben Russell's playing well, too. And you guys, this is pink bracket or purple?
I believe this is purple.
Okay, and this is purple. So, guys, purple and Maine, I'm going to have the contention that winning a purple bracket at an event like this is actually much harder than winning the main.
Yeah, because there's less players in the main, so there's less matches to win.
64-man double elimination.
Absolutely.
Where everybody is just barely out of making the main. So you got a little bit more leeway in a lot of these matches, but every game you can still get beat by a one better.
And if you look at a guy like Bernhardt, who is in the purple, is no slouch, right? So he's definitely got an opportunity. A couple of good shots here.
Yep.
It looks like we're going to go into 18.
All right, and this is
with one stroke.
Ben's just got to make sure here. The only thing he can do on 18 is lose by going wet.
I agree.
Right? So the only thing he needs to do here is give himself a shot to make a putt. Now, this pin where you can put yourself in a bad spot. Now, I hope they know this. If either one of them goes wet, going at this pin, you're going to get a short chip either way.
Right.
And in fact, if you go wet to the right, you might even have a putt from there with that pin. I can't tell from the overhead right now, but that could be a putt. Now he's sticking it. He's got a 6. He hit a 5 wood with no high tee or high?
5 wood with high.
Okay,
little
so
bite.
he's got a putt. Now his opponent's going to sit here and go, okay, he's not making that putt. Yeah, he doesn't think he's making that putt.
I think he did the right thing there by landing the green and forcing Kelly's hand here.
Correct.
Kelly's the one that has to push and try to make the eagle.
Correct. Oh, and that 15's within their face. I thought that was going out. So now, what if it's you here? Are you going to attack this pin, or are you just putting it close, thinking that your opponent's missing the putt? He's at the same spot.
If
So
I'm
they
one
both
down,
stuck
I'm
it.
trying to be a little bit more aggressive, but I don't want to give up the hole.
Correct. Okay,
So-
that's good. That's good. Now, in a main bracket match, if I'm playing Luna, let's say in the second round, I got to look to the ace that if I'm down 1.
Yeah, I believe so, because I don't think that you're going to
Oh,
expect
he
him
hit a
to
gem
miss.
of a putt, guys, and just a little high side. All right, so Kelly makes this one to sudden death.
Big putt.
These
Ugh.
are tough putts. Tough putts. And Ben squeaks by there, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be just a one-stroke difference here. Unfortunately, nobody made the eagle, but still a great match.
Yeah, that was a great match. Well done. Both players played well. I mean, look, Ben's in second place in the tournament, 1 or 2 off a par. That guys, match play's a little different too. You can't always judge the score by how well the match was played.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a ton of shots that, if you look at my match play history, like let's look at St. Louis for instance. I had 0 points through 3 matches, I think, because
wow.
I didn't have to play. Or I'm sorry, that was Houston's match in Texas just now, because my opponent would miss a shot, and now it's just like, okay, I'm putting it to make a putt, a 10-foot putt every time,
Right.
and I'm going to wait. Now, when we start going here, these guys are going to have to start holing out a bit. So now we got Mr. Pink. Who's Mr. Pink playing? Fitz. Okay, so we got Fitz, a pink bracket veteran, playing Mr. Pink. Now, Mr. Pink was he must have had a rough day yesterday.
He did. He actually was qualifying just left of me and struggled on a couple of different courses. I think he's actually relatively one of the higher qualifiers in purple. But
I think this is pink, isn't it?
I don't think so.
I thought Fitz went pink.
I could be wrong, but
I
either
don't
way,
know. I didn't know. Okay, but where are we at score-wise? So
I didn't see it.
Fitz has the
unfortunately.
lead. So he's 24. Is that 24? I can't read that.
It is 24. I did not see
Okay,
what.
so he's on a 29 pace.
Pink
That's not
was.
bad. He's probably 2 off, but he's got the honors. So is he up, down? We got to see. We'll see. All right. Now, surprisingly enough, though, that's not a game changer totally. He's up a few strokes.
2.
If I'm going to play that shot, the only way I screw it up really bad is if I undercut it and hit the back wall on a fly.
Right.
Hitting the wall, he's got an easy birdie from here and possibly a hole out. Not a bad thing. And then the other benefit to this, right? The other benefit to this is now his opponent has honors on 18.
Yeah, absolutely. If you give up the stroke here, it's a bummer that you do that, but you're right. You get the lead off and you get the opportunity to see what he does.
I mean, he's going to be up 2 going into 18. The worst you do is water Monty 18. And if you water Monty 18, your chip, you're getting a birdie unless you really need to make the chip and you wet the chip. So it's actually almost a benefit for Fitz to go first, to lose the stroke here, get his birdie, make his opponent go first.
And this is still not an easy putt.
No, but he should get that.
All right. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to have a 1-stroke difference going into 18, and I think one of the most interesting holes in recent Golden Tee history. It can be anywhere from a super ugly setup to an ace run, get that super albatross where all the lights go off and everybody makes a lot of noise. So,
yep. And one thing I noticed this weekend too: high tee, medium tee, low tee. They're all going almost the same distance on this shot every time.
it feels like it, yes.
It's a little crazy. Now, Pink stuck that. I think Pink needed to ace that in order to have a chance.
Well, he's
This
one
setup-
down, so
He's one?
he's one down because there was a stroke difference. There was a
I thought
swing on
Fitz
the
was up
last
3,
hole.
but okay,
Nope,
cool.
2.
He's one down. So Fitz sticks
This
this
is
to win.
important.
So, okay, that actually changes. I thought it was 2 down.
Yeah, this is important. Fitz still has to stick this. I don't necessarily like the bite here because I think you can get yourself in trouble and get up into that heavy rough every once in a while.
Now let's not start any drama here. Shutting off his shot meter, whatever. Fitz won't say anything, guys. It's not allowed at Pegged events. You have to keep your shot meter on. World Championships, same way. Shot meter has to stay on. It's not a big deal. Didn't change anything here, but it honestly with stouts, if I'm in a position where I need to hole a shot out, and my opponent shuts off his shot meter, I might call that because I can get every read on every part of the shot then from that, and it's necessary.
Yeah, I actually like that the shot meter's on. You know, for the most part, you play different than I do, and I play different than the next guy does. You know, you might get a little bit of a read on something, but at the end of the day, I still have to hit my shot.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But when I mean, like, that was a thumb shot. I'm going to bring it back to I'm playing JoJo on Tropical 18, and we're tied in St. Louis, right? I'm up first. I moved the tee all the way. I moved the pin all the way to the right. I thumbed an 8.5 backspin, and I missed it 6 inches right. I was actually sitting back like, great, I just lost, because JoJo's good enough that he moves the ball 6 inches to the left off the tee box, thumbs it straight, his goes in. Those kind of things are very important, and since he would have had the read and saw I hit it dead straight and hit it 85, we're up at the top tier. We're accurate enough that we're getting that number within 1 or 2 miles per hour and give ourselves a great chance to go in. Yep. Yeah, it is kind of, I think somebody will have to mention to Robert, you guys, Mr. Pink's not trying to cheat him there. I get it. He's got to know that he can't do that.
And it may have been an accident. I don't know. Was he maybe trying to clean off the ball, and that's where the spin left?
I didn't see it either. The chat would know a little better. We'll just have to make sure he knows he can't do it.
Right.
It's not, and I'm sure Adam won't make a fuss about it either. But Adam won anyway, so. Okay.
All right.
So now, what's the next match? We don't have one yet. Okay. What is the other match there? And hey, guys, got me and Bronzy here. We're right here.
That is going to be a great match.
It is going to be a great match. Daryl. All right, so Daryl, your wish is coming true. The first match we're going to get on stream out of the main bracket is going to be CJ and McCook, guys. Now, it's something I learned. McCook's a tournament veteran. CJ's a bit newer. When you watch McCook play, I don't have to watch him because I know the shots he's hitting is the same shot that I'm going to hit.
Right.
So that's okay. But let's see. McCook has mentioned to us lately that he has been getting a bit more nervous at tournaments and events, and I didn't realize that.
I will tell you that I was super impressed with McCook during the qualifier. I don't know if you had actually heard, during the first course on the 6th hole.
Oh, I did.
He actually stroke maxed on well, his first shot was his fault, right?
Yeah.
He hit the tree, he bounced in an unfortunate circumstance, and then
it was the archway hole on Hidden, right?
On 6, yep, absolutely. And he tried to chip it backwards into the grass to give himself an opportunity to at least make par or something close to it, and it actually put him out of bounds. So he actually stroke maxed the 6th hole of the entire tournament and then came back to make the main.
And I tell you what, if the projections came true, I think a lot of us were projecting a 134 cut type line. Yep. Guys, if you went from a 2 to an 8 on that hole, that's 6 strokes. That means the rest of the way through the tournament, you have 4 strokes to play with.
He definitely played great from then on.
Yeah, and it sucks for CJ now because he's got to play, probably one of the 3 or 4 favorites at the event this weekend in his first round match, so that's good.
Neil, Gomez is actually playing Forrest in his first round match right now.
All right, so right now we're looking at Andy Haas. He's very beautiful. Okay, I think we've changed this up a little bit. I think this first match, we do have another stream machine that is open too, though, so maybe we'll get both. But who's Haas playing first? I'm not quite sure.
I did not see.
Well, let's pull the brackets.
Andy Haas is a 2-time world champ and one of the better players, I think, in recent memory.
Okay, guys, in recent memory, there's 2 players that are the top 2 of all time, and you can either go through it. It's Mark Stenmark and Andy Haas. There's no doubt. There's no one else on that list. I know a lot of people would like to say some others. No, it's Andy and Mark Stenmark. It's that. They're 1A, 1B. You can put an argument up for either one. But Andy, St. Louis went 0-2. You got Sam Crow beat him.
He did.
I can't remember who beat him the second time, but Andy doesn't do that very often. I want to say it was 2016 in Chicago. He went 0-2 last. Might have been a PCC, but he's not going to come. He's not going to be getting to this tournament and not playing well. So. Okay, so we are going with Ryan McCook and CJ first here. It looked like Andy was just getting a little toss around of a little money shot or something real quick. We're gonna need Kevin Lindsay's charger to charge this iPad, or else we're gonna lose your chat. But that's okay. We don't need you to have a good time. We're gonna have a good time without your chat. So we'll get that going here in a minute. Now, let's go see. Talk CJ McCook. McCook plays as many games as anybody out there right now.
As does CJ.
And CJ does. It's weird. CJ's got 2 home editions, and he rarely plays his home editions. Maybe for invites or when people come over, but he doesn't play it as much. CJ's getting good. He's got the drive. He wants to be one of the best in the world. He's sitting there. He wants that. That's it. That's his thing right now. So that makes him a scary, tough competitor. I love it. I love to see that aspect of it. McCook had a long break. He's back now. He's playing really well, too. Predictions here, it's really whoever makes the first mistake. I think somebody goes clean and somebody goes one off.
Yeah, I think CJ had a really good run in St. Louis just recently, losing to Luna in the finals.
No, that was we were in Houston.
Oh, Houston, I apologize. It was Houston.
Yep.
Losing to Luna in the finals and had an opportunity to win. So you can't count him out right now. He's playing really well.
Absolutely.
I think he was in the top 10 of the qualifier.
With when I'm looking at CJ, yeah, he's 12, and McCook is CJ's 12 or 11, and McCook was 21 or 3, something like that.
Right.
I haven't seen anything on the Gomez match. We'll get that to you as soon as we do. Now, the thing with CJ is, though, I played CJ in the second, third place match to go to play Luna in Houston, and we both made uncharacteristic mistakes. If he does that now, he's in trouble.
So I'm going to hold you to it. Who is it? Who wins it?
I gotta go with McCook. I think he's the better player right now. CJ's getting there. I think McCook's all time very good. It's a question on how he's feeling for the tournament. He didn't look in great condition last night. CJ seemed in very good condition.
So we're on Baja. I think this is going to be a whole-out race. And if that's the case, I'm going to take CJ by 1, 32-31.
32-31. Wow, you're going up there. Okay. I'm going to say clean to one off. 30-29.
30-29.
And obviously, we won't see the scores, so we can adjust that a little bit.
Sure.
So let's pop over. They're getting swiped in. We got a 29.5 handicap and about a 30 handicap, I'm guessing, from McCook, so no differences here.
It's pretty much straight up at this point.
It is. It's going to be straight up.
It'll definitely be interesting to see if and when an early hole-out happens, because at that point, if you're the other guy who's one behind, do you feel the pressure to make that next
Baja,
one?
You feel like you have to. Now we got a really easy drivable one, a tough hole-out shot to make here. So I got a feeling it's going to be 2-2. It's going to be 200 to 200.
I think so. I think this is definitely one you got to get. You make sure you get it up there. Make your eagle, just like he just did there.
He did. No, that shot from Ryan, though, I can't. That wouldn't be the shot that I thought he did. I'm thinking he's going 10.5 at this one backspin. McCook hit the 8.5.
I think he did hit the 8.5.
CJ is too. I got a feeling they're playing similar bags together as they are.
I think that they didn't want to overhit the 10.5 and potentially get it off a line.
Right, and it's your first shot. Guys, when you're in the main bracket, we got to play up until 10, and then we started playing. So we sat here for a good 2 hours without touching a track.
I got to play a couple this morning, and I haven't played since. So it'll be interesting here when I first start the match.
Tony, that was just for qualifying. In the qualifying, since we have 7 courses to choose from, we're only qualifying with 5. 2 randomly get tossed.
So it looks like someone had mentioned that par sets up for 30 on this one.
Well, it can. It might be 29. No, we could have the 1 par 4 be super long where you can't. And then also there's that other one that's 420-ish that you can get on, or at least leave it inside a 20-yard chip. So we don't know what par is going to be. Don't expect the par. The par really won't matter. It doesn't matter right now. You're only comparing to your opponent right now.
And I think these guys are going to be fairly even, like we had talked about. I don't think that you're going to give up much until someone holes one out.
Oh, did you play it, Eric?
Yeah, he said he played it earlier on the chat.
Okay,
he said he said it sets up for an easy 30, but it's a 29 setup. So you might be right. You might be right with a 30-29.
30-29 feels pretty good. Now, there's something everybody talks about Baja being so easy, right? I think it's easy to shoot clean, but we still haven't seen if it was as easy as everybody says it was with stouts and tees and balls. Luna shot a 6 better on it, right? If it's that easy, I really don't think it's as big of a holdout course as everybody does. A lot of the easy par fours that we're driving are not easy holdouts. They're really easy putts to get, but the height changes. You're still attacking pins, but you're having weird bounces and trying to get a bounce to play just right. There's not a lot of shots that we're just dumping right in.
Right, I agree. It's definitely an opportunity to have a really good score, but to get, like you mentioned, the 6-betters or the 4-betters, it doesn't set up for that all the time.
Now, you look at a course like Hidden, all those par 3s are
every one of them.
Burn them at the par 4s. We're burning them at holes.
Absolutely.
So Hidden to me is much more holdout conducive than you do have for Baja. Now, but that being said, you're not going to miss many shots on Baja. Most of these guys aren't. It now shouldn't come down to a chush. I believe I'm the back one. I think they messed with it. I think Andy messed with it.
Oh, Andy did.
It sounds louder.
All right. The volume got just a little low, but I think
it was
we're
a little
right.
bit. I think we're good now. Thanks, Lauren. Okay, good. Hey guys, that's the problem. You'll hear that about me with any stream, anytime I'm commentating. My voice carries a little bit, and it's a little booming. I get excited easily.
So as expected here through 4, both guys -7, clean.
And very few points. Now, points can be a sign of things to come, but there's very little. Nobody's put anything aggressively at a hole, so we're not. We're still waiting to see what happens here.
Yeah, I agree. The points can be indicative of how that player might be playing, but it's important to note for those that are in the chat and watching on stream that the points don't necessarily matter.
Well, they mean nothing. It's a good sign of things, like somebody can have a ton of points, but it could be a ton of points because I'm hitting bite and flipping it next to a hole.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean I've given shots a chance to go in. So we're just looking for any indication right now of what's going on.
You would take being 1 up with 0 points as opposed to being 1 down with 100,000.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so now this is the hole that wasn't drivable, but it was put in a spot where they can attack. And you're going to let this one run most of the time. Is Ryan looking to backspin this? No, he's going to let this run in. He's got in between 2 clubs here.
I think that a good flick here, you have an opportunity.
I'm thinking a thumb bite for him here. Okay, he's going thumb backspin. This is going to snap at the hole, but I bet he's short.
He's going to try to hit it a little bit more aggressively.
He snapped it at the hole, and yeah, the end result isn't close to the hole, but every part of that shot gave him a chance to make it.
I agree.
So he had that on the ground, rolling at the hole before it didn't backspin and bounce past the cup, so it didn't have a chance. That's the right shot for him. He did it well.
Still all square. Another drivable look here, but to your point, this is an opportunity. You can get your eagle fairly easily, but the look is not necessarily close enough where you're going to try to hole it every time. If you're McCook, as you lead off here, you want to make sure that you get your eagle. And if you're CJ, you've seen, the shot right before you, harkening back to the shot meter question, where he can be just a little bit more aggressive.
He just flipped that. Okay, he just flipped that. To me, the flip at that, a thumb shot, very safe. It's like both of them are playing very tentatively right now.
I think that they're both playing conservative enough. They don't want to give 1 up. But, with the level of player that they are, I'm surprised that they aren't a little bit more aggressive.
A little bit, but I mean, this goes to my first couple matches. I just want to sit back and wait for my opponent to make a mistake. And I think that's what they're doing. And for both good reasons. Now, if I'm playing Luna in my first match, I'm thinking he's not making a mistake. I can't sit back and wait for him to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I've got a newer player into the main bracket, so I got a feeling that my opponent in my first round is going to have a little nerves. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to just sit back and wait. Let him go.
To your point, I am that player against a Clint Grover in my first match where, if I'm honest with you, the nerves, the excitement of the opportunity to be in the main, to be with some of the top-tier players, it's definitely that feeling is there. As we get closer and closer to my match, my heart starts to race a little bit more, if I'm honest with you. But the beauty about it is, if I'm honest again, is that, when you make the main, anybody can beat anybody.
Absolutely. And really, guys, anybody in purple can beat anybody in the main in any match. The odds are going to say that it's not going to happen as likely, but it can happen. Everybody here can shoot a clean round.
Absolutely. I actually played Sean Gervais in the handicap event the first night on Thursday. I think we tied. I was one better going into 17 and missed 17 on Baja. But nonetheless, I mean, we were very clean, and I won the match outright. So
Giddy up. Yeah, and with handicap, guys, winning a match outright in a handicap is a totally different animal. Oh, Ryan attacked that. He put himself in a great spot. If his thumbs are on, Ryan's a big thumber too. So that's a good sign for things to come. Neil, I'm playing Art DeVries.
would you say that his thumbs are cooking?
Oh, ooh, his thumbs are McCooking. I don't think they're quite to the McCooking level yet.
Not yet.
No, it's more like McCooking, McEasy Bake Ovening, something like that right now. He hasn't quite gotten it yet.
I didn't think that joke was going to go that far.
I know. I got to try.
You
You laid it out there so well. I got to try to work on it a little bit. All right, another one here. This is another one, perfect example. To make this, you have to bounce it short and
You gotta
almost
bounce
one
it
hop
short.
it in. If you hit the green on a fly, you're not backing that up with the 10.5 or maybe a 3-wood.
If you have the 3-wood, you have an opportunity to
Is
pull
that
it back
how
just a
far
little
is
bit
that?
more.
266 is that?
286, I believe. Is what it
286.
looks like.
So for me to make this, if I need to make this, I'm hitting a 5-wood or a 4-wood hard, just so I can land just past the hole and snap it back in. Yeah, it's a little crazy. I got a feeling too in the main bracket here, that the 1 or 2 seed loses a match right away. I don't know who's won. Who's Gomez playing first? Is that match actually on right now?
He's not on. They're on machine 24 between the streams.
Okay.
So I'll look over there here real quick. Gomez is 16 after 11.
What, Pine, I'm assuming?
No, they're playing Forest, actually.
Okay, 16 through 11. Okay, he's not perfect.
And he
who's
just
playing?
shorted one there. I'm not sure.
Oh, he's playing Evan Scanlon.
And it looks like,
Right.
Can you see, is that 18? I think Gomez is down a couple here.
What's the score? What's Evan's score right now?
18-16. We'll find out here after this hole.
What? Yes. All right, I think it's 15 to 16.
15.
And he yanked a putt, so it looks like Gomez is.
No, Gomez was short on the drive.
All right, so he missed the putt. It looks like if Gomez makes this chip, then he will be. All right, still one stroke. Gomez is up by one.
1 by 1.
Yes,
All
up
right.
by one. They both birdied an eagle hole. It's Forest though, guys. So the holes that have gotten harder since the new tee boxes are coming up.
Sure.
So there's a little bit of playing. I think I saw the setup they were playing on. What? 16 to 17 with Gomez in the lead by 1, and that's through 11 holes.
That is through 11 holes on Forest there. Back to our match here. Still all square on machine 25 with CJ and McCook.
And unfortunately, yeah, we're not that. Their game isn't on a stream machine, so we'll keep you updated with scores. We'll try to keep you updated with scores. We do have Kyle Heasley and Johnny D playing. Johnny D, Haas, he and Haas have played together for years. Sudiak, they played together.
Yep.
Kyle Heasley, best in Charlotte is his moniker, or now he is the CLT commander. The Charlotte commander, everyone, if you will. We have that game up too, but we're going to keep with CJ and McCook here. They're a couple holes behind, I believe, and we'll pull that one in if it gets really interesting, but that's another main bracket match. All right, so Ryan goes out in the fairway. He's going to put himself in a position to attack the hole, even with the 12 cross. No risk here, no matter where you put this. There's 6 different spots you could hit this ball off the tee. It's a question on putting it where you're most comfortable to attack this hole.
See, I don't mind the left. I don't mind the left wind here.
No, it's only
gonna
6.
Pull it, it's going to pull it
you're
right
fine.
at the hole.
But if you do happen to hit this straight instead of getting it out, that ball isn't really going to have a risk at anything. Right. CJ made an attacking shot, but not. That ball never had a chance of going in.
Right.
He
was
it
aggressive
close.
Enough, but he was safe.
Correct. Now let's see what Ryan's going. 5 hybrid. He gave it a chance, but again, nothing great. I guess they're being very tentative.
Yeah, I think that at some point he's going to try to get a little bit more aggressive, and it's either going to pay off for him or, unfortunately they may lose that stroke.
Somebody misses an easy putt.
Design a hole here.
All right, this is a setup actually that they're looking to attack.
I agree.
You got an outwind with an uphill green. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Ryan didn't thumb that with release. It looks 248, right?
257.
Wow, man.
I believe is where he is right now.
Oh, well, he moved it back, yes. 250 something, okay. Hey guys, sorry, we're looking at a monitor with broken down into like 18 squares, so it's a very small thing, so I can't see him too well.
CJ bailed out on that one a little bit just to make sure he got his birdie.
Correct.
But, we're still all square, which is what you'd expect on Baja through 13.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe an early hole out. Okay, this hole
This
can
is the first one.
This hole would have been fantastic if the hill behind the green up top was a rock and not mud or dirt, because you hit that hill behind the green, you are not off the green, you are staying right where you are. Ryan almost aimed for that on purpose.
I think it's a safe play.
It is. There's not really much risk here. This hole's actually a ton easier than it was before. It just happens that the lineup with the look, you always have a better line coming in than it used to, and you're not worried about going down.
Perfect example there. He hits
CJ
that
banked it off
dirt
of it.
forward.
He knows it dies. Without this, not a rollover putt anymore. Ryan's not worried about it. He leaked that, almost missed it.
You definitely got to make sure that you stay aggressive on those down eights, because it's still going to take the break.
It will. Okay, so this is a hole that could have been drivable, not really. And if they're playing this right, you don't want to go deep in the pin's not at the very top. Yeah, Ryan's going to knock an A1 up and leave himself like a 9-iron thumb shot in. And I wonder if CJ's going to do it too. Yeah, you just got to look where the pin is, because you don't get much spin from here. Oh, and actually, he's close enough to hit a G wedge in, or some kind of a wedge. Flip it up, maybe make it. You can get aggressive with zero risk from there.
Yeah,
if you put it in the fairway here, to get aggressive at this hole, you could flirt with being short. I have no doubt that CJ's not leaving this short, but let's look at math. How often am I going to hole out from 60 compared to 250? It's probably twice as often.
For me, I'm almost always going in the sand when the pin is where it is here. You can control your spin better. You can control your wind better.
All right, so that chip's not easy, but he's very makeable for Ryan. And he carries it. Was that a sandwich?
I did not see it, but he hit it really quickly. I thought he would have taken a little bit more time at that one to try to make it.
Hey, Shane, welcome to the chat. All right, so another par 4. This is an easy shot, hard ace.
Yeah, I mean, like we expected, we're definitely going to have some easy holes when it comes to making the number, making Golden Tee par, as it were. But not a lot's going in. I think CJ gets aggressive here and thumbs this out to the right and see if he can bounce it in.
Now watching CJ now, though, the way he's playing right now, he's telling me that he thinks he's the better player.
I agree.
He hasn't gone aggressive and made a mistake yet, because he's thinking he's less likely to make a mistake, and that's an impressive. It's a big thing, right? It's a really big thing in your head. You can quickly tell in a match who in the heads of the two players knows they're the better player. And in this case, when I play CJ, I go into that match knowing I'm the better player right now. That's
Fair
my
enough.
opinion. Ryan should have that same thing, and they both seem to think that way. So I love that. That's showing me some confidence here.
I'm going to call it right now. I think CJ makes this and goes up 1.
All right, I like the thumb backspin. I like the thumb backspin 5. A lot of us don't like going for the thumb 6 wood, because the distance can be so different. I like that. Was he low 5 there? I couldn't see behind.
He was
the
a low 5. Left it on the high side of the hole, so it had an opportunity to go
he did.
in.
And the other part about that low T5 backspin, you can backspin it, and if you leave it a little short, you can back it into the wall and get a second chance.
Absolutely. So all square heading into 18. You were right there, Eric. It was a 29 setup.
It was.
A couple of eagles here, and we may move into extra holes.
Now,
which could
honestly,
be
this is I got a feeling somebody tries to make this one. You can high tee thumb this 3 wood with bite and keep it to the right. If you know the hole, and Ryan and CJ both do, even if you miss a little right, it will leak back onto the green. Or even if it doesn't leak, oh God, look at that. And from our view, it kind of looks a lot tighter. That this pin is nowhere near the right side. So this is definitely a look they got to try to make.
Yeah, this is definitely something that CJ can be aggressive at, and I think he will be. I think he should.
So he's thumbing backspin. All right, so it's going to change the break a little bit, and he might have gotten it.
Oh, that's what a great shot, though.
That's a fantastic shot. Guys, I'm going to say unless there's a chush on one, which is really rare that you get a chush on one, I'm going to say that CJ wins this in sudden death with a hole out.
So like we talked about earlier, Mark, the score was tied, and the points don't matter. The great shot points didn't matter. We're going to go into extra holes. They're going to play the same course.
Yep. No clubbed ball changes. You can't do anything there.
That's right. So
otherwise, I'd be switching to arrows on hole 1 a lot in sudden death and winning.
I think it's going to come down to an early hole out, or what you could end up seeing is exactly what we just had here: 18 holes of clean golden tee, and we might go to more.
Correct. And we'll start getting into math then too. Yes, we shoot clean rounds a lot of the times, but as you start moving in, 18 holes, 36 holes, every hole you play from that point forward is a much higher chance that you're missing just because of the number of it.
Absolutely.
I'm with VCU. I think the first par 3 gets holed out, and in general, McCook's probably holds out at a higher rate than CJ.
So let's take a look over here at Gomez, there was just a putt missed. Looks like they're on 18. We'll update the score here. Forrest.
Let's see. We're looking. It's just finished. All right, Gomez got him by a couple. So Gomez won the first match. So my top seed makes it to the next round. That's a start for him.
I think that was a good move, or a good round for Mark to get through. He was excited being the top qualifier. He played really, really well yesterday. So it was interesting to see him in his first match.
Okay,
a great shot here from CJ.
Okay, where did McCook put his?
I actually did not see McCook's. We were looking over at the other match, but he's
CJ,
obviously closer than CJ.
Gets this. McCook has a problem with these like I do.
That is a great chip.
Todd, the longest match of all time, there was an NIV match that went 3 or more games. Oh, McCook solid. All right.
Great shot.
Very solid. Okay. And another one. Not a really good hole-out hole. I got a feeling that we're going to see McCook high tee thumb a 5-wood here from the back right of the box, or if that's the line from here.
I think it's a 3-wood that we're looking at, and I think exactly what you're saying is that he'll thumb a high bite 3-wood here and give it an opportunity to roll in.
Is that a 3, really? It's just 250. My eyes are terrible from here. But it was
no,
whatever.
It was a 5-wood.
Okay. So, but the high tee thumb bite, he did it. Guys, I can tell you what McCook's going to hit before he hits it. His and my games are identical from going back in the day. You'll see right now, we've all heard about JoJo hitting fulls, like where you turn 2 clicks and then you hit a full C or a full A.
Right.
And that's how you get around obstacles. If you watch McCook or myself or a lot of the older school guys, we face the obstacle, cut it a small amount, and then throw it out directionally farther.
Which is why I enjoy this game, because there's a lot of different options, a lot of shots.
And I got to say, CJ has a huge advantage getting to go second here. I'm curious, are we watching CJ? Is he being very intent on what Ryan's doing? Is Ryan being intent? Ryan's watching pretty hard.
I think Ryan pays more attention to CJ than CJ does to Ryan, because I think CJ plays a little different.
I'm watching from a bigger view. CJ is definitely staring here, and this is a perfect hole to stare. Kurt, the chat is live on everything. Facebook gives you a problem because the bots can't repost from the other chat streams. So Twitch and YouTube see everything that you post. So you are definitely live, and I'm talking to you live, but you're not going to see all the other chat from everyone else. My recommendation is to hop into the Twitch or YouTube stream, and I can get one of the moderators to throw the YouTube link in the chat if they would, as soon as possible, so we can take a look and see. Okay, and YouTube is youtube.com/Golden Tee? Okay, so youtube.com/Golden Tee. That should get you to their channel. Make sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. Same thing, and just do it on all social media platforms, guys. Not going to be much love lost here. They're going to both stick the fairway. Are we going to have a chance at a hole out? Yeah, there is. It's not an easy hole out it's not an easy hole out to accomplish from here. You're looking at 280 in. They're going to have thumb 3-woods or 10.5s or bite in probably.
And it looks like the pin's in the back, obviously, which I think is less holeable than if it were in the front.
Excellent.
Doing well, sir. Thank you. No, I'm doing well.
Is McCook biting this even? Yeah, he is.
He is.
He's got strong thumbs. Did he get the line? He got a good line. That's got a chance, folks.
What a great shot.
He's right there. Now, we've seen this, though. When he's tried to dial it in, he's been a lot closer than CJ. Except for 18 of 18, and CJ followed McCook's shot perfectly. Uh-oh.
A little bit right. Who would you say is the more accurate thumber between the two?
McCook's all time.
Yeah?
He's up there. McCook, I'll go Haas is probably the best thumber of all time. McCook is definitely in the top 3, 4. If we're going back, Cincinnati is up there with best thumbs of all time.
Okay.
Hey, Greg.
This one is drivable this time with a little bit more of a difficult look. That crosswind is going to affect them. They're going to have to cut this one in a little bit to get it close.
Ryan put a little swervy swerve on it.
Good shot.
Yep, perfect.
He did what he was supposed to do there. Get your
you
eagle.
have to stick this. You can't look at this hole as an ace hole. As much as we think Baja's that easy, this hole is really a hard ace.
Oh,
That's a fantastic
what
shot.
a great shot.
But he had to hit a fantastic shot in order to point it. That's not a great ace hole. I mean, basically, most of these par fours, a thumb shot is what we're looking for ace holes.
Right.
And they're not really there with the height changes on all. Oh, fantastic. Oh, yeah, guys, we're going to need you guys. We've had about 200 of you watching, and we got 7 likes. Throw some likes on that. If you like what they're doing here, Andy's killing it over there. He's working his ass off. Even Kevin Lindsay's working his ass off, getting hole-in-ones. Kids knows he can't include me with ladies and gents because I am gender fluid, everyone, in case you haven't realized. I've gone it. And that's it. So Kins is actually being politically correct as we speak right now.
I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
I'm going to hit the restroom, get my match. I'll be right back.
Oh, we're probably getting called here. So hopefully we get to finish matching this one up with you guys, but hop on in. We got a Boyer here. Now, wait a minute. Now, what happened before? I heard a Terry Boyer called. Was that you?
So,
Did your brother decide to show up?
no,
in
so
spirit?
Steve can't read TIM over TREERTERRY, whatever. I don't know.
Obviously, they're tough words. Now, we're
Yeah.
watching a great match. We're pretty far into sudden
Yeah.
death. We're on hole 7 of
So I'm
Baja.
sitting, I've been right here behind you watching this match. It's somebody's got to hold out.
Yeah. I think.
Otherwise, we're in for maybe a 5 game.
It could be. Yeah, it very well could be. I gotta say, I like CJ's club choices here. Me personally, I'm probably looking low 5 hybrid. I don't know how this bite's gonna work. He's gonna bite this, or is he gonna let this run? I don't know. He's biting it with the plus spin.
I like that. Naked? With bite.
Yep, plus spin 9, and this one carries a little bit more.
He just overflew
Oh, he
it.
high teed it. He high teed bit it.
Oh,
That
wow.
didn't. That was that.
No,
that's.
no.
I don't think that gave him a chance to make it. So it's okay.
Yeah. As Sean just said, as these guys get started, they might be in for a long haul.
They could be. They very well could be.
And then, of course, you've got the other guys playing Baja, too. I mean,
Oh yeah, these streams might be going for a while. Now, who is the other stream going? Okay, that's Andy Fox and Adam Harris.
yeah.
That's a really tough first round draw for Andy Fox. You've qualified that high. Adam Harris is very, very good. Tough first round draw, but hey, we'll see how it goes through. It looks like that match is tied, and I believe they're on the same hole as this one. We're going to keep with the sudden death match and flip over.
Yeah, they are in the same hole.
And different setups. They're playing the setup that they played before sudden death. Yeah, let's pull up the quad view so we can see both matches going on here. And I'll apologize; it's going to be hard for us to read a lot of the numbers exactly. We'll be able to get there.
But we know they're all tied.
Everybody's tied. We're popping it in here. We got 2 machines. They're 2 apart. That beautiful little fellow on the left on machine 20 feet. That's Adam Harris. Andy Fox will be coming through with the calves that are. They're more cows than anything if we look at them. So make sure you get a chance to see the calves as he walks away.
So we're still waiting on either McCook and CJ. Somebody's got to hold out one of these holes.
Correct. Okay, so wait, are they on the exact? They are,
Yeah, they're dead on the same holes.
but is it the same set? Okay, no, it's different sets.
No.
Tracy, yeah, we'll have the stream going all day. I'm not sure what the schedule is at the end if they're doing mobile after, so they'll have mobile after. I don't know how late we're gonna. Okay, mobile's done. We'll have bracket play end. You're gonna get gold, purple, and pink. Hopefully, streams going.
Hopefully. Hey, Josh, what's up? Was just texting with him. Tracy Clater, you should have been here, man.
Are we up? Is he calling? Is he saying we're up? Or Did they call us?
So CJ making a run right here, still missing. So that game's still going.
Okay,
extra.
Gambler's got a little chip here, though, guys. Hey,
And
all right, and
that might be it.
it's one stroke there. He missed the chip. Hi, James Mulkey. So CJ wins, sudden
CJ
death,
wins.
guys. And it's a mistake, a one-stroke mistake, guys.
You just
so
have to hit the green.
I got to give CJ's mindset credit. CJ told himself, hey, I'm the better player right now. I'm better than him. I'm going to wait for him to make a mistake. And if you look, there wasn't a ton of attacking. He waited for McCook to make a mistake. Well played by CJ, so we got one moving on there.
Yep.
Let's pop over to the Adam Harris, Andy
here.
Fox. We got that up now, too.
What's up, James? You should be here too, man. It's not that far for you. All these East Coast guys should be here in Nashville. I know stuff comes up. Trust me, I wasn't even supposed to be here.
Guys, I don't even know if I like 100. Until we
a
start, we got to get.
last-minute decision.
I'm saying that this amount of people with this amount of machines was actually perfect. If we started getting,
we could have used about 4 more machines.
we could have used, and that's always fantastic. If we added another 20 people, guys, this starts getting too big. We'd love to have you.
But these guys have done a great job.
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
Great facility.
Steve came over, got on the mic with me. He seems like he's relaxed for once. I love it, man.
He was tired last night, I will say. I walked up to him, and he was barely holding his head up. But these guys are doing a great job.
Yeah, he is. He's doing great. And as always, Russ is doing a great job because we haven't seen many issues with machines. So he's sitting in the back burner doing nothing. Paige walking around, being her pretty little self, who should be the face of Peggott.
That's right.
We got a much uglier face now. He's got a bigger voice, though. So the voice, we'll call Steve the voice and Paige the face.
There you go. Nice putt there by Adam to stay.
And it's clean. We're looking at 17s apiece. So it looks like they're both clean. Or is there 2 aces? No, clean. 2 cleans. All right. Not much problem here.
Not a bad look.
No. So that would have been the first. I mean, that's the first orange deck, man. So that's probably the pedestal itself is probably 2009, 2011, something like that. The guts have changed, so the internals are a lot better. They're running 1080p. Adam did what I like there. He hit the green first, hit the hill, and the hill will make it backspin a little harder. Let's see what Andy goes with. I'm thinking a low T8. No, he's just thumbing. No, he's not even thumbing. He's playing the cut. And I've mentioned this before. The way that Andy plays stouts, I think it's not conducive. He does the same thing that Gervais does, and they're cutting a lot of shots. Guys, your max benefit for stouts is to not have a pullback.
Correct.
You get half wind, and honestly, if I'm
we
a
talked
cut
about this
player,
yesterday.
if I'm cutting the ball, it's harder to cut. If I have a 5 mile per hour wind, I'm actually trying to work the ball into a 2.5 mile per hour wind.
Exactly.
And you just don't have that kind of precision on your pullbacks, or it's hard to be that precise.
Right.
Less room for error.
Correct.
So you've almost made cutting a bit harder with stouts. Now, for a lot of people, that's good. It makes the game easier for them, and it does. But when you're at the elite level, you might want to make that change and go, I'm a big cut player. I can go to. I'm a big cut player, so I can get the extra distance for having a Titans or a streaks while being able to cut and use my cut skills.
Correct.
And it's a up and down thing there.
Yeah.
I don't have a way to
Eric.
put links into the chat, Eric.
Yeah,
so
it's
hopefully
on,
somebody else can pull it off the
It's
Peggott
in the
Tour
Golden
site.
Golden Tee page.
And it is, yeah. And Steve,
he put all 3 links in there.
He did make a post this earlier. The first post of the day will have the link to all 3 brackets.
Yeah. So if you're on Facebook, it's on the Golden Tee page.
What I'm most concerned with here is Andy Fox wearing a sweatshirt when it's 95 degrees and humid as hell there.
I thought for sure that was in. He did that in Wisconsin. He's done it in St. Cloud, even though it was 100 degrees.
I mean, is he like a pitcher after they get on base? He's sitting there, got to keep it warm.
Yeah, just keep it warm. I don't know. He'll pull it off here after the first match probably, but normally early in the morning he's a sweatshirt guy. So Adam's looking at this. He's looking at this because he thinks he can make it and he overshot it.
Yep. And with that one, the bigger wind, cutting into a 6 wind is fine. That's not too hard. It's when you're at a 6 wind on the screen and you're cutting it for a 3.
Right.
That's when it gets tough.
Right.
So it makes sense on a lot of plays. We just saw this one. This is a great chance to attack.
Yeah.
Ryan and CJ both played this, and they both hit 6 woods with nothing. I'm surprised nobody thumbed a 6. Moved this all the way moved it to the left, maybe all the way back left a little up and thumbed this 6 straight. Now Adam's playing this for the thumb shot,
I like
but he's
this.
biting it.
I like it.
I could worry about this being short, but no, he got good thumbs on that. Oh wow, I was wrong. Okay, guys, as much as that's tough, I'm expecting Adam Harris to make that shot.
Yeah.
As much as we think it's hard, it's really not.
Yeah,
It's just,
I actually like that shot. That's probably what I would have played to.
see, I'm thinking back left of this box, thumbing it with release. That's me. But I thumb softer. I bet that he thumbed that in the mid 90s, and I'm looking at it at 85.
Yeah, we
to
can't
80.
we can't see this what his speed was. So.
Correct. It's hard to from here.
Now Andy's thinking what to do.
Hey, Andy, can you pop full screen on this for us so we can see it on the full monitor while we're commentating on this match? Okay, gotcha. If we're watching just one match at a time, we might as well watch and see it in full screen so we can give you guys all the data.
Yeah.
Adam turned his shot meter off too, guys. This is something we might need to get Peggett to make an announcement on. I might be wrong, but I thought Peggett rules says shot meter had to stay on. I know for World Championships they do.
Good shot.
No, his shot meter's on. What are you talking? Adam's shot meter was off. Okay. And guys, it's not something that Andy or no, Corey, we're being quiet. Look at that.
Wow.
I expected him to make that.
Yeah.
I would have been more sad that it was. I would have been more shocked if he missed it.
Right. So still clean through 13.
But the funny thing is that Andy's at such a level. Andy Fox can go. He doesn't need to see his shot meter to see exactly what he does.
No.
But it is. You do have exact info then.
Yeah.
Okay, so he turned it back on. Now we're trying, guys. We can't see. There we go. He's changing some routing around for us so we can see a full screen view of this rather than box clips. All right. And guys, once again, that's beautiful.
Oh,
there
I love
we
that.
go.
Okay.
All right, we got a big. So we're 3. Okay. Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Boyer here.
Mouth is going to go play Mr. Art DeVries.
Yes, I am.
Hey, yeah, he's gone. But it's okay. This is a good look.
Yeah, it's a good look. But once again, on that hole, guys, you can play that hill all day without any risk. It would have been fun if that was rock. That would have been a lot different.
Yeah.
But I'm hopping back down. Guys, this match should go for a while. If anything there, you're going to probably see another sudden death. But let's see where it goes. I'm going to go play a match. Good luck.
Good luck.
Keep up the good work. I'll be back shortly.
Good luck. I heard him just call Luna, so Luna's getting ready to play his first match. So yeah, the main bracket is in full swing. These guys are still clean through 14, so we're doing okay. Again, Baja in the main bracket, I think personally is kind of tough because, as we saw with the CJ and McCook match, it could go on and on and on. So let me see if I can find somebody else to join me over here.
Fitz.
So this hole now has become shorter, where everybody used to bang it down in the sand. Sometimes this will roll off. You can get off behind that rock, so you never know. Mr. Burnsy is joining me here. Brian, how we doing?
Doing good. How you doing?
Good. How many of you played?
1.
Me as well.
So where are we at here in this game? I see we got Adam Harris and Andy Fox.
We are clean through 15. This is the 4th game they played. No. But nope, they're both clean through 14. So like the CJ and McCook match, somebody's going to have to make a hole.
What did happen in that match?
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be good, Andy. So for you guys that didn't see it, between CJ and McCook, they went into extra holes, and I think it was the 9th or 10th hole, and McCook just rolled off the edge and missed his chip back in.
Wow. Okay.
So again, Baja with these guys, you just never know. It's going to come to a hole out.
And here we are, thanks to the esports team here with Incredible Technologies, bringing us the side-by-side view. Gives you the two different perspectives of the room, and also these great matches.
What is this? All the main brackets just going to play Baja? Is that what's going on here?
I don't know. Luna's with a chance to chip in on the first hole here. He doesn't miss these.
Okay.
But on Championship Sunday, the ball always does not find the bottom of the cup.
The ball hasn't warmed up yet either. So this first match for both these guys.
What a great opportunity here and he missed it left to him.
And he does the same thing. So,
and those are ones that he really wishes that getting up one on Luna, that he might not have that opportunity the rest of this game. A little bit long there for Adam.
And Adam, that's the second time his thumbs have been a little bit long. So I don't know if he's just feeling a little bit anxious or just not hitting it the way he wants to. But he was long again there on 16.
Paul Luna is playing Jade.
Jade McGillum, that's right.
Out of Indiana area, correct?
Correct. Bryce just told us. Thank you, Bryce.
Hey, Josh, how you doing? Hope all is well.
Yeah, Josh, come on. Hop on the jet and come on down. You might be here in about
Luna's
4 hours.
So this is their first match of the day. These guys have been here since before 11 o'clock, maybe even 10 o'clock, getting some warm-up games in, and then just kind of sitting and waiting, for an hour and a half or so. And, part of the day is sitting and waiting. If you're sitting and waiting, you're winning. You know? And so I guess it's okay to kind of get used to that early on.
Yeah, we were commenting earlier how Haas, as soon as somebody gets done, he hops on and will play a quick money shot or something, just to stay warm. Because he can play it, literally 2 or 3 minutes and keep warmed up on the machine. So
it's a good shot there for Andy Fox. He's going to have about a 35-footer. Maybe some right 8, right
So
9.
let's see what Andy's got right here. Not a bad look for this hole.
Luna's with the
and there it is.
And that's why, Jay's going to look back on that first hole and think, man, I really wish I would have had that stroke.
Exactly, because he needed that shot.
Luna, we all know he is the guy to beat. Hashtag beat Luna. He is the best player in the world right now. To win a tournament, you're going to have to get through him, and the reason is because, man, he is so consistent, just playing at such a high level.
He just doesn't make very many mistakes.
Right.
And the other thing, too, he doesn't really pay attention to what you're doing.
No.
He knows what he's doing. He's playing his game. And where a lot of the guys will watch and say, hey, what shot did you play? Or, what's he doing? He may be watching and observing, but he's really not, doesn't really care.
Yeah, and he also, he's very confident. There's a huge difference between being cocky and being confident.
Yes.
And Paul is just, he knows he's good. He's very soft-spoken. You get a chance to hang out with him. Sometimes he has a few too many and he's here late night, but for the most part, he treats this as a business.
Yeah.
He's coming to work this weekend, and the goal of his job for this weekend is to win the tournament.
Exactly. And he's good to pick a brain, man. You sit down with him and he'll gladly talk with you and pick your brain about whatever you want to know. Why he does this shot or why he does that shot. Just like all these guys. I say this at almost all the tournaments. You come if you're a new guy or a new girl, female, coming into the tournament, pick the brains of the guys that know what they're doing. And trust me, almost every one of them will sit down with you if they have time.
Right. And Luna being one of those guys, and I think a lot of people that are listening that know Paul would agree with me on this, like, as much as he is more than willing to share his knowledge and talk to you about the game, it's really hard to get him going to talk about it. He is just such a quiet dude. He's just,
you have to know Luna.
Yeah, you really do. And it's not that he's out of his comfort zone. He's just a really laid-back, calm guy.
Yeah.
And which really is just works to his advantage on Sundays.
It's a good shot there by Adam. They're both on the green, so this match is going to go into. Did I just jinx that?
No, I think the match was over before that missed shot.
Oh, did we miss
I
it?
think Adam missed something a little bit before that hole. We'll see the final score here. 20. Yeah, so he was down 2.
Oh, 16. We missed the shot on 16.
Yeah, I think he went a little bit over, and he missed his chip off the rough.
Gotcha.
So Andy Fox is going to move on. As you can see in the camera there, Will Sandstead and Danny Bell are playing on machine 26, we're lucky enough to have the 2 machines on the stream.
Yep.
There's a close-up of Jade. Great player in Indianapolis. Had a chance to talk with him a little bit yesterday, and he's come a long way in the last handful of years. Just playing really great. Unfortunately for him, he's got to, to move on to the bracket, he's got to beat the best in the world.
Has to play Paul. So not a bad look here for this hole 7.
No, he didn't. Great shot, as always, by Luna. The one thing I want
He looked at it. He thought that I was already in.
Yeah. This hole got not necessarily more difficult, but more interesting with the elevation change. With the new tee boxes that they brought out. You're not hitting a 3-iron or an 8-wood or whatever club your choice is in that part of your bag up the green. You have that elevation now. So you really got to plan for that. Now, I assume both these. I know that Luna plays stouts. I assume, actually, with my conversation with Jay last night, I know he does as well. So those balls will help you with that elevation change, and they really just got to float it out there. That was a really good setup. It gave him a good chance to go after.
Right. Neil, the score on the Haas game, Andy ended up winning by 2. It was like 26-24, 27-25, but Andy ended up winning by 2.
So right now, although Jade's down 1, he's not out of this.
Oh, absolutely not.
You have to assume Paul's not going to make any mistakes, and you almost kind of have to treat this as every single opportunity you have to make a run at a pin. You've got to be a little bit more aggressive. You can't wait till hole 15, 16, 17, 18 to try to go after one, because odds are is Paul's going to find the bottom of the cup maybe 1 or 2 more times in this match.
Absolutely, and you have to expect that. You have to expect that.
And if he had roll on that one, that might have been the cup. The problem is you have roll on that one, it goes past the hole. Then he's got to worry about chip coming back. Not that he would miss it, but it just complicates things a little bit. Not a bad box here. He's going to move it to the right a little bit, probably. Oh, just go around it. Save that tee for another day. That's going to go.
That's not bad at all. Very good.
And it makes it look so easy.
Who do you have for your next match?
I don't.
That breaks Haas's 3-match losing streak. Not very nice there, Matt.
So once again, I found myself in the purple bracket, which is all right. I made a few mistakes yesterday. It happens. Obviously, I'd rather be in the gold bracket playing with the best in the world, but just because I'm in purple doesn't mean I'm not playing with the best in the world.
There's a lot of good guys in the purple.
Yeah.
A lot of guys.
I'm playing Aubrey Ray.
Okay.
Is that Trip?
A lot of guys were in the same boat as you yesterday. Just missed 1 or 2 putts, and they found themselves in the purple. So, I mean, there's a lot of good guys in the purple. So.
Yeah, you can't miss putts. You can't find the water. Got to limit your mistakes, But it gives me the opportunity to hang out here on the mic for a little bit and watch video golf with the rest of you guys. That was a pretty safe shot for Paul. That's kind of surprising,
Didn't really go at it. It's a shot for Jade, though.
He's going to go right at it. Just a little bit left of the hole. It's a really good shot, though.
Yeah.
He gave it a chance, and that's all you can really do in this case.
Did you like the high tee on that shot coming in?
I did, just because as long as you have enough room in the green there, between the front of the green, he was playing. He probably wasn't trying to hit it that hard.
Right.
And the thing is, it's a good point, because when you tee it high, obviously it's going to be in the air for a little bit longer, and you lose your backspin.
Right.
So if it goes a little further than you had planned, you got a chance to roll a little bit further
Rolling
past
further
the hole
out.
you had planned. This could get interesting here. How does Jade attack this? Because knowing now that Paul didn't hold out, how aggressive are you? Like I was just saying a few holes ago, these guys are just moving right along, which is great. He's going to hit the same shot at 6-wood with bite. A little bit right of the hole. Not, because if you do go a little bit longer, if you hit that hill, it might bounce off. And,
Absolutely. If it hits that incline, you're looking at a chip probably more than likely after that.
Wait, so he's down 2.
Where did we lose the other stroke at? I missed that. So now he's really got to be aggressive.
Right. I mean, Luna's got a whole lot of shotties there, so I don't know if he hold out something, but maybe a missed putt. I'm not sure.
Missed that one.
We'll find out in the back nine exactly what happened there. Sorry we missed that. But yeah, he's down 2 strokes to Paul Luna here in hole 12.
Good shot there.
Yeah, it has to be aggressive. With Baja, the next hole is the design a hole. That someone was lucky enough to submit their design, and it was chosen by Incredible Technologies. They've added the tee boxes a little bit higher. Makes it a little bit more interesting. And here it is. It plays a lot longer.
Luna hole in one. Did we missed that?
Well, he had the hole in one on hole 3. So Jade must have missed something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. Thank you, Shane, for pointing that out. So yeah, we did a missed putt.
Yep, appreciate that.
You can't miss putts against Paul. I mean, that's just. So just a heads up, you might hear a little bit of background sound from the
nice
the
shot
man
by
behind the
Jade
mic with power vending. They're going to be calling names for the hole in ones. So bear with us here for a couple minutes with that background sound.
Brian Bernhardt 1, Tim Boyer 1, Chris Brewer 1.
I think the hole in ones got all the way down to $38. There were so many hole in ones yesterday.
That's a great shot there. Going for that one hopper. White might have been in the hole right there.
Yeah.
Now the one thing that's interesting about this hole is if you hit it short and it hits that cliff there, the spin stays with it.
Correct. I actually like this is one of the tee boxes I like.
The one thing you don't want to hit is the fringe right there. You want to hit the green or the rough.
Right.
And hitting that fringe, you get that bad hop like he got.
Good putt.
So Neil, Will and Danny Boy are playing Tropical. They're on a hole 5 or 6. I'm trying to get to a score here. They're about 15 feet away from me. So Will did just miss a putt. So we got Danny Boy at 7 under and Will at 4 under on Tropical. So after 5 holes, Danny Boy is up 3 on Will Sandstead. And Will was playing great yesterday. Tropical Falls is a course where, there's plenty of holes where you can get some back, but I'll try to keep you guys updated as much as I can on the Will Sandstead Danny Bell match.
Oh, and besides, they're playing right next to Luna and Jade. So Jade's going to take a look at this. Paul looked at this for quite a while, was wondering if he could get there, and Jade made a run. So he's got to take some chances here coming in.
By taking that chance right there, though, you're further out in the right. The wind's going to play more in play.
And okay.
Very, very great shot by Paul there. Just, making sure he doesn't hit it too hard and go long.
And Jade made a run at it. Good try.
So for those that are good at math, hole 15, 18 holes, 3 holes left to play. You're down 2. You got to start going after the hole here.
Yeah.
Jade's in a tough spot. Unless 17's got one of those looks where that wall comes into play, Paul might take it a little bit easy on that one and allow, an opportunity to lose just 1 stroke.
I like the setup on this hole is not bad. Jade can definitely be aggressive with it.
It is elevated, though, and so the ball will keep going a lot longer than you had planned, like it is right there. And that was one of the new tee boxes they added, and I found the hard way a couple times where you hit the ball and forget about when you're elevated like that, the ball just keeps on soaring away. It just keeps going.
Yep. So Paul cruising along in his first match.
He's going to be up 3 here with 2 to go. Oh, very friendly. This is
very easy look.
Yeah, he's going to hit the backspin, hit the middle of the green. It might put it in the hole, actually. Don't want to be in the fringe, but he's okay. Jade's going to need 3 hole outs and 2 holes to beat Paul Luna. Unfortunately for Jade, there's only 2 holes left.
And good try.
So looking at the bracket here, with Luna moving on, give you kind of a feel for who's next on the on his
Who's
list.
next? Yeah, who's next on the chopping block? Again, not a bad look for 18 either. Luna's just going to make sure he puts it on the green.
Luna will end up playing the winner of the Mark McClevich Arthur DeVries match.
Oh, so and they're playing right now on the machine beside Danny Boy and Will Sandstead. And there's a great shot by Paul, so that's going to wrap that matchup right there. Looks like Mouth and Art are playing Forest. Is it Forest or Pine?
We'll find out here for a second. They're playing
Pine Creek.
We're lucky that there is another match going on the other stream machine. We've got Brandon Eby and I think David Key, so hopefully we'll be able to get that match up here for you in a little bit. In the meantime, Kevin is tired. He's doing well, but he is.
He has won. He did win his first match.
He did win his first match.
Yes.
With that epic hole-in-one.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's David Key out of Louisiana.
You got Beatty right there to his right playing Marcus Cash.
A lot of red in the room.
I was going to say, look at all that. Clint Grover.
You'd think that Tiger was going to be in the building here.
A lot of red. Jason Lashivo.
And so this match right here, David and Brandon both lost. So they, the loser of this match will be out of the tournament.
So we got Steve Beatty and...
David Key and Brandon Eby.
Oh, it's not... Beatty's on the right. EBY.
EBY. Oh, it caught the top of that right
so
there.
I had this same shot earlier, and it did the exact same thing.
Yeah, and this is one of those shots to where we all used to go underneath there before the new tee boxes came out. These new tee boxes are raised a little bit higher.
Is that what it is?
So if you look at the tee box here, and for those of you that are
watching,
watching,
yep.
These circles are raised up. I don't know what the exact number is. Oh, there's Kevin. Hi.
Hello. Anybody ask about Kevin Lindsay?
Yeah, there he is.
There he is.
Alive and well.
Live
baby.
and in color.
But yeah, so those low 3-wood shots that you would hit before don't get low enough anymore.
Right.
So I'm not sure exactly what he hit there, but I did the same thing in the qualifier yesterday.
Yeah, so I had the exact same shot earlier in my match, and it hit the top. So
now he still has an opportunity to hopefully save birdie, but
he did low tee it.
He's low teeing the 8.5 here,
eight.
which this will get through no problem. He just had to avoid the other temples on his way through, which he did not. That might get wet, and it did.
Wow.
So all of a sudden, you walk up there with that confidence thinking, hey, I'm going to be able to, get a stroke or two here. And now you look at Brandon's shot, and he's going to be able to save birdie no problem here.
I was going to say,
he might be able to put it in.
Good clean shot right there. Good shot.
And now Key's got a very different, he's got a chance to put it close here, but more than likely, if he doesn't put this one in the hole, Eby's going to have a one-stroke lead.
Yeah. Yancey, we are at TNT's in Antioch, Tennessee. We were just outside of Nashville. I mean, like
20 minutes outside, right?
I don't even think we're that far.
Yeah, airport's 15 minutes away. And a shout out to TNT Billiards for hosting us this weekend. Thanks for adding money to the prize pool. And
it's a great facility. It reminds me a lot of my home place down in St. Cloud. Very big open room. The guys here have done a great job. Great job. A lot of room.
So update on the Will Sandstead Danny Boy match there on hole 13. Things have changed a little bit in the favor of Will. He is only down 1. So it's 16 under to 15 under. Danny Boy beating Will on hole 13 at Tropical Falls.
I like this play here. I think it's safe.
Yeah, that's where I go now. I played the strip, and shout out to Jeff Landon, who plays as Lemon out of Ladd, Illinois. He told me, just lay up on the side.
Yeah, it takes the water out. It takes the water out of play. Sometimes you may get a little bit too far left, like is it Brandon?
What's that?
Brandon?
Yeah, Brandon. Yep.
So Brandon's just a little bit further, but it's an easy cut into the hole, so it's not that big a deal. And it's a great shot.
Yeah, there are times where if you're in the rough, you got to hit it harder. Obviously. Oh, it was in the rough, and he whiffed that putt. I think he thought that he was on the fringe.
On the fringe, yeah.
So we're all back to being even here. All square, 9 under for both these guys after 7 holes. Par 3
Nope.
coming up.
Brandon's up.
Oh, he's up 1. I stand
Yep.
corrected.
So he lost a stroke there. He was up 2.
He was up 2. That's right. Key's thinking about putting this one in the bottom of the cup. It's going right at it, too.
And good shot.
Mouth just teed off on hole 13 of Pine Creek. He's got honors. So
And almost holed out.
not sure what the score is right there. Oh, we're getting a hole and win chance. You don't see that often in match play. Usually you just skip the hole and win and move along, but Brandon really likes the way this looks and is going to try to put a few extra bucks in his player wallet.
Low tee in the 5-bird and hitting it naked. What's he got? It's just left side.
He just got a 50-cent donation to Incredible Technologies on behalf of Brandon Eby. Thanks for playing.
IT is
Try
saying
again
thank
next
you.
time.
Thanks for playing. That's right. So Brandon's still going to be up 1 going into hole 9 here before they make the turn. What do you think of this new look here, Brian, being able to drive the green now?
I think it's a lot more fun. We kind of knew something like this was going to happen when they had the bounty up for this hole for half the year. It's like, how are you going to drive it? You know,
Right.
So we knew that when the new tees came out that there's going to be boxes that allow this hole to be drivable. I think it's fun. I mean, I wanted this hole in the qualifier, but it allows you to go over it and drivable par 4s are fun.
Yes.
You know, especially when you have obstacles in play like these temples or whatever they're called. Going up and over right at it, and he gets that bounce.
Nice
slows things
bounce.
down a little bit.
That was a great shot. And good putt there. So Brandon's still up 1 going into the turn.
Yeah, we're looking over at the hole 15, I think, for Danny and Will. Right next to them are Mark McClevich, the Mouth, and Arthur DeVries, 15 on Pine Creek. Tournament's moving right along here, Tim. I mean, this is 177 players.
Steve is doing a great job moving everybody along. By the way, there were over 80 players in the pink bracket.
Unbelievable.
21, Gary Selvin, Ken Callis. Gary Selvin, Ken Callis on 21.
Yeah, so we're going to stay here with David Key and Brandon Eby for those that are watching to see them play, and we're going to end up in shortly putting up the other match on the other stream machine between Eddie Godfrey and Al Zarul. So,
I had a chance to qualify with yesterday. It was fun. Yeah, playing with Al. It's the first time I played with Al. He qualified 8th, I believe, in the main bracket.
Yeah. He
kind of shocked himself, but he really played really well all day.
Update, Danny Boy went wet on 16 of Tropical. So as soon as I have a final score in that match, I will give it to you all. David Key's going right at the pin there.
Yeah, that's a good shot right there.
Eddie G hit one of the most epic shots of the qualifier. Did you hear about his shot on Pine Hole 17? And it was on the stream. So for those of you that were with us yesterday, you were able to see him hit his low spinny 4-iron through the trees, and it found the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, so this game was, who's Alan playing? I'm sorry.
Eddie Godfrey.
Eddie Godfrey.
Oh, water for David Key on machine 23 there. That it is a tough setup there. So we got Hidden Temple on the left, Brandon Eby playing David Key, and on the right we've got Eddie
missed
Godfrey.
What he did. Did he just cut it around the tree or go over?
I'm not sure. It looks like he might have gone wet. I think a 5-wood high gets over that.
The trees are definitely playing. Let's see what Brandon does here. He's going to cut it around. And wow. Well, at least he's safe.
Will is up 1 going into 18 against Danny Bell. Mouth and Arthur DeVries are on hole 17 of Pine. We all know that it's an interesting hole, so we'll see what happens there. As far as Stenmark goes, it's a good question, Jay. He's retired. You know, he'll come back and play in the Worlds and he'll win it, you know, but
he's the Annika Sorenstam of Golden Tee. Yeah, he'll just pop up and, you know.
He's moved on to bigger and better things.
Yeah,
he plays a little bit. He's probably, I don't know, maybe 60 to 80 games a month, which is a lot different from his his days when he was playing, for a living. But yeah, it's he's just got more important things going on in his life right now.
Yeah, you go through that phase where this is what you want to do, what you want to be, and then you get to another phase where you just, it's not that important anymore.
Right.
So, I mean, it happens.
It does. And it happens to all of us. Priorities in life change. I know he was going back to college and was able to graduate, and I'm just assuming that he got himself a decent gig and he's doing all right.
Absolutely.
Will Sandstead moves on past Danny Boy. Caught a break there, and that's the one thing about these matches. Although you weren't able to watch that match, luckily I've been able to follow along, keep you guys updated. But Danny was up 3 strokes and he loses by 1. And that's the fun thing about Tropical Falls. Some of these other courses you won't see that. But Tropical Falls, Pine Creek, anything can happen.
Well, that's what happened with me on Temple, Burnsy. I was down 1 going into 17, and Skip put it in the water. And I knew as soon as he did that, he was screwed because he was going to have that up right above the hole. And we had right to left 14. And I knew if I put it on the green, I should have been good. And sure, what happened, he stroked out. Yeah. So,
his loss is your gain in that case.
And then I was able to green on 18, and then he knew that was it. So you just never know. You're never out. So you can't. Right. I mean, even though you're down 1 or 2 going into 17 or 18, you can't say, hey, well, this match is over. So.
Right. And then the Mouth is most likely going to move on. He was up 2 going into 18 of Pine Creek. So he's going to move on in the bracket. Yeah, Arthur just a little bit short on the shot in 18.
So Brandon's back up 2. He's playing like he's not really happy with the way he's playing, but hey, he's up 2. So
but they're having a good time. It's good to see smiles on their faces,
So I'll ask you this, Brian, and I just talked to Mouth about this hole that they're playing right here. This part of this hole says path.
Right.
But what Mouth told me is there's actually grass in between the cracks of this path. So anybody that has played this hole right here and come up short on their hole, that's why.
Huh. Okay.
The grass is grabbing the ball, and you don't see the grass. You can't see the grass on this hole, because usually I'm thumbing this hole to get it to the hole,
right?
And it's in the water every single time, and I'm trying to figure out why. Well, Mouth told me that there's actually grass in between the cracks of that pavement that will grab the ball.
It makes sense because sometimes it just doesn't go as far. You really got to hit it good.
And then I was talking to Lashivo. He said, but if you hit it over 120, hit a decent shot, that grass doesn't come into play. It actually plays more true. So,
and these are guys that have machines at home.
Yes.
Able to play around.
So just an FYI for the guys that are watching that hole, most everybody goes over that wall. Of course, Mouth tells me too, go in the fairway. It's a 5-wood in every single time. I haven't played that shot, so it won't be today.
Right. Maybe when you get home, try it out.
Yeah, but just know that if you're trying to thumb it off that path, it does say path, the grass is going to get it. So hit a decent shot so that you don't come up short.
But on that same topic, always pay attention to what it says down there. If it
Correct.
says path, that's one thing. It might say stone, which you've already seen on the left machine, the right machine. They'll be coming up to hole 9 eventually, and you'll see them play off the stone. The other thing I got to watch out for on that one hole we were just talking about, there's the special characters that come up on there.
Correct.
And that plays it like stone also, just like fairway. Stone,
right.
Stone and the special characters is the same thing as fairway.
So Al Jazz on the right side, these guys have got the same look we just had over here, but it looks like he's going to be able to go right over top of that tree because they're back a little bit further. And he missed the tree, got a good shot.
The one thing you have to be careful with that shot, and he hit a great one there on 25, is making sure you don't go too far left. And, you have the one obstacle, you have to make sure you get it up and over the tree if you're going this route. But just to make sure that wind doesn't push it, because once it starts bouncing on that path or stone or whatever that is, it's got a chance of bouncing into the water.
Correct. And 2 good shots right there, just underneath the hole. And it looks like Brandon's still cruising right along up 2.
And Eddie G misses a huge putt right there. Right when we thought that things were moving along pretty smoothly for those 2 guys, Allen just kind of steals a stroke right there.
Yeah, so it puts Jazz up 1.
It's the one thing too to kind of paint the picture for you. I know things are a little bit nice and quiet, so you can hear us, but the vibe in here as the day goes on, it kind of gets quieter and quieter. It's it gets a little bit more tense. There's a lot of money on the line, and you know, just it's a really interesting vibe. For those of you that have been to a tournament before, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Especially when there's no music playing. When there's no music playing in the background, it just gets extremely quiet.
Right.
It's hard to believe that there's. You know, we talk about the 177 players. A lot of the guys have brought their significant others. We've got
Correct.
over probably 220 people
Easily.
that are all here for the tournament, and not to forget the 16 guys that played in the mobile tournament yesterday that IT added $1,000 to as well. So probably about 250 people came to this location for this tournament. And
Yeah, because you're going to count the employees as well, everybody that's working here and everything
Right.
else. So it's very easily 250.
And we're comfortable for the most part.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know what
Absolutely.
their capacity of this building is. They still have 6 or 7 diamond pool tables set up for their locals to play. And
They were doing it last night with
Yeah.
no problems whatsoever.
having a big venue, you know, enough space for this many machines, this many people is huge. And we're really thankful that TNT Billiards, were able to let us come in here and see how things worked out.
And Al snuck that little putt in right there, just barely
I saw that
walked in.
big shot here on 17. Want to get on the green, so
All right, let's see what Brandon does
so
here.
David had honors there, so he must have got a stroke back somewhere.
So Brandon has to make the green.
He went up there pretty quickly and shot that. He's got released. And, he's
That-
over. Rollovers aren't the same anymore. Me and Mal talked about the ball attributes a little bit. You
Yeah.
know, so you when you used to have to worry about rolling over on shots like this, just be gentle and you'll be just fine. So where are we at, David? Don't click it too fast. Is he up 2?
He's still up 2.
Oh, Brandon's up 2, but he's got the honors, so okay. We've got the 10 downwind here, which is going to play like the 5 wind. Both stop ball players. This is not the look that David Key wanted to see. He probably
No.
wanted a pin hidden somewhere in the left or
Absolutely,
right side.
because he knows he's got to go at it. And it's just going to be just
A little bit right.
right.
Eddie G putting in there on machine 25. They're both playing the same course here. Not sure if they're in the same setup or not. It looks like they might actually be. The reason that they may or may not be in the same setup is during the qualifier, for example, we have what's called lock condition cards. It's got to be careful, Brandon. He's going to go, I'd go right one leg. This is going to be not an easy comeback putt, knowing that you got to make this to force for the win. I mean, you make this for the win, but you don't want to put yourself in that position.
Wow.
But anyways, we had the lock condition cards. What that means is it allows us to play the same conditions on every single machine in the building. While they're playing in this tournament right now, they're entering the live play contest, which is a 50-person contest.
Right.
So if these guys are playing the same course around the same time, there is a chance they swipe in and have the same conditions.
Yeah, I don't remember the wind on the this hole 9, so we'll find out on.
And this next hole goes back to that one hole we were talking about with the stone. So
Maybe on 10, yeah.
You're going to see Al here put it on the stone in the middle. You can play the fairway. I know some people still do it, but he's going to click a few times to the right.
All right, so they're not playing the same setup. This is not the same
Okay.
wind these guys just had. So.
And that's great for IT. That means a lot of people are out and about playing on a Sunday. you know?
Absolutely.
He's got to be careful here.
Or everybody's playing tempo right
Yeah,
now.
that could be the case. I mean, you got 27 machines here outside of Nashville.
Like we saw the first couple matches, seemed like all the main bracket, everybody was playing Baja. Now everybody seemed to go to Temple. So kind of making the loop.
Right. And for those that are wondering why it's this course, you spin the trackball, you press the random button a certain amount of times. That's what decides the course. There's 8 total courses. We only use 7 of them. The classic course of the week, which is a course from previous years that is not used in either the qualifier or in match play.
Or in the match play, correct. Now, Brant, here's a question for you. How fun do you think it would be to be able to pick any, just not play the online, just go play golf for prizes and play any course, just random, out of the last however many courses
Right.
come up.
I
How
think
fun would that be?
No, the first thing is you couldn't play for prizes. You'd have to play for glory stats. But
right.
Playing online, live play, I get what you're saying. I think that'd be a lot of fun for the guys that would want to do it. I think that there's a lot of people that would scare them away that would not play the older courses.
But do you think it could even out the field a little bit, or do you think for the better players who have already played those courses a lot, it would give them more of an advantage? It would obviously give them more of an advantage.
I feel no matter what ball you're playing, I would have an advantage playing other top players because of how long I've been playing this game.
Right.
I don't do very many career year invites. I like to play the random course invites.
Right.
So that gives I feel, and I have more fun playing the older courses too.
Yeah.
I think some of the greatest courses that Jim Z ever designed were in 2005. A little short there for Al. That is not going to be an easy chip for Eagle.
They have the same setup, but it's not the same wind. They're definitely right there with that tee box, but they're in a different spot because I think Brandon and David were a little bit further back from that tree, and they had an outwind. So
that's going right at the pin. Get in the hole. Eddie wanted that.
Good
one.
shot.
Very, very confident with that right there.
And the 4 cleared that tree easy.
Yeah.
So that was a good to know. Good information.
Eddie is a master of finding special shots on certain holes where, whether you're going through trees or over trees, he always finds a way to get the ball on the green close to the hole. It's got to slow down a little bit. It went after it, not too aggressive. Understand he had a bad tee shot.
So this will put him. Oh, he's still up 1.
He's going to get an eagle here, so we're going to be tied going into the next hole.
Yep. Yeah, Gravy. I agree. I mean, for the newer players, for the newer players who haven't played all those courses, they would probably scare them. There's a lot of the older courses I have yet to see.
No, I think Tim would be. That's going right at the hole. Also, get in. Eddie G's found a rhythm here. He's going to find the bottom of the cup off a
he's going to get there.
Here,
yep, he's going to get there
by the end of this 18. But I think what would be interesting that you bring that up is maybe on handicap night, on Friday night handicap, we could
open it up.
Yeah, I think that'd be real interesting.
I just think it would be fun to be able to play the older courses.
Yeah. And older courses, I mean, we're talking about there's 85 current courses, I think. And I mean, it's total courses there is.
Right.
And, that'd just be a lot of fun. Spin the trackball about 8 times, let it go around in circles, and see what it lands on.
If it makes it all the way around, that's right. So we're tied, looking at going into 13 right here. This is a hole we just talked about. If you guys are just joining us,
it used to be a little bit harder, Tim. Like now,
yeah, absolutely.
Every time it's on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's just easy. Before they changed these tee box, Brian, I mean, I've mentioned before, I was coming back from shoulder surgery. I didn't have the strength to get over this wall. I just couldn't get there. So this hole played very hard for me. So now, if you guys are looking, it says they're on the path right here. Now, I talked to Al. See, now the hole's in the back. So the pin's been in the front for the last, well, it was in the front yesterday.
Right.
There were a lot of guys that watered because they think that plays normal.
Right. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't up close. There's a lot of guys and girls.
Right.
Absolutely. You got to make sure
everybody. Everybody. That's
yeah.
right. Everybody.
But yeah, there's a couple ladies that were qualifying next to me and mishit it, and because you think you got enough club and you just don't.
Yeah. So those of you that are just joining, there is grass between those that pathway that holds the ball up. So if you're gonna hit it at that hole, just make sure you hit a pretty solid shot or a club up, one of the two.
Machine 5, Bill Hughes.
Yeah, we're going to get a quad view here. We've got the Grover and Sandstead match. So we're side by side. Eddie G's going to go ahead and hold this one out here, I think. But we got Will and Clint on Tropical. You see Ryan McCook on the left-hand side there.
And
Eddie's
just burning holes.
Yeah,
He's burning the edges of these holes. He's going to get one here in a minute.
So Will catches a tree or a leaf right there, a little short. Still can chip it in for eagle, but rough way to start this out. And he's
That's
also just
chip.
coming off of a pretty fortunate win on Tropical Falls against Danny Boy. So he's got Tropical fresh in his head right now.
And there, Al making a run at it right there. So he was right there. So he's down 2 already to Clint. Clint's already up 2.
I guess he made one when Will did not.
Yeah. So Clint's already up 2 going into the 3rd hole.
Can I tap in, Timmy?
Yep. I will. I'm gonna take a break, so Mouth can get in here and
Mouth has to get his word in.
Talk with Burns.
The word of mouth. Tim,
The word of mouth. So I'll be back a little bit later, you guys.
Yeah, I'll be playing in the match soon, so I'll be stepping out a little bit.
Have
whenever
fun.
they call my name.
Yep. Enjoy it.
Thank you, sir.
So for those of you that don't know who the Mouth is, or Mark McClevich, the word of mouth, any of that, he's been playing the game for a long time. Very knowledgeable.
About as long as you.
Yeah, about as long as me.
Knowledge and skill matches together. I'd say us two can tell more people about the game than most.
Yeah, sit back, pull up a chair, pour yourself a glass of wine this beautiful Sunday afternoon, and follow some video golf here with me and Mal. So we got
All right, what's going on? We got a
it-
Godfrey Aljaz, and we got Clint, and who's Clint playing?
Clint
McCook?
is playing Will Sandstead.
Okay.
Will was down 3 to Danny Boy. After
Yeah, I watched
3 or
that,
4
and it
misses.
was Danny Boy did some Danny Boy things.
Yeah.
He went for something that Will did, and on the strip hole, the par 5 strip hole in the back
Yeah,
kind of
so-
truck.
yeah,
And Will kept it right and got the bounce to go straight. And Danny Boy, man, his almost stopped up there too, coming down. It was
usually
close.
that slope, yeah, with the tropical. So Will's got tropical fresh in his head, but he's already down 2 here.
Oh.
But I guess what my point is, Mouth, is that whether you're down 2 or 3.
But tropical's one you can't give up on yet.
Right, oh, for sure. Now, until you get to hole 18. 18's usually.
18's a gimme.
There was that one in Orlando, that one match with
Eddie DeSimone and Justin Wilson.
Yeah, when he putted it and it went in the water.
And then Eddie came in and showed
just
everyone
said,
how
yeah.
he might be the best chusher we've seen.
Yes.
He
And
knocked
and
a 60-yard
and I
driver
called
in.
that too.
Yeah,
When-
we were talking then too.
yeah,
Go figure.
So Eddie. So what happened here with Eddie? He actually got one back at some point. So he was down 1.
To Al, he was down 1 to Al.
He was down 1 early to Al, and then Al gave it back on the drivable par 4 that is now always drivable.
Yes. 12 or 13,
Yeah,
something
yeah, I
like
think-
that.
Yeah, 11, 12, or 13.
Was it the offset look where you had to cut around the trees?
So Eddie went over it with a high 4-wood.
Wow. Oh, so did he go long?
No, he didn't. He didn't high tee it. He went straight over it with a 4-wood backspin.
Okay.
Almost holed it. Speaking of almost holing, he's been almost holing every shot here.
Eddie?
And that's the way that he plays.
He does. And it also will lead, guys, if you're watching Eddie, I know it's a little weird because we don't see a lot of left-handed players. That's a little strange, but his game itself doesn't matter if he has hands, left hand, right hand, no hands. He plays a different game than everybody.
No hands. There's only one guy in this country that can play with no hands.
Look, man, no hands. Little shout out, Chicagoan. Giddy up.
So we're gonna go into hole 18 here, and
18's pretty. You can be safe all the time on it.
yeah, I think
We're tied.
the pin's down the bottom, and this is the same set that we had earlier for.
All right. So now, are you? Well, you're not a thumber as much. I'm thinking this is a high T thumb 4, maybe even a 3.
So they're gonna have 5 wind there, right? A little bit of elevation
Yep.
change.
And the great thing is here, even if you roll deep past the hole, it's never wet. It'll be a chip, and it generally straight uphill. So this is your chance, guys, especially the person. I have no doubt Al's going to really push to make this because I think in Al's head he knows that Godfrey's probably the better player.
I agree 100%.
And
if
that-
I want to go to sudden death.
That mental thing, he wants to win it here, especially a shot that you know you can't.
Screw up, yes.
If you screw it up, if you screwed up this shot, you were probably losing in overtime anyway.
Right.
So
You got two what should be easy putts here to force sudden death.
Godfrey's just going to tap his in for him even.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
good
that.
sportsmanship right there, as we always like to have here. But if the ball was in the fringe, usually you would step away and let them putt that.
Yeah, I'm looking at. 30 feet. I'm walking. I'll walk away after 30 feet. If it's in the fringe, I'll walk away. Sometimes I'll make a putt that I shouldn't make for them, just so that they don't have the feel for the putt for the next hole. There is some gamesmanship into it too.
I agree 100%.
I've had matches where I putted my opponent's ball the entire time, and then on 18 walked away. They haven't putted a ball. Make your putt then. And a lot of his golden tee is feel. We got to feel that putt go in.
So we're going to have the single screen right here while they get their sudden death stuff figured out.
What do you do on this?
I go for the
Are you a
island.
fairway guy, or the island's better for you?
I used to do the fairway. I do the fairway when the pin is up to the top, so I can get the backspin.
Okay, see, now this is the problem, though, right? When the pin is up top, you're hitting a 6-wood or a 5-wood or sometimes even a 7-wood in from the island. And the backspin that you get off of the heavy rough with those 3 clubs that I listed is actually more than what you get with the 8.5 driver coming in from 330.
Well, I'll usually go 3.
But you do.
I'm playing streaks also.
I played arrows on this course for a long time, and I'd be going across to the deep fairway and have a 7-iron in.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy
Go
when you're hitting
400.
410 on a fly to have a thumb shot in. And Clint's playing with Titans too, so.
If we can go back to the match on 25, they're in sudden death.
Okay, so Clint.
Fago quad screen. Thank you very much.
Clint went with a no pullback push shot there. Out of the heavy rough, the push shots are generally going down quite a bit.
And for those that are just tuning in, on machine 25, we got Al Jazz playing.
Well, Kin's figured out my secret. I probably then tanked to him after that. He's had a lot of matches where I was up big on him very early and then just watched him just dissect me. He has that will. Kin's had that will that he wasn't letting somebody beat you.
But yeah, so speaking of Will Sandstead's on, machine 23. Al likes that shot there, just miss it. So
Oh, Will just sweated. I gotta say here, I guess this shot so we're looking at the Sandstead Grover match. Grover's got a 10-out win now. I'm looking at this like I'm thinking a 5-wood A1 smooth backspin.
5-wood, 4-wood, yeah, backspin. Yeah.
With the 10-out win, I'd be thinking 5-wood. There's no reason I'd hit this and bring the trees into play. He got close too.
Get it all! Oh my goodness!
But he was close to hitting those branches.
Yeah,
The 5-wood, you bring, they're out of play. You're hitting a safe shot with a chance to go in. There's some, and it's weird too because I guarantee you if he sits back and looks at that again, unless he's like, oh, I love this look, I'm making this with this shot.
Right.
But he brought more risk into it than he had to.
I want to see what Eddie G does here. All he has to do is thumb a straight shot, it goes in the hole.
Eddie missed it. Okay. All right. So Al's been working on his thumb game quite a bit. I'm thinking that I'm low T releasing it.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, I love that low T release.
The low T release does something that, all right, when you get that bounce, if you have a little bit of a hidden break on a putt, like if you move the tee a little bit left, now you technically on a straight uphill putt actually have a little bit of a right one going back toward the hole. If you do the low T release, it doesn't, it's gone. You basically fight right through it, so you never have it. When you hit a ball that plops down, now that ball bounces hard directionally a little. Not hard, but will bounce directionally, so you're bringing another thing you have to play into it. Yeah, and guys, I will say this. All of us thumb straight at home.
Yeah.
Thumbing straight at a tournament is a definite challenge.
Yeah, every machine's a little different. It's a level playing field.
All right, let's look here.
Yeah,
Now we have somebody playing Stouts and somebody playing Titans. That 9 win makes that shot almost not gettable for Titans.
And he's going to lay up right
Yeah,
there.
it's a smart play. You lay up. And guys, I really think that you should be laying up on that hole almost all the time.
Now, I did see a couple looks at,
Yes.
if you have a home machine or if you just want to go experiment at your local watering hole, get the 2-iron in your bag. I've seen some 2-iron skip shots.
Yeah, and the thing is for me, the 2-iron skip shot requires you to get it out.
Yeah.
And that's one of the hardest things to do on a trackball right now, to get it out. So I almost don't want that 2-iron in my bag so that I don't ever think I should go for this when it's a
If you
tough
can't make
look.
it with a 5-wood, 6-wood, whatever,
Correct.
You just why put yourself in that position.
And it's technically always there, even without the 2-bird. You can always get this on. It doesn't matter the setup. It's just really hard. But Clint, I mean, this is a shot Clint's probably attacking at it. I would have gone 9-iron release there, but
Yeah.
he babied that off. But he's up strokes now, right?
He's still up 2 strokes, yeah.
All right, so he's up 2. They were tied for a minute, then Will watered one after that, right?
You get 2 strokes and you give him right back. It's unfortunate for Will. It's always, but 2 strokes doesn't mean anything here, especially when.
Right, but Clint, it does for Clint. So Clint's gonna, I mean, he's gonna just throw everything in the center of greens. There's no reason to attack.
But there's a few holes.
That's a lot more
15.
aggressive than I thought he would go at that because that could trickle, but he's fine.
And we still have, Al and Eddie just kind of firing away on hole 5 and sudden death.
Okay.
The first person to win a hole.
I don't think it's going to happen right here.
No, I agree with you.
There's not much, and really, have you noticed here when you're at tournaments, every shot that you hit is harder. It's going longer than you're expecting. Like everything. Like I hit a baby 10.5 and it's going 320.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Is it the nerves? Is it track balls being great? I mean, got to say, equipment's been functioning beautifully. Every machine I've played on has been
track
spot
ball,
on. Josh, I'd like to think I'm going to beat Luna. I would think that Luna would want to play me least of anybody in this tournament right now. I do well when I play him. We haven't gotten to play much, and the times he's beat me has been times I've missed a putt to go to sudden death and lose. So I'm feeling confident with Luna. Will's got to go for this. 389, 14 win. I think you could even hit I think he could have hit the 8.5. He's dry, though. Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, did that look like from that bounce that it kicked right at the hole?
It did, yeah. Yeah, Clint just laying up there.
All right, now Godfrey did not ace, I don't believe.
He hasn't, no one's holed out yet. Al's giving the track ball a good wipe job just to make sure.
But Godfrey has honors, right? So he hit already? Let's see if we see his ball out there. No, you're good. All right, this is a little bit awkward of a look. I'm thinking I like the low T8 for him here, and
But
he's
no
probably
release,
going to bite
though,
it.
because you don't want to roll past the
Right, right. I was thinking low T. Yeah, the low T release would have been hard to dumb that shot down
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
And you don't get as big of a benefit with the low T high woods like that you do when you're hitting like a 5-iron low T where you can hit a laser bullet at it. I do, Corey. I do. Well, if I beat him too, I'm going to actually have to look for a guest that's on my level of golden tee skills. So we'll have to switch that out.
Yeah, good point there, kids. Yeah, very true. Especially on certain shots where water might be in play. You want to be short. You always want to make sure that you're going long and avoiding the water.
And let's be honest, Clint's up 2. He can only lose this match. It's really hard to have 2 holeouts the rest of the way on Tropical for that match. If he got to watch Will's matches so far, Will's not playing that great. He's a little off. Clint's not. This hasn't been that solid of a round for Clint either. This match over here, they were both one off at least, so they're at least somewhat there, and nerves probably cost each one of them a stroke. So, guys, this is anyone's ball game. Now,
It's this look right here.
This is a look here.
If he eagles this hole, the match is done.
Even if he birdies it, if he doesn't water this, he's still fine. It of course brings it into play that he could be down with a bad shot,
Right.
but
Well, no, you can hit a bad shot, you'd still be up 1.
all right.
That's
So
a
wow,
great-
that's a very great shot.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was clearing it with the cut 6 from there, but he did.
You got to cut it just right.
All right, so one of them went strip. Godfrey went strip. And they both stuck it. That's great. Oh, wow. Very good ball. I just still, to this day, now I'm never that strip. Do you know how many matches I've won in the last 3 tournaments on this course because they watered this shot?
Oh, I can only
Going
imagine.
to the strip.
I always go to the left now.
I do too. There is no sense. Burnsy. How about now? Talk a little bit, Brian.
How's that?
That's a little better.
Thank you, Kins.
Wow. Okay. Clint fucked up. Oh, effed up. Sorry about that. He made a mistake here. Did he hit he had to hit the underneath of the tree, but fortunately, it stayed dry. It stayed dry. This is the hole that Danny Boy just lost to him on too.
Yeah.
He stayed dry. He's not getting on. He's getting a birdie. He's getting a birdie, right? Or, I mean, actually, he might hold this one right back out. He didn't go wet. He stayed dry.
Oh, gosh.
So he lost. He's going to lose 1 stroke here.
And Al's going to have an interesting putt there, too. Both of them.
No, I think Al lost. He's putting for birdie. He watered going to the strip.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm telling you guys, it's a risk to reward. What was the reward for going to that strip? There is none. You lose the spin. The pin's up top. You have to bounce short to make it. And the fairway is just too good.
Yeah, so Eddie G is going to move on the in sudden death.
Eddie G moves on in sudden death. So we've seen 2 letdowns in sudden deth with
I hate losing on a mistake, or I hate, you want to win on a hole up.
you do, but if I'm Clint, I mean if I'm Godfrey, I'm walking away from that like woo.
You got your W thing.
Yeah, seriously, a win is a win is a win is a win. That's a shot for him to maybe try to hole out, but and this actually might work to his advantage too. Losing 1 stroke when you know that 18 is not going to be a change in strokes.
Right. It's just, unless you're far left or far right. That's
Right,
all
but
those
most
are-
likely these guys aren't missing that shot. Getting to see what your opponent does on the par 3 ahead of you is very useful. Now, Clint not using stouts does not get the same advantage of it. And also, Will doesn't get the advantage of seeing Clint shots with stouts. So it might.
And we're not going to have a 2-stroke swing here.
No, there's not a chance.
Clint is
That
gonna
the
hit
only
middle
thing
of the
that could
green.
happen is missing the putt. But, I mean, this is a little harder for Clint because he's got to hit this a little.
And what I would do in this situation is I'm going to aim for just a
He
middle
just
green,
flipped it with nothing. I like it. I like
and
it.
I'd want to go left or right so I can lag my putt.
Yeah. So we got Will to ace this. Now with stouts, this changes this a bit. I'm thinking I'm thumbing the 10 and the 8.5. I'm thumbing the 8.5 driver with nothing and letting the chips fall where they may. Oh, that didn't seem like he gave it a chance at all to go in. All right, so a letdown on 18 there to. Oh, that was Clint that
Yeah.
late. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Will went with
But I'm
the.
surprised I would have done what Will did. Clint left it up.
And
way
he
up
hit
there.
the 10 in his face, helping him.
And
Just-
he misses that putt. There's a small chance that it keeps on rolling. So,
Yeah.
so it went in the hole, he moves on.
Clint moves on.
But Will's day is not over yet, though. He's gonna
not
still
over.
Find himself in the losers bracket.
But Will's got to be kicking himself here because he should be out of the tournament.
Yeah.
He should have been out. All right, so I see Johnny. All right, so guys, we're going to take a little break. This is Mark the Mouth McClovich, Brian Bernhardt. I'm going to sign off. I believe we're going to get my game with Luna next. So hopefully I can play well
myself, there. Yeah, so good luck in your match.
You got to play soon too, right?
They just called me.
Brian's going to play. So we're going to take it down. You guys will just see some stuff going in the background. We'll get some commentators coming in for you here. And guys, wish us luck.
Yep, thank you.
I understand you called it.
This.
The game is over.
Andy Fox.
That's your champion.
Congratulations to Paul Luna, your 2021 Florida Open champion.
And the second Missouri Open win in the great career of Paul Luna.
The National Golden Tee Tour, presented by Power Events, is in Nashville.
Look here, the water.
Get it!
Oh, he puts it.
Hole in one!
These tournaments have the best players in the world. Haas, McCook, Gossett, Luna.
Looks good. Looks good.
Can anyone stop the reigning, defending world champion, Whammy?
Takes a bit to get back going.
And, oh my goodness, did he just, whoa.
Okay.
This is also a setup where if he wants to, he can comes down to the hole. Nails a hole in one.
The best player in the world holing out.
You have to focus on making every shot.
Paul Anthony Luna is the best player in the world today. A new venue, a new city, and a whole new set of obstacles.
Josh Winkler, Marty Fisher. Josh Winkler, Marty Fisher on machine 6.
You got to commentate.
Hi, I'm Josh. I got Steve Kramer with me.
Nice to
Puff, better known as Puff.
Yes. So it looks like we have Gomez and Brewer, and
Yeah.
we're about to get Mouth and Luna.
Looks like it. I believe these are all still winners bracket matches.
Yes. I know for sure that Mouth and Luna are 1-0.
Okay.
And I believe, yes, Brewer and Gomez as well.
Actually, a little bit of a shock with Gomez being the top qualifier this weekend.
He plays a lot. He's basically a banger now, right?
Yeah,
I would
pretty much.
imagine.
Yeah, he's playing well too.
So we all square on that one. Sorry, just jumped on. All right, looks like they're testing out the camera here on 23 for Mouth and Luna.
Right. Make sure everything looks good.
Little size difference between the two.
Right. Yeah. How'd you do this weekend?
Oh, not well. Another case of the alcohol abuse and during qualifying. Didn't do very well for me.
Same here.
I'm 1-1 right now in my bracket, so.
Same.
Yeah, it looks like eventually we'll get called back.
Yeah.
All
Meantime, we'll sit here and watch some very good golf.
It's like Luna and Mouth teeing off on Baja. Oh, Luna just hit literally the stick.
Yeah.
I know we always say that it hit the stick, but I'm pretty sure that literally just hit the stick. Well, I know for sure that Mouth has been talking about this match for about a month now.
Yeah.
He said he could not wait to play Paul Anthony Luna.
That's awesome.
Because you know what? That means you're probably going to be in the winner bracket if you're playing Paul Anthony Luna.
Ooh. That Mark has Luna's card.
Yes. And Mouth would definitely be the one to say that
Yeah.
Luna fears him. He's a scary guy. I mean, Mouth.
It's very possible.
Mouth can catch fire at any time.
And to play him this early in the tournament actually is probably better for Mark, just because, you know, it's not late Sunday afternoon. There's not a lot of extracurricular activity going on.
Right.
He can
and I know
definitely
Mouth
focus.
was making it a mission to stay sober.
Yes.
And play well this weekend, and he's been doing that.
That's
And
awesome.
I heard Luna went home right after qualifying last night too. So
Sure.
they're both.
Which is generally the correct thing to do on Saturday.
Yes. Especially
Maybe go out to dinner, but beyond that, you know. I see Gomez ended up in the fringe there.
Oh, Mouth did not like that.
No, he pushed that way right.
As he quotes, when the thumbs are cooking, they were not cooking there.
No, They were very cold there. Looked like they were on ice.
So it looks like Evan and Johnny just finished up. I knew Evan was up a couple early, so I'm thinking he probably won.
Brewer had a great shot there on 12.
Okay.
Mark's shot was good, but it was just a hair short, so he's got a tough on the edge of the fringe, so looks like he's going to have to chip it.
Oh.
Ooh.
Gomez gave one back, so what is that looking like?
I think they're tied now.
Okay.
Are they even?
Yep,
Yeah.
12 up. Okay.
It'd be interesting to see if what happens if Paul ends up in a loser's bracket.
It doesn't happen often, so, I mean, I'm sure nobody wants to see that if you're in the loser bracket.
And it's been a while.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Chris almost with the ace there.
So a little story back in 2017 in Cincinnati, I was the first to ever beat a 1 seed as the 32.
Nice.
And it was Luna. And then I get 5th, 6th, or whatever. And Luna proceeds to win the tournament from the loser side. So
oh, man.
he doesn't matter to him. He'll keep playing. And
I played Paul in about that time, 2017, at the Wisconsin Open, and I came through the losers bracket and beat him in the first match in the finals.
how'd he do?
And then I had to play him again, and I was so nervous. I did one of those, like, real quick spin for the course and hit the start button and realized we played the exact same course again.
Yeah, exactly.
And then forgot to do the old, like, hey, you want to make a deal on the money here before we play this, buddy? And I just, did not play good the final match. And I think that was actually one of Paul's first wins, was actually that tournament.
Okay. I know he went on a little run there where he won Minnesota, and then before that tournament switched off of that.
Yeah,
That was during Stenmark's era still, where he was still running through most tournaments.
Yes.
And then Paul came around, and it's kind of like the passing of the...
Yeah, pass the torch, kind of. Really. Yeah. Mark was a little bit of one of the kind there, just... It was rare to see him miss, and it was really rare to see him water something.
Yeah, it just didn't happen.
Yeah. It's always
Shot.
solid play.
Wow.
That was a
Wow,
good shot there
almost
from
had
Mark.
Yeah.
Amazing.
As he gets a little animated. He knows he's going to have to get something to fall to beat Luna. Luna's not going to give up strokes, especially on Baja.
Right. Mark looks pretty dialed in and pretty focused compared to normal.
Trying to look, and does not look like Mouth has his earbuds in.
No, he doesn't.
It just ran it really weird for him, because even when he's streaming, he's always listening to some kind of music.
Right.
So I wonder if he's just trying to take it all in.
I played with my earbuds in for the very first time yesterday during the qualifier, and it's kind of weird because I'm so used to just having the ambient noise in the room. So
It makes you focus a little better.
Mark is all over the pins.
As everybody's aware, the shotties do not matter in heads-up play, but it looks
Right.
like he's dialed in. Looks like Brewer's got a little chip down there, too. It just looks like Paul might be a little off. I mean, clearly he's still on par, but just typically he's all over the cup as well.
Yeah.
Harry Lawson, Josh Burton.
Oh, I just got called. I got to go play. I'll be back.
You might check with Tim Boyer, said he would jump on if you want to
All right.
grab your match. I see your comment, Biddy, about the reactions of the two. It's very true. Paul, you rarely see with any sort of emotion, just kind of stoic, and then Mouth is obviously Mouth. It's very animated. Sorry, guys. Josh just got called for a match, so he is going to go play that. We'll see if somebody else is going to jump on. Still square, Luna Mouth. not many opportunities
Jason Graham, Paul Carrion.
on Baja
Jason Graham, Paul Carrion.
to drop a stroke. So here's Mouth again. He's going for 100K. Sorry, King. Is that better? I put it closer. All right, thanks. Sorry, guys. I might have had the mic a little too far away. So I walked in right when this match was starting. I did not see hole one. I guess that was the one Luna hit the pin, so that was not drivable, I'd assume. If this is a 29 setup or what this is. So, Mouth safe.
Machine 11, Greg Baird, Kevin Lindsay. Greg Baird, Kevin Lindsay on 11.
Yeah, Eric, that's funny too. As everybody knows, Luna is coming up to word of mouth, and I believe Corley won that contest, and yeah, now they're playing each other, which is great. Yeah, Luna's kind of just quietly collecting his shotties. You just don't even realize he's already up there as well.
Machine 1, Jimbo Bronco, Bud Casey. Jimbo Bronco, Bud Casey on 1.
So what people need to understand about Paul is he's so good, but his only real weakness, I would say, in my opinion, is his driving, or lack thereof, is that he's not the biggest hitter out there. And I've seen him drop strokes before where a hole one might be open to a big hitter, and he lays up and tries to either shush or chip in. So we'll see if that comes into play. It looks like Mr. Sparks is going to join us.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, Ryan.
Which one are we watching?
So Mouth and Luna are all square, and then Brewer and Gomez were they were all square a second ago, and I was paying attention to the Mouth and Luna match, so not quite sure what that one is.
Are we in winner's bracket here?
Yes, these are both 1-0s against each other.
This Paul Mouth match might go for 4 days.
That's what I was just talking about, is that if, in your opinion, if Luna has one weakness, and if you want to call it that, would it be his lack of power, his lack of driving distances?
Well, I mean, I think he can man up or muscle up with anybody and hit it. I don't think that's going to come into play here.
I was saying hole one, if they have to switch back over. Something
exciting just happened.
At the bar and kind of got Luna even with his headphones in. He heard that.
Luna's so dialed in, though, Steve, that I mean, somebody's going to hole out.
Yeah,
and it's going to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying if they went to sudden death, hole one could come into play where you do need that big drive.
This is pretty right for the picking here.
Yeah.
It's a little thumb.
I think
this 5 wood with bite.
Yeah, with the new boxes, this hole did get tougher. You're now shooting woods instead of irons. And
it is a great looking hole. This hole on Baja, this designer hole, they did a good job with it. It's not all that difficult, but it's a aesthetically pleasing hole.
It's like Brewers hunting.
So are we tied over here on machine 25?
We'll find out right now. Looks like Gomez took
marks up one. I'll tell you what, he has kind of come out of nowhere, hasn't he?
He's just
number one qualifier.
I'm pretty sure he plays every day, probably close to the max. So I was just saying earlier with Mertzik that I believe I would call Gomez a banger at this point. It's like Mouth just got a little strong there.
Yeah, if you're going to leak, or if there's a hole that can get you on Baja, this is it.
Yes.
And the problem is he was hitting that 290 driver, and I know you know this, but there might be some people that don't. That club cuts significantly more than any other driver in the bag. It's like the anti-6 wood, right? So he just overcooked that a little bit, and of course Luna does what Luna does.
Pulls up the 9.5 right at it.
And this is not a good place to be.
So he is not behind anything. he's going to have a chip.
Does he have a lob wedge?
But what do you do at this point? He does not. Mouth does not play a lob. I don't think in any bag, except for maybe, being a Highland back in the day where you had those big pot bunkers.
So you're going to have drama on both machines here. He's going to get up. I mean, that's the best he could do here.
Yeah, he thought that hitting the hill, he could possibly bank it in.
So over here, this is a hole that can be shut down sometimes, but it is not today. And Mark's going to go right at it with the 290, and ooh, he's going to run into the bunker. No, he stopped a little short. So Mouth knows it. He knows he's got his work cut out. He's got to hole out. He's got to find a way to hole out.
So it looks like, yeah, we're stroke difference now on two machines.
I mean, I guess 17 if you get a big tailwind, but even with stouts, it's.
Yeah, Mouth knows at this point he's got to hunt because there's no way Luna's going to give one back.
So it looks like Brewer is playing 3 drivers. Is that kind of the go-to now?
Yes, Brewer was one of the first to do it. Oh.
So they're both chipping, manageable. I'd rather that be left 4 than right 4 if that's me taking it, but there's a reason that those guys are over there and I'm in the purple bracket.
Mouth just keeps accumulating the points, but nothing has fallen yet. He's probably over 80 at this point.
So Chris is going to try to get this thing to the hole as fast as he possibly can. He doesn't want that right 4 to come into play at all.
Yeah, that's. I was about to say one of his strongest parts of his game is his chipping.
Chris,
yeah,
he's got a lot of strong parts. Well, it was short-lived. It was fun. I got to go.
Spark is now getting called.
Looks like I'm tagging in Mike Demko here because he's sitting right next to me.
So,
talk to you guys later.
So Sparks is going to jump on his match, and it looks like Mr. Demko is going to jump on.
What's that? You got called? No, I didn't see the number.
Yeah, I just saw a comment about Mouth's shirt. He does have a strong shirt game and got some fresh ones.
He pulled out his suitcase for us last night and showed us all the shirts.
Yeah.
He's in the hotel room across from us.
Okay. So we're still, looks like we're on 17 here on the Gomez and Brewer match. Pretty easy look for 17.
Yeah.
And now Mouth has got to have to do something here. This is his chance.
Miles in a tough spot with the first course.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have to hole out to pick that stroke back up.
He knew it. It was so close.
That was a great attempt.
All right, so Gomez has a 3-stroke lead now.
Yeah, that one's locked down. I didn't see where Mouth dropped a stroke, but that's the last course you want to drop a stroke on.
14, I believe, probably the most challenging hole on the backside. He went a little firm and went all the way down into the bottom.
Yeah.
And tried to chip up and bank off the side, and it just stuck up there. And, Luna could seal it.
Well, that's how you seal it.
He's just not even going to let Mouth.
He's like, well, guess what? You can't even get a shot at it.
Yep. That was crazy.
He's like, I'm just going to hole it and take first on. Yeah, 3-stroke lead over here. I mean, that's cruise control for him.
Mouth was just going to go back-to-back just for fun, but he burned it. So another good win by Paul Luna. He is now 2-0.
The guy's automatic.
Yep. Mouth will live to play again, but.
Machine 12, Joe Finley, Valentino.
Andy Haas is congratulating Mouth on probably all of his shotties that don't mean anything.
I'll tell you what. Andy Haas, I played him in the first round, and this tells you what these tournaments are about. I went to pull back and accidentally went from 6 wood to an 8 wood. And he actually screamed to try and stop me from hitting my shot. But unfortunately, I had noise-canceling headphones on, so.
Oh, so you didn't hear him?
I didn't hear it.
Oh, wow.
But the fact that he did that in a match, that's amazing. And he was even asked, he's like, am I supposed to, should I give you the stroke? And I said, look, it's my fault.
Yeah.
I pull back different than most people on here. I pull back with my thumb, and I use my thumbnail.
Okay.
to look at the letters on the ball so that I know I'm going to hit a 180 back. But, you know, so I didn't even see that I had changed until after the ball was ready in the air.
So it's kind of a tough situation because if he taps you and then you
Yeah,
miss
well, that's
your
what he
shot,
said. He said,
then-
I didn't want to grab you.
Correct.
Said it,
So it's kind of hard.
well, I got to get on a machine. I got to play my next match.
All right.
I think they got another person coming over here to help.
All right, good luck, sir. So Mr. Dimko just got called up. So somebody's asking if Fox and CJ are going to come up next. I think that is happening right now.
16, David Gillard, Ted Donnelly. David Gillard, Ted Donnelly on 16.
Yeah, guys, I'm scanning the room to see what matches are where. But it looks like we're going to have another featured one here in a second. Gervais is right beside me here, actually on 25, watching some replays, so I'm not sure if he's going to be on next. Guess we're just waiting on Mr. Sobel to... All right, so we're going to join Gervais here in a second, and then Demko and Johnny D will be on camera. I believe they're both have lost once. Well, thank you, Matt. For all those who are interested in why I don't get called, I made the pink bracket this time, so I'm waiting for a while when I'll get to play my next match. So everybody else is still cruising right along. All right, so we got Dimko up. And here we got Gervais about to start. Oh, if he's playing Evan, that's going to be a fantastic match. Looks like Mr. Mouth wants to join us.
Oh, get it. Let's get this mic set up.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, Mouth straight off his match is going to join us.
Yeah. It's a rough one, man. Playing Paul Luna is never easy.
Yes, we were talking about how you got a little firm on that one shot, and
I love the look. I thought that was a way to ace it, and God, it was right there, man. It was right there. And but the worst thing is, I was starting to get frustrated.
Yeah.
I throw up 97,000 and get nothing to go in.
we could tell that you were hunting holes, and you were so close on all of them, and you just knew you had to make something happen.
And like I said, I'm sure Luna, I don't know if he'd admit it to you guys, but for some reason against him, I put balls near holes all day long on it. I know he doesn't like playing me in matches, but I hit one bad shot. He aced 18, which was
yeah, that was kind of interesting that he didn't even want you to have a chance, and he just
well, no,
right
it was a really easy look.
Yeah.
He played a super safe shot, but man, I can't believe he's doing that with cutting He cut that. Like I almost got it with a thumb shot, and it feels like the thumb shot's the right play. But man, he's making a mockery of people. One better, that's tough. All right, so we got Gossett Gervais here.
Yeah, it looks like
fantastic.
we're going to have Tropical. So Evan plays 8.5, and he's going to go right at it.
And he's still playing for a chip no matter what. You're not getting it on. And guys, I'm going to tell you this right now: if C3s were working perfectly and consistent, you would never have to have a chush on this hole. I would drive that green every time if I could hit a 158.
Yeah.
It's
Looks
just tough.
And Gervais laid back a little bit.
Oh, there we go. Gervais laid back. Did he make the chip? Because Gervais doesn't chush.
No.
Is he going to chush this or is he going to chip it? It's kind of short. He's chushing it.
Yes, 16 out.
All right, well, I'm going up right away, guys, so I'm going to go play Brandon Meeby. Loser side, you're going to have to change it up. Gus is not pleased. Did he chip that or chush it?
He chipped it, yeah. Well, guys,
it's so weird on that hole when you got used to chushing it every time, and now you can't chush it because it's got too much.
So Mouth just got called, so
yes,
literally every person that sits down gets called within minutes. So this is an interesting look here. Looks like both guys with their 10.5, so swing right through the trees. Gervais a little short. Terry, it's Steve Sobel has it posted on Facebook, I believe, a Gold T fan. Oh, so Evan goes up high with the 5-5 and is right there. So Terry, pink bracket, had some slippages in there. I fell down there. So did Mr. Jason Graham. So did Todd Clark, and a few others that typically are not. And so it's been pretty challenging. There's no easy matches anymore. And the purple now is just a secondary, prize bracket. It's full of players. You've got Burnsy, you've got Aiden Cleary, several guys who are standard, champion bracket guys are also in the purple today. Looks like Richard just posted the bracket there. So I'm not sure who was the higher seed. I believe it was Evan. And it's like he opted for Gervais to start us out here.
Chris McKenzie, Russ Layton. Chris McKenzie, Russ Layton on 10.
Gervais is one of those guys who's kind of been due for a while. Seems like he's always lurking in the 5th, 6th range, the 9 through 12 range, and just can't get a break. But this could be it. Yeah, Kens, I see that. 6 of the 8 top are all 2-0. I mean, yeah, it's been a lot of chalk today, that's for sure. Gervais is wearing a very nice, bright shirt, so can't miss him. We got the swing holes coming up here in a little bit. I mean, for these guys, I don't think anything's really considered a hard shot for them, but there are several holes that will make them double take and make sure they were on the right line. But I would not expect there to be too much off par for these guys. It'll just be possibly the power that Evan has compared to more of a finesse game that Gervais has. And there is the long hole in the back 9 where the 3-driver bag really does come into play. Yes, Matt Cavanaugh, I am solo commentating. Would you like to jump on with me? Okay, Matt Cavanaugh declines, respectfully. We'll try to get you guys another one person here soon. I see Luna and Mr. Gomez in front of me talking about their 2-0 starts.
Matt James. Where are you, Matt James? Machine 26.
It's a good thing Matt K did not jump on because now he just got called. So. So this hole here, 6 very rarely has a look to drive it. The 2 guys that are playing stouts now, not as often as you would see, but looks like they both just are setting themselves up for a possible hole-out chip. Evan will get some points. All right.
Hey, how we doing?
So we do understand every person that has come in the last 10 minutes gets called immediately after they sit down.
That is guaranteed not to happen to me.
So, unfortunately, you're out?
I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I went 0-2 in the main. I lost to Grover.
Okay.
Grover had 31 on Baja with no points.
Okay.
He drove 15 down the hill at 450, which, he can do with Titans.
Yep.
And then I missed a couple of putts on Ants and lost by 2.
One of the rare players still alive that plays Titans.
I'll tell you what, that guy hits some phenomenal shots. and he plays so quick.
Yes.
It's like, you know, he sees it, he knows it, and he executes.
For being a not smaller guy, but a thinner individual.
Right.
He has some power.
He weighs less than us.
Yes. Anyway, this is Bronzy, correct?
Yes, sir.
So introduce yourself.
Miller.
Chad Miller, yep.
So I was doing the stream earlier with Mouth, and then Mouth got called, and I had to go. And
Gotcha.
So we're back again. I feel like I can probably stick it out for quite a while this time. I don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm inevitably going to be called at some point in my pink endeavors, but we'll see what happens.
All right. Looks like we got Gervais and Gossett. And a rare mistake there from Gervais.
He just tried to lay up on one of those pads and got a little firm.
Do you go down there very often?
Yeah, typically anything that's a straight look on this, I'll just do like they just did, just thumb it right on. Occasionally you get that look where you're right behind the tree, and I'll throw it at the end of the fairway and take your 8.5 or 9.5 driver, whatever you prefer, and slap it on. But
yeah, I feel like you get more control from the fairway. But especially when the pin's deep here on this particular setup, I don't mind the island at all.
Correct. Yeah, you have a lot more room to play with.
All right, so we'll recap the scores here. Since I just sat down, we lost at least one there, so one stroke difference.
Yeah, they were even, and that was the swing right there.
All right.
So Aaron just asked what happens if somebody's putting for you and they miss. You do get that stroke back. It's not encouraged, and it's not something that happens often, but if your opponent does miss for you, you do get that stroke back. Some guys, it's a mental thing. You'll see yourself down when you're not, and you could ask your opponent to maybe miss a putt for themselves to get you back on even. It's not required. It's nice if they do, but typically you just know in your head that you're owed a stroke.
Yeah, it does happen quite rarely, and Steve even asks players not to putt other putts, but it does happen.
It's especially in the qualifier. Like yesterday, we had a 4-man and a 3-man. It is nice to have a guy who's able and willing to clean up, so you're not doing the foot shuffle back and forth for these little 5-footers, 8-footers.
Saving every couple of minutes might help.
Correct, it does. It actually does keep the game going. But then again, you're not required to do so. You're not encouraged to do so. It's just if somebody is willing to do it.
It's a good look there from Evan. I feel like Sean can make a run at this and maybe get one back.
Yeah. Seems like maybe a high 10.5. For me, it would be like a straight hard thumb. For him, it's a swerve. Gervais, as he used to call himself, Swerve, is one of the best ever at cutting the ball.
He definitely can cut the ball
seems
really
like that's
well.
that's just his thing.
Just go to.
Yeah.
I think his hardest thumb is probably 85, so it doesn't, he doesn't thumb it very hard.
This is a tough look.
This is definitely a tough look. I put the 2-iron spinny in just for this look, so you're going to see it here from Evan.
Evan, yeah, he immediately goes straight to it. He knows exactly what he's going to hit. He got some really good connection on that.
Shot.
Great shot. Something that shot is not in my bag, I'll tell you that.
And even if you have the 2-iron in the bag, you still have to execute the shot. You see Sean here, even one down, laying up.
He knows it. He says, I can have a better chance going after the pin the old-fashioned way. So
absolutely. So unless he holds out here, another swing, and he'll be down 2.
Yeah, this is the right course to be down because there are a lot of challenging holes. So if this was Baja and you're down 2, pretty much call it a day.
Absolutely. I was down a couple on the back 9 to Grover, and I couldn't hole anything out.
Yeah.
So, but here on Tropical, you definitely feel like you have a chance, right?
This is a good look for Sean. So Evan's playing more of a super spin G-wedge here.
He hit it naked, so he didn't have any spin.
Yeah.
Is he playing streets on Tropical? Do you know?
I do not know. I know he switched to stouts a few months back to keep up with the competition, but I know Sean did the same a little more recently. But I know Evan has been known to stick with some older type of ball too when it comes in handy. So
I don't see a reason why he would play streaks here.
I don't see because on hole 1 you were here to see it. He went more direct at the green and still didn't make it. I figured with streaks he probably would have been able to get on. And then he missed his chip. Sean laid back a little bit, missed his. So that's how they started.
So
this is the hole I was just talking about.
Yep. Yeah, this is this is a long look too. Even with the 14-mile-an-hour helping.
So Evan knows with his lead, there's no reason to flirt with the water here.
Absolutely. Smart layup here. Make Sean do something.
Correct. Captain, how's Mouth doing? He is 1-1. I believe he's playing right now. I do not know the score.
He just lost to Luna in the
Yes.
second round of the losers, and then or second round of the winners, and then dropped out.
Correct.
You're going to see a cut here from Sean. I'm almost positive, unless he hits this hard. He will hit it hard.
Yeah, Mouth and Evie are playing. I think they're playing behind us, so I do not have a score on that. But
I can try to take a look here while you keep going.
as expected, there's a good crowd all around us and behind us here, especially during this corner where we were playing most of our champion matches.
Mouth and EB are on Pine. They just finished 8. And it is Mouth down 1.
So Mouth down 1 on 8. Got it. And that's another course that going to have some swing potential.
Pretty straightforward par 5 here. Nothing exciting unless you want to try to make it. You want to hammer it out to the middle of that fairway. When I first started playing in 2003, this course was one of the courses either that year or the year later. And the strip that you see over to the right was the only way to make it in 2.
Oh, okay.
Because you couldn't make this fairway most of the time. So with the new tees and
remastered,
balls,
they add a little more play.
Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely changed this hole for sure when you look back on what it used to be and what it is now after it was remastered. So kudos to IT for making something like this come to life.
And obviously back then, no tees.
No tees.
Clubs were totally different.
Stock balls. I think at the time, you only had backspin. And I'm fairly certain there wasn't anything else there.
For sure, definitely not bikes. That didn't start.
No.
3 or 4 years, probably 5 years now. Who knows? Something like that.
That is a heck of a shot by Evan to cut that 6-wood. Most people don't like doing that on this hole because the 6th, most people tend to feel like it doesn't cut very well. So he hit a pretty good shot there to get over that mountain.
So if you're Sean here,
it looks like he undercut that just a hair, but he might get lucky.
About to say you're down 2 to one of the best in the game. You know you're losing hole after hole here to make a comeback. I mean, is he going to scramble? Is he going to just wait and see if 17's open for maybe an ace?
Well, I think at this point you have to look for hole outs, right? But you have to be safe. You know that Evan's probably not going to give one to you, but you definitely want to make sure that you don't give one back and get even further down.
So Evan's just going to lay up here on the strip, give himself a nice hit back. Sean's just going to follow and hope he has a good second look.
So I hear a lot of people, I'm not one of them, that never land the strip.
You go down to the bottom and
I go both, right?
Okay.
Depending on the look. This is one I would land the strip. Are you one of those that always goes
I
to the
will
bottom?
look strip first,
Okay.
and then if it's not as easy, I will then look at the bottom. Yeah, probably 90% of the time I'm on the strip.
Well, there's definitely an elevation advantage to being here in terms of it being much more of a flat shot.
Yeah.
So, when you look at that, I think there's an advantage to going to the strip.
Yep.
But it is a riskier tee shot for sure. So I think we've got quite a few viewers out there. I want to make sure you guys hit that like button. I think at one point we had over 200 viewers, but only 7 likes. I think we can get that number to change just a little bit. So hit that like button. Let's see that number go up. This is a good one here for Sean to be aggressive at. You're down 2. I think it's a look that you can be aggressive at.
Thinking he's going to club up and low tee back it in, or he's going to try to.
No, he'll cut this in.
He's just going to try to float this thing.
Yep. And I'm not nearly as much of a fan for that reason.
Exactly.
I feel like if you land it on the green and back it up, you've got a chance no matter what. You do that, obviously.
Well, he knew he needed to do something there. Now the reality's going to pretty much settle that.
At this point, you have to have Evan make a huge mistake, which that's not going to happen.
Yeah, especially with a pretty easy 18 for this course. It's It's really not a lot of challenge for
Standard look, right at it. Maybe Gervais walks this off and, goes out with a little bit of pride.
Yeah, Mouth and I were just talking for the very brief amount of time he was on. He just got called, and how Luna aces 18 on him when he needed the stroke, and Luna didn't even give him the opportunity, just shut it down.
So Luna was up 1.
Correct.
And then hold 18.
Hold 18.
On the walk-off.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just you saw a chuckle out of Mouth.
And as usual, you see the hugs there from some really good friends and, guys that have been playing for years. Always love the sportsmanship at Golden Tee. There's not really, a bad attitude in the room. Maybe Mike Demko. I'm kidding.
Nice to see Demko back in the circuit.
It is good. I played with him, again, I harken back to when I started in 2003. I made gold. That's my name, Bronzy.
Yes.
Or I made the Team USA from the bronze division. Mike was in gold and was in the live event qualifier down there in Chicago. Ended up becoming really good friends. He's a Michigan guy.
Yeah.
So, we played several Michigan tournaments together, and Mike he's a really good guy, but it's good to see him playing again.
Looks like he had quite a good lead there, so he didn't need that putt. So
Safe putt.
So he takes it down, 26-24. Another tropical.
Tropical's a good match play course. I feel like, some definite swing holes. You can see, all the different scores that you saw there on the recap. Able to gain some and lose some. Whereas on a course like Baja, potentially you feel like, it is what it is. Lots of overtime on Baja.
So we see Mouth back there.
We can recap Mouth here. We'll take a look. People are asking. We'll catch up on our chat as well.
Scott Johnson, John Churchill, machine 4.
So the Mouth is teeing off on 15. He is 19 under. We'll get a recap of EB.
He does not look thrilled.
And he is 20. So
okay.
1 stroke difference still. EB up by 1, and they're on the green on 15. So looks like they're going to go to 16 on Pine with the Mouth down 1. But Puff, like anything can happen on 17.
Yeah, and 18 if there's a look that Mouth can drive, and EB probably kind of lay back if it's close.
Yeah, 1 stroke, even with a couple of holes to go on Pine is, for all intents and purposes, it's anybody's game, really.
But you're right, 17 would be the equalizer on that course.
Yeah.
It's, as everybody knows, not easy. So we're waiting on our next match. Looks like Luna's just kind of relaxing, waiting on his next opponent.
Gervais getting a bite to eat.
Yep. So it looks like we're going to have McCook and Shane coming on next. Sugar Shane.
Yeah, it's funny. This is only my 2nd tournament back, which, I know most of the guys, and I've seen most of the guys, and have been friends with a lot of them for a good long time. But only being your 2nd tournament back to finally put faces to names and stuff. It's a lot of fun, man. I love it. I love the community. I love seeing people. And it's nice, too, for a guy that was, I'm a fan of Golden Tee, right? I enjoy the sport. I enjoy the competition. And to finally see, your Luna and your Evan Gossett, which for a while was just a guy on a screen, right? It's nice to kind of see those people and shake a hand or two. I've played some matches with them. A lot of fun. Tough qualifier, I think, this week.
Yeah, it was nice not having Baja, just because it's such a kind of a boring course, and have a course like Pine, which is a lot more challenging. So, I believe the cut line was 128.
Yeah, 128, so lower than you'd expect, even with Pine, I think. But
correct.
I think definitely Pine was an equalizer. I think the best score was 27.
Yeah, with the standard 5 courses, not the 2 remastered, I would have put the cut line more like a 130 couple.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, it definitely reduced the field.
Oh, Neil. Thank you, buddy. Neil saw Neil in Sussex, and we had a good long talk and qualified together, actually, I believe, right, Neil? If I remember correctly. Just one of those circumstances is a good example, Puff, that, you meet those guys, and now we've been friends, and we connect on Facebook. He's part of Golden Tee Fan. Shout out to the fan page. If you want to get connected, that's a good way to do it.
I don't know who you are on Facebook. It's just telling us Facebook user, but hello. Thanks for the shout out. Hey, Des, how's it going?
Bryce, your wife already bought me 1 Long Island. If you get me 2, we might have a different conversation. All right.
Mr. Tate, hello.
Andy Fox behind us. The last guy to beat Luna, actually.
Yes. That would have been in Wisconsin.
So we're here, and it brings up the conversation there, Puff. If you had to call it right now with the guys that are left and the competition, you know who's out there. Who do you think?
I think Evan's playing really, really well right now.
Okay.
Obviously, Luna is Luna. Until somebody beats him, he's the champ. I think it's going to come down to those two here shortly.
I'm going to hold you to an answer. Who is it?
Well, I believe Luna until somebody beats him. A little more selfishly, I would take Evan because I did buy him the Calcutta.
Okay. A little biased there.
Yes.
A little biased.
So my wallet would say Evan, and I would say, like I said, Luna's just so hard. It's hard to beat right now.
A little over 33,000 in the Calcutta, I think, this week. Is that what it was?
Yes. 33 and change, I believe. Purple bracket, I think, is getting 5% of that for first, so that's a good chunk of change for that. And I think the pink gets 2.5. So
I mean, there's no shame in a purple bracket win. You know, we were talking earlier. Several past champions that are in the main right now, right? Luna's won a couple. I'm pretty sure Haas won one. No, Haas didn't win one. What was the other one?
So far this year?
No, just in general.
In general.
Who was the other one?
Yeah, I mean, Luna and Fox this year. Last year, we only had the couple tournaments, and I think, Clint won Wisconsin right before COVID. I can't remember who won Florida. But definitely Clint got in there right before the whole world shut down.
Stacy, his payout for Gossett was more than you probably want to know.
Oh, Stace man. Gossett was 2K, so Gossett wasn't too bad. I know the blinds went early for 3,500, 3,000, and then 28. So, of course, there's a couple guys who are blind hunters, and we'll always pick the blind guys. So,
blind was Luna, and
then Haas,
and then Haas,
and then Fox,
yes. Which I think are probably your 3. Those are the 3 I think would go.
Okay, so Josh did say, it was Chris Brewer. That's right.
Right.
I should have known that because I went out to eat with him right after he did it.
I was
forgot.
talking about several of the players that are in the main now that have won purple in the past. Right, so Luna has won purple.
Yes. Very young Luna.
Yeah.
Very drunk Luna.
Right.
Made the purple back. I think it was in St. Louis years ago.
And I think did the Mouth win one?
Mouth won one. Andy Fox.
And
slipped
Fox
down there
was the other
Houston.
one.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I was talking about.
So there's several. We were at this conversation last tournament. Will there ever be somebody who wins pink, purple, and the main? And it would take a very intoxicated person to drop down into the pink if they have the ability to then win a championship bracket as well. So
yeah, but there's no. I was talking to somebody. They were sending me text congratulating me on the run that I had, and there's no shame in a purple bracket win.
No,
when you look at guys that could potentially win the main on any given day. Go down there. Brian Bernhardt is a really good example. Brian Bernhardt is arguably one of the better players in the world still.
Yes.
And he's down there in purple, right? So there's no shame in it at all. Butch, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate that, buddy. We enjoy doing what we do, and this is definitely a lot of fun to do.
So Matt Prophet asked what happened to me. Well, we were just talking about somebody getting very intoxicated and slipping into the pink, and that indeed happened to me, unfortunately. I opened up with a pretty rough round on Temple, and from there on out, I just tried to play catch up, and it didn't work out too well for me. So,
all right, so we're back on now with McCook and Sugar Shane on the sometimes exciting Baja.
Yes,
you always feel like you get gypped a little bit when it comes to Baja, but it can be exciting because there's quite a few opportunities for some holeouts and stuff. So.
Well, all right, looks like I am playing, so
all right.
I'm going to jump off.
Puff, good to see you, man. Good luck. I'll stick with you guys here for a little bit, see if we can find a body to join me.
All right, guys. Well, that's good hole out from McCook already.
perfect example of what I was talking about. I happened to look away, but that is what can make Baja exciting. You can definitely get an opportunity for several hole outs, especially when you are on Baja, when you've got some opportunities that, several holes set up for a lot of really good opportunities for sure. Looks like we got another Bonnie here. Want to say hi to everyone?
I'm back. Yes, you are a child, Mr. Matt Van Hoosier. Can you show more than one game again? The other guys are just getting started, so we might be able to go to the quad feed here in a second.
All right. So McCook and Sugar Shane. Oh, we got both the feed over here. Eddie Godfrey. That's a guy that if you watch him play, you'll never see the game again the same way.
Yeah. And it looks like we're back to the first games of the day, being back on Baja in the main. So I think this course should be taken out for the main bracket. I don't know why these guys play it. It's kind of boring, honestly. And so far, everybody's been going extra holes. So we'll see what happens in these two matches. Looks like McCook's already up one, though, so I missed what happened there.
Yeah, there was a hole out earlier. McCook holed out one.
Oh, there you go.
From the fairway,
which
is what can make Baja exciting.
And that's what's going to happen. That's what has to happen for these guys to get up on the opponent. I mean, you got to make the hole, get a hole out. Mouse score, Neil, I'll try and get that. I know he won.
He came back to win.
I think so.
He was down one going into 16, so I'm not sure. So over on machine 23 there, you're looking at Eddie Godfrey, who is up against our top qualifier in Mark Gomez. I don't know if you got opportunity to watch Mark at all, but he had a phenomenal qualifier.
Mark qualified next to me yesterday, and it was kind of fun. I qualified with Al Jazz, as I said earlier in the broadcast, and it was fun with Jazz. But having Gomez beside me holing out, I think he had 4 hole-in-ones yesterday.
I think he did.
And so it was kind of fun to watch.
And he's carried that over into today. He's 2-0 in the main so far. Tough opponent here in Eddie Godfrey, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, all matches must be played on Baja. Yeah, that's a negative for me.
I don't personally mind Baja. I got beat actually on Baja by Clint Grover, who shot 31 with 0 points.
Yeah,
he drove holes that shouldn't be drivable.
And that's what happens.
He's the one that plays Titans. If anybody doesn't know the difference in the two balls there, most people play Stouts. He got to a couple of holes, drove them or close and chipped in on 2 different holes that I couldn't get to because of the Stouts. So there's an argument to be made for him if you like him. So still 1 up for McCook. I don't know about the Gomez match, but it's still pretty early, so I think they're
still square.
Even.
Yep, and Mark making a run at it right there. Yeah, Mark played really well yesterday. When he holed out 18 on Monty, that was kind of fun because then Big Joe, 20 minutes after that, turned around and dunked 18 for himself.
Yeah.
But it was actually they were 2 totally different shots, so it was kind of fun to watch.
So, Cam, you're asking about Mayfield, Dodge, and Baja, the notoriously easy courses in recent memory. If you're asking how I would rank them in terms of difficulty, I mean, probably Baja, Dodge, and then Mayfield is the more difficult of the 3. But
I would agree.
In terms of what I'd rather play in a live event match, I mean, Mayfield has arguably more swing holes, so maybe that's it.
Yeah. No disagreement here. Baja's the one I don't want to play. It's just because there's only possibly, now with the new tees, only 1 swing hole. And it really depends on how the tee's set up. Other than that, it's like we saw earlier. The guys were going in extra holes.
Yeah.
Because everybody's just staying clean. So it's going to take a hole out. I'd much rather have holes that that's going to be a swing hole. You have to cut around something or make a shot rather than just go right at something.
All right. Still even over with the Gomez and Godfrey match.
Is CJ playing Gary?
I don't know that.
Yes. They're over on 22.
Yep. We'll see if we can get an update for you on that one.
If you were to watch those three, which would you rather watch of the three? I would much rather
I think I'd watch Mayfield. I think with, I don't know if you remember, obviously you remember the course, but, hole 1 was gettable sometimes, but, you can make it even. I think that there was a couple of different holes that if you missed, you might lose the stroke, which
Correct.
makes the watch more exciting.
Correct.
It does tend to get a little boring sometimes, and that's why most people don't necessarily like Baja when it's clean round, and then we go into extras.
Right. And the only thing with Dodge is it really just depended on the wind.
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
That's really all it came down to. So
I think every year you get the one easy course, and, the other
you
one
have to
sort
have
of
one.
balanced.
Yeah, you have to have one.
I agree.
I'm just glad this one was not in qualifying yesterday.
All right. So Eddie's lining one up here, and if you ever want an opportunity to watch how a Golden Tee match can be played differently, Eddie is one to watch. The guy hits some low drivers on Forest that I never even thought about.
Yep.
It's amazing. McCook almost getting another one there.
And Paul taking a run at it, so they still, I believe they're still even over there.
I'll tell you what, though, watching Gomez, he is, obviously that's probably the highest or the best he's ever qualified, but he was remarkably consistent. I really only saw maybe two mistakes out of the whole day, really. And when you're playing 5 courses with different shots and you're hitting swerves and you're hitting thumbs, mistakes can be had, right, by everyone.
Yeah.
And I feel like he really only made maybe one mistake the whole day. It was really impressive to watch.
Yeah, it was definitely fun.
McCook lining one up here. This is definitely one that could go in. I like it when you have the wind going left and the green going right. It feels like it can even out for that almost straight look.
Yep.
Little bit aggressive on that one.
Not bad. Okay.
Eddie, so this is Mark at the machine right now, and then Eddie is walking up. I don't know what the delay is. So Mark is in the orange shirt, and Eddie is the left-hander in the blue shirt. It almost looks like he hits it with 2 hands when he pulls his hand back and then follows through sometimes. All right, so after the front 9, McCook up 1. Shout out to McCook, too, who made the main after taking the stroke max on the 6th hole of qualifying. I don't know if you heard that or not.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so it was 6 on Temple, where, sometimes you go through the arch. Most people don't anymore. It's usually
that's
behind.
right. I did hear that. He got to it. He thought he was chipping out to a good shot, and he went to an unplayable lot.
That's exactly right. So he got hit by a tree, or he hit the tree, and then he went to chip backwards to try to at least make par or bogey at worst.
Yeah.
And when he chipped backwards, the result was out of bounds.
Yeah.
So then he, now he's lying 4. He had to chip forward 5, chip forward again 6, on and 7, make 8. But the reason why I point that out is, on the 6th hole of qualifying, he takes the max hole on the max score on a hole, comes back to qualify in the main.
Played well.
So he basically played perfect Golden Tee after that to get where he was.
Which is what you had to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, again, like I said, I qualified with Al yesterday. He didn't think he was going to get as high as he did, but he ended up qualifying 8th. So he was pretty happy this morning.
So he was probably 136 or so?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
I was at 133 in 18th and felt pretty good about the weekend.
Yeah.
Unfortunately went 0-2, but I will take the weekend overall.
Yeah, no, that's still coming in on top, so that's good.
And I took second in the CTTP, so
it's always good.
Made a couple of bucks there.
That's right. And made some money with the hole-in-ones, I'm assuming.
I did.
Assuming, yeah.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
So overall, with money into the tournament, that's got an opportunity.
That's a great shot
Great
right there.
look. Overall, with the money you put in for the tournament, I got more back than I put in, and to me, that's a plus.
Yeah, that's the way it is. And you get to hang out with everybody.
I do, and it, it's awesome. You end up finding and seeing friends that you haven't seen in years. I know it sounds like a broken record, but I'm telling you, the community here is just phenomenal.
No, I say it every time I hop on here is, if you have not gotten to a tournament and you're watching the stream or you've seen the comments on Golden Tee, please, please, please find one near you, or fly out to one, drive out to one, get to one. One, you will learn a ton.
Absolutely.
If you're a newer player or just don't have guys around you that play a lot. Two, you will meet everybody that you want to meet.
Absolutely.
I talk about this all the time too. It's a family reunion. This for me is a family reunion, because that's how tight this community is. The guys and girls that play are just awesome. The wives that come in and help support everybody. Paige, Jackie. It's just great. So.
Yeah, it's really like the friends that you make, the things that you learn. Going to your first tournament, even if you're nervous, just seeing some of those guys that you've watched on stream for so long.
Yeah.
Getting to shake a hand, maybe buy a beer and have a beer with somebody it's a really awesome opportunity.
Yeah. I always try to qualify, hopefully with Steve. I try to let him know, but it's all random. But try to qualify with people I don't know. So
yeah.
You get that whole day to get to know where they're from, how they play, who they play with, and how long they've been playing. I mean, the whole bit. I mean, I usually walk out with one of these tournaments at least adding 5 or 6 players or people to my Facebook just to say, hey, these are new friends of mine. So it's awesome.
It is a lot of fun. Qualified with Bacon in Sussex. Heck of a guy.
That's my brother from another mother, if you guys don't know that. Yes, Graham, Facebook user. Yes, it's Tim. That is my boy right there. I'll give you a little background story for those of you who do not get in hole-in-one pots on the tournament. My first couple tournaments, I didn't know, and I would forget. So Graham would come up and remind me, Tim, get in the hole-in-one pot. And ever since, I haven't forgotten. And I think there's only been one tournament out of the ones I've played that I have not gotten a hole-in-one. So
there was a big swing here on the Machine 25 match. Sugar Shane watered that ball, ended up taking bogey.
So now McCook's up 3.
McCook is up 3 now, which, late on Baja feels almost insurmountable.
Yeah.
Same look over on Machine 23, so, you could.
Are they playing the same setup?
I believe so. Nice and safe
Good
there
shot.
for Eddie. We'll recap the scores here as soon as they get done putting out on this hole. But Mark they were even. But I thought he had the lead because he was teeing off first. Am I wrong?
Who, Mark?
No, Godfrey. Eddie.
I didn't know if he had honors. I don't know. We'll find out here in a minute.
I guess we'll find out. Good safe shot there. A couple of birdies. We'll see here. I believe it's still tied up there.
20-20?
21-21.
All right, so yeah, they're still in.
Still even.
McCook, all he's got to do is play safe all the way through. I mean,
don't make any stupid mistakes.
Fairways and greens, and should be it.
Or in this case, sand and greens.
Graham, miss you, buddy. Really do. If for nothing else, to play golf. Graham's a great golf player.
Do you like laying up here in the sand where McCook just went?
Before the tee boxes changed, I used to always bang it down there, and the reason being, watching the Wisconsin stream, Mouth was on the mic, and he couldn't understand why everybody was laying up. He's like, just bang it down in the sand. He said it's the same play.
Yeah.
So I always, from there on, I always banged it down there in the sand. It doesn't hurt you.
So this is the one where I put it in the sand. Actually got really close to the hole, but Clint Grover drove this green.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
The look that Mouth and Luna had, they had the same shot, and it was drivable. They both put it on the green. So it really just depends on how it sets up. Again, could be a swing hole for some of the newer guys that just say, hey, I don't know if I can get it there. and then you turn around and lay up, and the next guy comes behind you and lays it on the green. You're like, well, crap, I should have done that.
Absolutely. Pretty straightforward look on the next hole there for McCook. Again, just no mistakes, and he'll be moving
Yeah,
on.
as long as, fairways and greens. That's all he's got to do for, what, 2 holes?
The Luna Mouth match, Luna won that one 30-28, I believe is what it was.
Yeah.
Luna was up 1 going
Eddie
into
almost holed
18
out
and
right
then hold it out. So
let's see if Paul can make a chip.
this would be a good get right here, and this is the kind of shot that Paul tends to make some, more
This looks
often than
good.
not. Oh, what a great run.
So they're going to be even going into 12, 13?
Looks like 16. And really the only other real swing hole that might happen is if you get a really ugly look on 17, but judging by what's happened on machine 25, it looks pretty straightforward.
I was going to say, that's pretty easy.
So now you're looking for a hole out if you're one of those guys. And, at this level, that can happen at any point.
Absolutely. Paul's going to take a good look at this because this is definitely a gettable hole. The wind going left to right, kind of out, and the green going back to the left.
Little bite on that. Might have just been a little bit of a bailout to the right just to make sure you stayed safe.
And McCook's on the green on 18.
He looks like he's going to wrap that match up fairly quickly.
And it's long. Oh, he stayed up, but again, he needed the hole out right there.
Yeah. So McCook will move on here with his win against Sugar Shane. And over on the other match, the lead qualifier, Gomez, all square.
Sugar Shane. So we're going to go up with Eddie and Paul.
Oh, what a good look.
And that should be Adam. Andy. That should be Gomez. Gomez. Mr. Gomez.
So I like the low bite on a 7-iron here, if you have it.
Yep, he's going to thumb this right in there. Good look.
That is on a
Good
better
look.
line. Oh.
Just needed to go another foot or so.
Couple of good shots
Yep,
there, though.
absolutely. So they're going to be square going into 18. As we just saw, 18's not a bad look.
But if you did see Sugar Shane, you can make a mistake, right?
Yeah.
So nothing guaranteed, but handle your business, and we walk over to extra holes.
Yeah. So Eddie's going to high tee the 10.5. Should be a nice smooth shot. He's on safe. Gotcha. Okay.
You talking about the camera?
Yeah.
I apologize.
Andy Fox, Andy Haas. Andy Fox, Andy Haas, 25.
Right.
All right.
The
My
machine,
apologies.
The guys are banging the machine, so they're knocking the camera all over the place.
These guys
So
do
guys
hit
are
on it
clean.
pretty hard.
Oh, absolutely. So these guys are clean. They're going to restart Baja. And this could go a ways. Again, like we were saying earlier with the earlier matches, Baja, you're going to have to hold out. You got to get that hole in one, or you got to chip in from the fairway, and you got to make that shot to move. So.
All right.
And don't mess up. I mean, I'm saying you have to do that, but as we saw earlier with the McCook match, McCook went a little long and then missed his chip coming back. So that's how he lost to CJ. So.
Yeah, when you get a match like this, I would prefer to see it on a hole out rather than a mistake.
Yes. Which is how McCook lost, and you hate to see that. And
right.
I know he was, of course, mad at himself, but.
So who's your pick here? I'm going to hold you to an answer like I held Puff for an answer. Who's your pick on this match? We'll have two different questions on this match, number one, and then on the overall champion.
It's a coin toss for these guys. Again, we've already talked about how well Paul played yesterday. This hole, it depends on the setup too. This hole's drivable, but I'm gonna pick Paul. Unless Eddie gets lucky right there. And hole in one's our first one.
Definitely can happen.
And then I would change my answer real quick.
An exciting start anyway.
Yeah.
Little heartbeat, I'm sure, missed for Mark.
Yeah, because he knows it's gettable. So Paul knows this is, I mean, he can go straight at it. And he pushed it a little bit left. All right.
Not a terrible miss, though. You definitely don't want to make any mistakes.
Makes the putt coming back. Have I been calling him Paul?
I think
Paul
yeah.
Gomez? Oh.
It's
Mark.
Just wanted to make sure.
I did just call him Paul.
You
I
did.
just who is Paul Gomez? I don't even know.
Don't know.
Mark, yeah. Mark played really well yesterday, so my pick would be Mark. Overall, it's hard to bet against Luna. I'm sorry. He's playing really good golf. So
I don't think that if you picked Luna, I don't think anybody would disagree with you. But, when you have perfect example is Andy Fox in the room, and he was the last guy to beat Luna, in Sussex. So, you can't count guys like him out either.
yeah. So we got the Fox and Haas match starting on 25.
A couple of Andys over there.
Yeah.
Former world champion Andy Haas 2 times.
So both these guys, 2 guys are going at it, and
Oh my gosh, what a shot!
I actually thought that was going in.
Those are the kinds of things that Andy Haas will do to you, and it takes the wind out of your sails.
It's like you just go ahead and throw in the white flag. Say, yeah, I'm good. Let's go get a beer.
And he's the one that's going to mess with you and tell you that he missed that just a hair to the right.
That's right. I didn't quite. I was 1 mile an hour too short. Yeah. Good.
Andy Fox with the signature hoodie, who
So in a good
no
chip
blood.
in, so they're clear for there. So I have to scoot because I have to go play Mr. Bill Muse.
All right.
So we'll see what happens with this match a little bit later.
Let's do it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, well, I'm going to stick with you here, guys, while we're watching a couple of different matches. We've still got extra holes over there with Gomez and Godfrey.
Machine 3, Steve Bigger.
As a reminder, Gomez was our top qualifier. Played absolutely phenomenal. Some really, really good golf the whole day. I think 4 hole-in-ones in 5 rounds, which, if you're looking at the, averages, it's rare to have. Averaging almost a hole-in-one a round tells you how good these guys really are. So a couple of eagles on machine 25 on hole 2 of Tropical for the 2 Andys, who you would expect to do that. See if we can get a little bit of excitement going on here. Definitely can be. Oh. Great look there by Andy Fox. Again, these guys know their distances as well as anything else. They have it dialed in and they understand exactly how hard to hit that track ball. Very minimal mistakes. Andy with a little bit of a half-hearted run at that. A couple of birdies and we're going to walk away tied.
All right, Bronzy, I got a minute or two.
Yeah, let's do it. We're going to bring the mouth back, everyone's favorite loud gentleman.
Hello, everyone. Let's just make sure I'm not blowing you out with the mic. I'm a little louder than most, but it's okay. I think it sounds okay right now.
I think we did well.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. All right.
So to recap here, we got extra holes on machine 23 on Baja with Gomez and Godfrey.
Oh, wow. Okay. Guys, I don't know if you caught that on the other machine. Fox did not bend this enough. It hit short, bounced up, and then stayed dry short of the green on the edge.
Wow.
So Fox has a chip to still keep this thing going. Look at this.
It's
Look at
extra
this
holes
ball.
on 23.
Look at this ball.
That's amazing.
I have no idea, nor have I ever seen a ball stop there.
I'll tell you what, if you make this kind of thing, you feel like you gain one.
Yeah, definitely.
And you would expect Andy to give it a run anyway.
Well, he's got to. But it is tropical, guys. Strokes can be won or lost very quick. And like, hey, Corley, how you doing? Getting excited. I didn't beat Paul, so we'll just have to beat up on him together when when you're there with us at the Word of Mouth.
They said you came back and won your match there.
I did. God, everybody I'm playing against on Pine is chipping like crazy. He made a chip from 40 yards on 2 of Pine, and I missed a 90-foot putt. And he played clean the whole way forward. Yeah, and then it got to 16, and he clipped a branch and had a shot out of the woods.
That'll do it.
Hey, buddy.
So back here on machine 23, Eddie and Mark.
And this is sudden death, you said, right?
It is sudden death.
Eddie, approach, attacking. This is a hole 2 to make. This is 1 to go.
I think if you're going to do it, and you just saw Eddie miss, I think that this could be one that you make a run at.
Yep.
How aggressive do you get at this, knowing you're in extra holes?
There's no risk to this at all. Even if you're off the green on this, it's generally a putt where the pin is right now. It might have a little lip. I like the low tee release by Gomez.
Oh.
He had it right. That was the exact right shot. Maybe not back it up on the box so he can keep his standard thumbs, but he was thinking he wanted to thumb that a bit harder.
I agree.
Now, it was 29 to 22, Daryl. There was Fox just screwing around with CJ. All right, so this is actually going to be a good shot to hole out for one of these guys in sudden death, too.
Yeah, when you get that relatively straight wind there with that up green, I think you got the opportunity. Land it behind it, spin it back in. So extra holes are always exciting, as, even a missed putt can end a match.
Yep. And we've seen it so far. There hasn't been many hole-outs and
right.
It's been a lot of just stupid little mistakes. Now, and Baja is the one. Have we seen sudden death on almost every match on Baja we played?
I think it's been.
Oh, gosh. Gomez almost nutted it.
McCook just won one on Baja straight out.
Okay,
so.
And I lost to Luna straight out on it, too.
There are exceptions to the rule.
Yes. Godfrey just playing it up there, didn't seem to get too aggressive at that hole.
Daryl, I would have to check that score. I would be surprised if either one.
No, it was.
Fox...
I said it. It was 20. It's 22. Fox was screwing around with CJ.
Okay. This is a shot here on Tropical that you can get a little bit aggressive with if you're Andy Haas. Try and spin that back in. A little bit of a cut, as expected, really close to the hole. The mouth is still in it. Neil, he is 2-0.
2-1. I lost to Luna.
2-1.
Yeah,
that's right. You lost to Luna.
We will be playing. When one of these machines, stream machines open up, I think I'm playing Will Sandstead.
All right. That'll be a good match.
No, it's going to be a bloodbath.
The always confident Mark McClevich, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so it is Eric and I. There's not. Gosh, I have to say I think thumb putting is not correct, and he proves me wrong every time because he's one of the sharpest putters I've ever seen. I can't thumb putt to save my life, and I'm a pretty darn good thumber.
See, I thumb putt everything that breaks to the right, and anything that breaks more than left 4, I palm it.
That's interesting. That's an interesting. That's a unique way to do it.
Yep.
And not to get into it, a lot of the problems you have putting, people putt different ways, is because the ball is not symmetrical on the inside. The rollers have different levels of pressure from each side of the ball. We can talk about that more thoroughly when we're not in a good match play right now. If we ever get a lag, we can bring that up a little bit.
Oh, it's got a
Gomez
chance.
Killing it. He's right on these shots. Now, I don't think he hit a great. I mean, the shot turned out well.
Right.
The shot wasn't a perfectly aimed ball. He didn't hit the best shot. He got a bounce off the rough, but. Those win too.
Almost shot of the week.
Yeah, well.
So we're still even after 10 here on Baja. That's true.
We got the producers chiming in. Not McCook, not shot of the week. I don't know. They gave Paul Luna a really basic ass shot too.
That is a very rare mistake from Andy Haas there on a fairly straightforward look.
And it's the heavy rough. People have a problem playing with it. Guys, a rule of thumb here, take the club that shows the distance that you're away and go up one club from there. That's a great way to play the heavy rough when playing stouts.
So Greg Kinsler chiming in there on the YouTube chat. Former world champ and former member of Team USA with myself back in 2003. Putted the same way.
Yep.
And until, the issues that you're describing.
Yeah.
He figured out, well, maybe that's the better way to putt.
And Kinsler and I both, before shot meters, we had a problem with chipping, and I still do, and I know why it is now, but he and I both always played a hook on all of our chips. We just thought that that's how chips worked. And then when we finally saw the shot meter, we realized that we're pulling it back a little right on every chip.
Right.
And guys, we just got another change back. Haas gives it away and gets it right back.
Did Fox get wet here?
Yeah, Fox got wet. Yes, left it short. And I don't know how he does that there. There was no risk to hitting a club up and backspinning it with an A1. Hitting that one to go at the hole ends up costing him.
I didn't see his shot in, so
you had a tough pin. It was an A1 5-wood forward type shot, and all you could do there was leave it short. You couldn't go long. You just had to hit the ball, and he got cute with it. And the line looked great coming in, but getting cute with that pin being that close is not good.
It's a great look here
and
for
then
Gomez.
Did Haas just miss the putt coming back?
He did.
Robert Johnson, Alan Turkman, where are you?
I thought Gomez had a chance to win that one.
Robert Johnson.
So he puts it in Eddie's hands here. This is one you can be a little aggressive at here, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And it won't trickle too far over if you go long. And Eddie, they're scared. Everybody's playing scared. It's weird. I think a lot of us are playing a different game, like because of the size of the field. We're like, oh, we got to do well at this event. There's a lot of tentativeness, except, guys, I hate to say it, I might be changing. Paul Luna doesn't seem to be shook at all ever. He just doesn't. It's not getting him. I thought I put pressure on him by almost holing out every hole on him. He just sat there, and then aces 18 for good measure against me.
I think when you're in his level of play at the moment, much like yourself, when you're playing really well, you know you're going to be in it.
All right, we got a big swing hole here. Andy, I don't know if has the 2-iron on this, and it's not a 2-iron shot. He can easily hit a full 6 here, a full 4-wood here. He's not worried about the great thing with the 4-wood. When you hit it from here, you're not worried about the upper trees.
Right.
It stays under. The 5-wood, you've got to worry about the second set, and it can clip on it.
Yep.
But here, so if he hits the full 4-wood around, this is actually going to be perfect. I think he's looking at dumbing down a 3-wood, and I don't see a way he sticks this one.
I think he pulled that back by mistake. I think he's still going to hit the 4.
That's the right shot. Did he give it enough? He did. And guys, that's going to be an attack shot. That's great.
What a great shot.
And it's just knowing. That's just knowing exactly how it's going to go. Godfrey left himself a tester here.
That is definitely one where you can,
he can go right. You can get right at this.
And if you're Gomez here, how aggressive do you be? Knowing with the wind going to help you pull it back towards the cup, do you get fairly aggressive here?
Back to back. There's nothing he can. He's not no risk. It's not like we're mine against Luna. I was a risk on the left-hand side. I didn't like that play, but I love that play. You guys know if that's just a hill with sand and dirt, it comes off super soft, keeps it spin. That hole would be a lot better if that was a rock behind that green. Yeah. Where if you hit that.
What a great putt there by Eddie to keep it even.
Keeping it even.
So when you look at those kinds of things, Mark, and you get an opportunity, and if you're, Gomez, I think he was as aggressive as he could have been.
He hit the shot that he plays on that, is my guess.
Absolutely.
He didn't just come out of nowhere and decide to hit that ball off the hill on purpose, and I don't think he miss-hit that ball. Fox left himself a rough one here. He might have to chip. Now, this is interesting for Eddie and Gomez. It's not getting on the green with Stouts, but where that chip is, I got to say that Godfrey's probably 75% making that at home from there. It's a really nice chip. You could rip it right at the hole, take away all break off of it, let it just shoot in. At a tournament, though, the hesitancy that everybody's been showing,
absolutely,
it might cause, you might leak this off by hitting it too soft, letting the break come in. Let's see where Gomez is. If I'm Gomez, I hit this ball and I want to be just in front of him. I want to be just in front of him. I want him to hit the first. Oh, you want to go first? Okay. Now this one's a little longer, 47 though. This is tough. I mean, do you go at it with the sand wedge and just flip it up and make sure you're there? Do you rip this hard and try to make it and have a risk of going over the back edge and having the same kind of chip back in? He's in a much harder spot, even though it's only 10 yards away than Eddie was.
I think he hit the right shot there.
Yeah,
I
he
think
legged
he was
up.
semi-aggressive. Yep. You know, it gave it an opportunity, but not a chance.
He wanted to hit the 9 with release and let it run at it. And even though we think we make that chip coming back most of the time, that's still a match play and sudden death. That's not the kind of nerves you want to have in play with that shot.
So Eddie here potentially.
Okay, Eddie got a little more
short.
aggressive, but not. It's still like to make those. It's good. You should have a 20-foot putt coming back if you miss it when you're trying to make it. They were both risk averse on that, so we're keep going on here.
So, as expected, you're 15, you're what is that, 33 holes now worth of even par golf on Baja. This is a look, I think, Mark, that you can get to. Is that an 11 or a 17? That is a mistake there by Eddie.
It is a mistake, but he's got a putt from there, it looks like. For me, I'm thinking high tee 10.5, thumb bite, and I'm not bringing when he brings this in with this shot, thumbing it with the 8.5 is going to be short most of the time. That's fine. He played it to get his birdie, to get his eagle.
Because Eddie is not in a perfectly good spot here.
No, but he should. It's a normal putt. Oh, this is absolutely
on the
normal,
rough.
and he got it. Yep, it caught more fringe than he wanted to. So, guys, it looks like Mark Gomez going to the final 6 at bare minimum right now. 3-0 for him. That's impressive. Godfrey's though holding it together. 2 wins. 2 wins, 1 loss. He's going to get one of the winners of the loser side coming up to play. And I bet this is going to be my time to play now on the same game.
What a great run, though, by Gomez so far. Number 1 qualifier, 3-0.
Absolutely. Just getting the. Oh God.
Oh.
Andy taking a shot.
If you're Gomez, do you feel unbeatable?
I don't think. Knowing Mark, I don't think he's gotten to that. Look, we all have that cocky thing. To become really good at Golden Tee, you have to be cocky.
Sure.
You're cocky. You think you're better than everybody. I don't think Mark's gotten to that level yet. And just like at CJ, I don't think he's that level yet where he thinks he's better than everybody.
But I think if you're Mark Gomez and you qualified first and you're 3-0, I feel like you gained so much confidence in your game today.
Oh, absolutely. Today he feels that way. Overall,
Absolutely.
I don't. But I still think when he gets his matchup right now his next matchup should be.
He's going to get a little bit of rest because he's going to have some time off. Being 3-0 in a 32-man bracket, he'll have a little bit of a break. Several other matches going on. Looks like Danny Boy's playing Al Zarel. And if I see it right, it looks like Andy Fox went in the water again to a laid up Andy Haas. So Andy was, Andy Haas was up a couple of strokes, did the smart play here on this particular hole and laid up, and Fox puts it in the water. The difference in match play and other things,
So Fox wetted that, and Haas stuck it?
No, Haas Haas laid up.
Well, his birdie is worth a lot of strokes now. I'm going to have to say this match is over.
As good of a player as they both are, 3 strokes is tough.
Okay, let's be honest. This has been a poorly played match by both players.
You're not wrong.
It's honestly, this isn't good Golden Tee they're playing. They're both playing bad, and somehow Haas manages to get a win out of it. But now with how bad it's been played, I could see one of them screwing up. I could see somebody screwing up 17.
If you're Andy Fox, though, at this point, you got to go pedal to the metal.
Yeah, he's to the point that he's about to DNF, is my point.
Yeah.
He doesn't expect Haas to, but gosh, I mean, this is a really bad score for Tropical. They haven't played well. And the shots were tough, but there. And you expect more out of a match at this point in time.
Yeah. But it just goes to show you, too, that, anybody on any given day.
Exactly.
Good shot there by Fox. You feel like maybe if you can get one, something good might happen. But
yeah, if you get one, because you're down 3 right now, you get one water ball or a mistake on 17's in play. But right now, there's nothing that Haas could do to lose this. He'd have to water twice.
I agree.
If
Keep the mistakes out of the play.
There's no way he misses. He might even. This is probably an ace almost. Yeah, there's nothing he can do here. You can't give up that many strokes on 18 unless you putt over the edge, and Haas will not put himself in a position to putt over the edge.
Yeah, unfortunately, when Fox gave one away early, and then just a couple of holes ago gave away 2. You're right.
Three.
It was pretty
Oh
much
no, yeah,
over.
he Fox Haas birdied it, but that's okay. He'll be able to come back from that, unless he gets in his head about it. Now this is the shot. There's nothing you can do wrong here. He's just got to thumb backspin this, and in fact, I think he's going to be mad if he doesn't make it. No, you can't mess this up.
Unless you miss the ball.
Yeah, true.
Trevor Roberts, rep on 12.
Mark Gomez stopping by for a
Trevor
hello.
Roberts, rep on 12.
We're just getting. It's disappointing that you watch these two play, and I think, wow, in matches against them, they never shoot 10 offs. Like, come on, where is this when I need it against you? No,
Right.
6 off, 5 off, whatever it was. Wasn't a well played match, but it's match play. You're not playing your score, you're playing your opponent. So it doesn't really make a difference.
When you make it to this point, match play becomes such a different game. It's a different animal. It's why Andy laid off on that one shot where he normally might have gone for it.
Correct. And the benefit there, right? The benefit of him even giving one back if Fox even eagles it is now he's up by 2, or he's tied or up by 1, but he gets to watch Andy and watch Andy fail.
Right.
Like that's his thing. He's watching this match go on, and he sees both of them are hitting dumb shots. So why not watch your opponent hit the dumb shot before you and take all the pressure off? It's rare when somebody goes from hitting dumb shots over and over again to then hitting amazing shots. So it was the right play. Lay up on that hole, and it proved well.
So Gomez will face Haas in the next round of the winner's bracket.
And then Gossett's the other one in the winner's bracket. Who is the... all right, so
Clint
Gossett
Grover,
is waiting on Paul Luna and Clint Grover's match, and I bet that's coming up right now. And that's who we're going to watch.
All right. So looking at that match, 2 completely different play styles, Mark. You got one guy that plays Titans, and then you've got Luna, who you can't bet against him.
No, right now you can't. Clint is praying that he doesn't draw Monty. That's the only course that's going to be a very big disadvantage for him playing not Stouts.
Do you think there's an advantage on any of the courses to have Titans?
Well, so we saw in the qualifier on Anse.
Okay.
1 became drivable with Titans, and Bernhardt drove 12 as well.
Okay.
From 400 with an outwind. Those 2 setups come up. It's a game changer. That's 2 strokes. That's almost unbeatable in match play.
And
2 strokes given.
I played Grover on Baja, and there were 2 holes that he got to that I couldn't because of Titans. He got to 1, which was 440. That he had to swerve a big C3, and he got there. And then later on 15, he got down there, and it was like 455 or something with a 10-mile-an-hour outwind. I was short by 60 yards, and he made the green.
Jeez.
So they drew Anse, so there's definitely, there could be an advantage here.
Give me 1 quick second. I'll be right there. I'm still staying. Don't let him.
All right, I got you. So you're gonna have quite a match here with Clint Grover and Paul Luna. Arguably the hottest player in Golden Tee right now in Paul Luna, who has won several tournaments in a row.
Luna's so hot right now.
And then
so hot.
you can't count out Grover. But this will bring in several different points in time, Mark, where we're going to be talking about the differences between Stouts and Titans.
Yep.
What
is it doing here? Not really much. You're gonna a good C3 with either ball could get this on. Yeah, there is generally a tournament right after course releases, so yeah, that does happen. The problem is even 2 days. Oh, we got a call coming here. We got to play.
All right, so we're going to get Bernsey back on the mic here shortly as Mark joins his match. Back to the winner's side here on Anse Cocos with Paul Luna and Clint Grover. Clint Grover is the last remaining champion of Titans, along with Brian Bernhardt, who is about to join me. Brian, we've got a heck of a match here with Paul and Clint.
Yeah,
and one of the 2 or 3 remaining Titan players out there.
Yeah, he's in my club, Clint and Jeff Lannon. But this is going to be a great match here, and for a couple reasons. For those that are just tuning in, Luna's obviously been playing really good. But the one thing that you don't see since you're not here is Luna's girlfriend just entered the building. So is that going to be a distraction for him this match? He hasn't had a lady at a tournament for a long time. I also know that he didn't get as much sleep as he would have liked to last night. So I'm curious how that plays a role in this match. This is a huge match for him to move on.
A couple of opportunities there to get one-on-one. Neither one of them made it, but the biggest thing here is make the comeback, Chip, right?
Yeah.
You can't go down 1 after 1. Paul takes care of business, and I assume Clint will do the same.
Right. And with Odsay, there's not a whole lot of elevation issues, so the difference in the balls that they play won't really play a huge factor. I could see one of the differences being on hole 1, actually, where I would have given the advantage to Clint had there been more wind. He could have had a better chance of getting it.
I agree. And 2, doesn't look drivable on any setup with 565 yards.
Ain't that the truth?
So again, Titans doesn't necessarily help him in this case.
Yeah, and what you're referring to, Jad, is that sometimes this hole has set up to be drivable, around 425 yards, something like that. But with the pin being located where it's at the bottom of the green, both these guys are going to give it a real good run. There's really nothing to worry about. Just put it in the middle of the green, let it roll down towards the hole, just like that.
Oh.
And we were on here earlier talking about the last time Luna played when he ended up winning by a few strokes. We're in a different part of the bracket right now, so Clint's more than capable of getting a hole out at any time throughout this match. But we all know that Luna's the guy to beat here, and so Clint wouldn't want anything else other than get a hole out early, find a way to take an early lead, and put the pressure on him.
I think for anything, your confidence goes up through the roof when you have that, even if it's a 1-stroke lead. And you got it by getting something as opposed to someone giving it to you.
Right.
When you hold something out that the other guy didn't, you definitely feel a boost.
For sure, I agree 100%. This is one of those holes that Luna's going to dissect, and he knows he's got a really good opportunity right now to take a 1-stroke lead.
I think we can stay here. It's a good winner's bracket match.
And he's off there. That's a miss left there for Luna.
Yeah, I mean, if you call that a mistake, that's about as bad as Paul misses something.
Right, but we're used to him throwing darts to that pin. He just and this is a pretty simple setup. We're not going to have to worry about them going underneath the trees, hitting the hill, bouncing up on the green.
Yeah.
A little bit offset though, so advantage to Clint here. Beautiful shot for Clint.
Yeah, the ability to push that ball back like he did, without thumbs, right, is something that most a lot of people use their their palm there, that flick, and it's pretty impressive. As usual, Luna will cut the ball, in a circumstance like that, and he was just as close.
Right. Yeah, I think it sounds like some of the people that are watching would like to see both games at once. So if we can make that happen, that'd be great.
That's fine. We can do it.
We got Mark the Mouth playing Will Sandstead, so.
That is a good match.
The viewers want to see, the Mouth. So we got Pine Creek over there. Will Sandstead just teeing off and hitting a great shot.
Kingfish, the camera is tilted on the Machine 23 right now based on the fact that it is tough to secure it. And a lot of these guys, when they hit, a big shot, Brian, the whole machine jars. And, unfortunately, we can't quite keep it stable. But we do our best to try to make sure it works. And the team and the crew are doing a heck of a job.
Right. Now, at the same time, aren't we living in a certain day where tilted images are okay? Don't you take selfies and take pictures of so it's just a little tilted. It's okay.
I try not to take selfies, Brian. I don't know about you. So Will Sandstead, he was the second overall qualifier, Brian. He played really, really well. He actually tied Gomez at 142.
Right. Yeah, very impressive.
Had a really, really good qualifier. Now, I don't know, because this is a loser's bracket match on Machine 25. Who did he lose to?
Oh, let me pull the bracket up here. He wasn't playing the best earlier either. He had a couple lucky breaks.
So the Mouth there, cleaning up his putt. He lost to Danny Boy.
And Danny Boy, who also was playing on the machine next to me, I'm not sure, for those that may be following along with the bracket, seeing that Danny Boy beat Chris Brewer, Danny Boy advanced on a missed putt that Chris Brewer had, about a 20-foot putt on hole 18.
Danny actually knocked me out of the tournament. I was unfortunately 0-2 in the main. You know, missed a couple of putts on Anse here to lose to Danny, but, you know, good to see him still playing well. Kind of a miss there from Will on the drive.
He's already down one going into that, too.
Yeah. So over in that mouth match, the mouth is up 1, and it looks like he's going to gain at least another here.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot there.
Unless Will can pull something out. What do you do in this kind of circumstance? Sorry about that. Oh, what an escape. What an escape.
Great shot there by Will.
If you looked away from the screen for a second, you missed a really great recovery there. That was really well done.
Clint's in an interesting spot, too. He's going to have a really long putt there, probably about a 40 or 50 footer, maybe a left 4 or something like that.
This is on the new remastered tees. This is one of the harder looks on 7 here of Anse. I think, to me anyway, because you've got so much, you know, trees to worry about.
Right,
you've got trees above you. You've got trees to the left of the green. And I think Clint bailed on that one just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And he missed it high side, too. Out of that fringe there. You can't give those away, you know, so Clint already knows there's still a lot of holes to play. Anse, there's not a whole lot of opportunities to gain strokes unless you find a way to hole out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Clint drops one there on a missed putt, but you know he's definitely the type of player that at any point in time he can gain that back.
And Luna doing Luna things might just put this in the hole.
It would not surprise you.
he's always hungry, always looking for a chance to get that win. You know, take advantage. You know, which what you want to do. Someone gives you a stroke, you take advantage of it, and then try to find a way to get some more. Yeah, so we got Pine Creek on the right side, Will Sandstead and Mark the Mouth McLevich on the left-hand side, Ante Cocos with Paul Luna, Clint Grover, 4 of the best Golden Tee players in the world, right?
Absolutely. You know, the Mouth and his stream has, you know, really, I think, increased a lot of the viewers' interest in the game. You know, so kudos to Mark and a shout out to him. You know, but yeah, absolutely. You can't, I mean, these 4 guys right here, I think all of them were in the top, I want to say top 10, right?
What's that
in terms of qualifying?
Yeah.
All of them were in the top 10? Yeah, definitely some, no, I'm sorry, Gomez, I apologize, Grover was 15.
Okay, yeah, I know that Paul was, he just missed holing out there.
You know, like you said, any point in time.
And you could be more aggressive on this course. Like I mentioned before, there's not a whole lot of holes where you're gonna lose one. You know, so he's not gonna expect Luna to drop any strokes anytime soon. But he also knows there's a lot of holes that he can go after. You can be aggressive and not have to worry about any consequences.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of risk for reward.
Will lost to Grover? Was that what happened earlier, Kins? Wow. Okay. I guess we missed that one then. I do not have an update on the purple bracket, but
well, let me take that one, Chad, since I'm in it.
Oh, okay. We definitely can get an update on there for you. We are 1 stroke difference here in the Mouth match. He's 1 up after 8 against Strix Nebulosa Will Sandstead. Sorry, there's no extra T there. And Grover, I believe, is still down just the 1 to Luna. So the newly remastered Pine Creek, Brian, heck of a match play course.
It really is because, you know, hole 18, you can guarantee a birdie pretty much, you know, depending on what that setup looks like. But when you get to hole 17, I mean, it's, unless you're Eddie Godfrey, you know,
it has
really
got to be the hardest par 3 in Golden Tee right now.
Yeah, and I was always, you know, Forest Null 17 was the hardest one that I've seen in a long time. With the change in the tee boxes, it actually got quite a bit easier.
Right.
Jody Palmer, Blake Boyette,
Yeah, definitely some interesting things can happen late on Pine Creek for sure. So it'll be nice to see how that plays out.
And both these matches are just moving right along.
Right.
These guys don't waste any time. They have they've all memorized these courses. They've seen almost every setup so far. It's just executing certain shots here at this live event.
I don't know, Drew, if his shirt is wet, but I think that there's just a slight shadow somewhere with all the lights and things. But I don't know that it would affect him either way if his shirt was wet. Good look there from Will.
Yeah, another great shot there for Clint on the left side.
It's interesting. You can see the great shot points there, Brian, on the left-hand side of Ansa here. Clint's got 52,000 great shot points, but he's a stroke behind.
Right, exactly. I mean, and you don't get any bonus points for that. All it tells you is he's been really close to the hole a handful of times.
But it could be a good indicator, right? Don't you think that, maybe at some point he's going to get one of those to fall?
Exactly. Yeah, and that's all that does show you that he is, hitting really good shots, and at any point, a wise man once said that, like, oh, you just hold it out. So all of a sudden, the two-stroke lead, Clint's got a chance to hold it out behind him to bring it back to one, but
as you said, Luna does Luna things.
Luna does Luna things. I mean, it's.
This is why that, coming into this tournament, regardless of who else may be here, if you bet on Luna, nobody's going to tell you you're wrong.
Right, exactly.
This is unfortunate here on 14 because with Titans, it could have been a hole where potentially Clint could have got something back.
Especially with the 396 to the pin there.
Right.
If he had a downwind, he could have tried to get a 10.5 drive or tee it right over.
You can tell by his face that he was disappointed that wasn't a little bit more of a look for him.
Right, because he knew this was one of the few opportunities he has left.
Absolutely. So now you're hoping for a mistake from Paul, and you're probably not going to get that.
Not going to get that, no. I mean, only situation might be hole 17 or 18 if he hits the hill on the par 3 or something rolls down, maybe gives up a stroke. Hole 18 if he just hits a bad shot and waters his tee shot. I don't see Paul doing that. If he's up 2 strokes going into hole 18, he's going to put the ball in the middle of the green.
I agree.
Force Clint to try to ace it. And then if he does ace it, at least Paul knows that, well, worst case scenario, I can still 2-putt for a tie.
Right. 2 strokes you feel like, especially with water, you're not out of it.
Right.
But, against a guy, as we've said many times, against a guy like Luna, you need some help. This is one of my favorite holes this year over on Pine on 25 right now. It's a par 3 that sets up or par 4 that sets up at 170 yards sometimes. But with those, that tree line in the middle, it can make for some interesting shots.
Yeah, you're always going around either the right side or the left side. You can never go. I don't think you can go over it unless there's like an 8-iron high shot that I don't know about. But
I have not seen anyone go over it.
Not yet. I mean, but yeah, for the most part, you're coming. And so what's fun about that is no matter which way you're going, the ball is going to spin. There's a missed shot, so he's going to be down 3 strokes right there, I believe.
And he almost gave another one.
Right.
So 3 strokes here to mouth.
But the game's not over on the right machine, though, Chad. Because
I agree.
Like we're talking about hole 17, you just never know. Is Paul
I
going to do it
agree.
again?
And Paul might. He just doesn't give an inch.
No.
Paul does Paul things like we said, and he's always around the cup. You feel like. I was here in the qualifier, right where Clint was, and I was nervous to hit a 6-iron on that lip because he was just in the rough.
Yeah.
Do you usually take an 8-iron in that kind of situation?
So, yeah, if you got a lip that's involved there, and by saying lip, like maybe a little bit, you have to get the ball a little bit higher over. Because that 6-iron, or anything lower, 6-iron, 5-iron, we'll clip that top part of that hill. And there's, that's not what Clint was hoping for. And so, I would hit.
He was hoping for ugly.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this is not. I mean, he wanted, something top tier, pin close to the place where it rolls down. But
absolutely,
that's not what it is. And so now he's just going to try to put this one in the hole and. Yeah, his only chance is a water ball by Luna on 18.
And again, you know, he's going to walk into 18 hoping for as ugly as possible.
Yeah. He wants the pin to be top right, wind blowing straight left to right, 15, 16 miles an hour.
Right.
And it's got back right, which isn't horrible, but Luna's got all that green to play with right there.
And I think if you're Paul, you just put it in the middle.
Yeah,
and
you
get
can
done.
actually hit your safe shot, and your ball is just going to roll closer to the hole. Whereas if the pin was on closer to where the tee box is, he'd be rolling further away, and his putt wouldn't be as easy. But this should not be an issue for Paul.
These are the kind of shots that you know, when you get to this level, you know, you don't make the mistake.
Right. And there he is.
Good look by Will.
Right in the middle of the green. So Paul's going to have 2 putts to win this match and move on, and he will be waiting for. He'll also be playing Evan Gossett. You know, so right now where we're at in the winner side of the main bracket, we've got Mark Gomez, who will be playing Andy Haas. And Haas coming back to beat Fox in that match. That's unbelievable. Being down 2 to win by 3 is unbelievable. And then we got Evan Gossett that will be playing Paul Luna. So Mark Gomez, Andy Haas, Evan Gossett, Paul Luna. On the loser side, we still have Will and Mark. They're playing right now. Ryan McCook and Mike Demko. Kirk Stimper, Gary Sheldon. Al Zerul, Danny Bell. Actually looks like Danny Bell won that. Sean Gervais, Andy Fox, Eddie Godfrey. So many great players. This is far from over.
Yeah, Paul you know, finishes there, what, 1 or 2 better?
I think it was 1 better. Yeah, 1 better because Clinton missed that 1 shot early.
So we'll see if we can get the Mouth Will match back up here. Always colorful with his shirts.
Yeah, never a dull moment when it comes to the Mouth. And same with Will.
I just noticed his shirt.
He's got the Randy Moss football shirt there. But yeah, we got 2 holes left. Mouth is thinking, this is a really good setup for the Mouth. Just, you got a straight wind. You're going to try to put it in the middle of the green with backspin.
What do you like to hit here?
The green.
That's, yeah, that's a mistake, right?
No, just to answer your question, no, I liked it the green, but high 6 iron, I have the spinny clubs. So doors open for Will. He needs to put this on. And he did not. He's going to be left. He has a chance to chip it. They're both chipping. Will's going to have a very difficult birdie chip. Mouth's going to have a just as hard par
Do you
chip.
get aggressive here and try to make the birdie?
Man, that's a tough question right there. That's a great chip.
Wow, what a chip.
Wow. Pressure's on the Mouth.
What a chip.
And look at that.
And as usual, Mark doing Mark things.
Yeah. 2-stroke lead for the Mouth, and he gets to sit back and watch Will tee off here, and he'll know exactly what he needs to do to win this match.
So advantage Mark.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is it's a relatively longer look. It's gettable, I think.
That's a great shot for Will. Hit 146 in the shot meter. That's about as
he
good
did what
as
he
you
had
can
to
get.
do.
Yeah, he hit a perfect 180 shot.
Mark lays up, which you'd expect, being up 2.
I'm almost surprised he didn't lay it up into the sand. The sand would have been a safer layup, but he knows what he's doing.
And that should take care of it.
Yeah, so Mouth is going to beat Will, and he will move on to play Eddie Godfrey next.
You know, Will made it interesting there at the end, but, you know, like you said, anything could happen on 17 of Pine. It definitely makes for an interesting finish.
Sure.
17-18, like you guys just saw right there, can have some super swings. Will made it exciting, but in the end, it was Mouth by a couple.
Yeah, a great match. Those guys have known each other for a long time. I know that there's a history there, you know, which we don't need to get into, but it's interesting that they played their match. Mouth prevailed in their match, and yeah, of course, here he is walking over this way. He just can't get enough of the iron time.
This guy over here. Mark wins his match and remains alive.
Yeah, so I just heard the announcement for the Mark Gomez-Andy Haas match. So once they get started on their machine, we will definitely have that for you. But
I think it was 23.
But we've got Brian Bernhardt here, Chad Miller, bringing you all this Golden Tee live action from Nashville, Tennessee.
A couple of old school guys, Brian.
Yeah, I know, right? We're still here enjoying the game as much as we can. I'm still in it. I'm on the purple side. You went 0-2, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But when was the last time that you made a main bracket?
This is it.
Okay, congratulations.
So, to recap, kind of me and my career, I just came back, started maybe about 2 years ago.
Right.
Right at the very, very end of the Mayfield year.
Okay.
Played all of the next year and then now this year, but really just actually started really playing, the last 2 years. Made the first tournament in Sussex, was 1 stroke away from the main.
Okay.
And then this is my second live event, in
Since
recent
your comeback,
years. Yeah. So to make the main, I feel like I had a really, really good weekend. But, all in all, I'll take what I did this weekend as a positive, right? Second tournament back, make the middle of the main. I'm fairly happy with how it played out.
Now, do you have any plans of going to any of the other tournaments on the tours? I mean, and for those that don't know, we've got Columbia, South Carolina, the first weekend of October, and then either the first or second weekend, I think the first weekend in December, we have the Dallas tournament, which is not just the Dallas tournament. You got your Top Gun, Little Gun Player of the Year tournament.
Right.
Do you have any plans of trying to attend one of those two?
So I was going to try to make the Top Gun, Little Gun because, making the main, I've got some points, and at least I think I'm in the Little Gun, if I can recall kind of what people have been talking about. The biggest problem is, right, life. I'm married with a couple of young kids. My wife and I coach volleyball. I don't know if you guys, I'm not on yet. So the shirt, my wife and I coach volleyball, and we're right in the middle of high school season right now. So going to everything is not necessarily always in the cards. But my wife is an awesome person, and she understands how much I love this game and love the community. So it's possible, but I don't necessarily have plans.
Yeah, I mean, and I get that. For example, if the Carolina tournament was the next weekend, that'd be my daughter's birthday.
Oh.
So, and hi, Ella, if you're listening, I love you. But she's a huge fan of Golden Tee, not just watching the stream, but also listening to everybody talk. So I really appreciate getting the support I get from her. But if it was the next weekend, I would be at home and I would not be able to go to the tournament.
Right.
So my plans are, I've got my flight's booked, and I'll be at both of them. Looking forward to it. The way things have been going this year, I've been doing gold bracket, purple bracket, gold bracket, purple bracket. So hopefully I change things up and finish this year strong, and make a couple cuts, get back to where I feel I'm supposed to be. And here we are. Speaking of where people are supposed to be,
there you go.
Andy Haas, he's supposed to be in this match right now.
Absolutely.
Not that Mark Gomez doesn't have the talent, but if you were to tell me before this weekend started, we got Mark Gomez, he's going to be the top qualifier. He's going to be 3-0 playing Andy Haas for a chance to be the king of the hill in the winner's bracket. What would you say?
I would have taken you up on that bet not happening. I would have bet that if you told me I only have 2 options and these are the 2 options, I would have bet it would have been Haas over Gomez. Now, that's not to say that Mark Gomez is not a great player. He is a really good player. But, you, for lack of a better way to say it, you almost expect it from Andy Haas, whereas Gomez is a surprise.
Right. And Chad, now, I am going to have to step away. I just got called for a match, so
Absolutely.
I'm going to go ahead and play, try to keep my undefeated streak in the purple happening.
3-0?
Yeah, I got 3-0 playing Mike Hall. I think I played him once or twice. It'll be a good match. Look forward to talking to you guys soon.
All right, perfect. So a couple of matches here going on. One on the winner's side is on machine 25 there with Mark Gomez and Andy Haas. They are playing for an opportunity to play in the King of the Hill match. And then over on machine 23, on the loser's bracket side, we've got Mark the Mouth against Eddie G. So a couple of good matches. Somebody joining me here, Timmy?
I'm back.
Always fun commenting on, the stream here. My first opportunity to do it live.
Yeah.
Seen it several times, but, I enjoy it. I enjoy talking to people. Eddie already up 1 after 2 on Onse.
Machine 24, Danny Boy, Clint Trover.
Unfortunately, the crooked camera on machine 23, as we've pointed out just a couple of different times, is
it cannot be fixed.
It's a structural.
Problem is the guys are hitting the machine so hard they keep moving the camera. So the guys have done a great job as best they can with the equipment that's what they have. but the guys just keep hitting the machine too hard to hold the cameras. So
good
they're
match here on
okay.
Tropical for the winner's side.
Yeah.
You feel like
and I made the right call. I called Mark.
Yeah. I agree.
Gomez in the match earlier. But now we got Eddie and Mark Mouth on the other side. So
good shot there. Oh, he might have got fringed.
Yep, he might have got snookered right there. So we'll see what happens.
Back home in Michigan, we call that franked for
Franked.
Farmer Frank. We
Burnsy was calling it snookered earlier yesterday. I was like,
that's a good term.
Okay.
I kind of like snookered.
I like that.
Yeah,
and I had to look at him like, what do you mean? He's like, well, when you're just like this, just on the other side where you can't really go at it and you can't chip it. So
I think you have to try to make it because just in case it goes in,
it's a good run. Good run.
That is unfortunate. You know, you hit a good shot, you hit a good drive, and you know, you got franked. I am from the Kalamazoo Portage area. Oh, right on. Yeah, it's a great area to play. A lot of good players. Jeff McClellan, Mr. Stock Plus, is from that Southwest Michigan area. A lot of really, really good Golden Tee players in the state of Michigan. Mike Demko also made the main. He's from Michigan.
Yeah.
Justin Wilson.
Just lost to McCook. So.
Oh, he did.
Jeff, the brackets are on the Golden Tee fan page. Steve Sobel posted them earlier. All three brackets are actually there. If you want to find the main and the purple, they're on PEGTtour.com.
And then if you look on that PEGTtour.com, there's recaps of the qualifier. There's the brackets for the main draw here. So you can take a look at those kinds of things. I believe Danny Boy is still alive. He is starting a match right now against Clint Grover. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here.
Starting to weed out everybody, and it's getting close. Steve's done a great job of keeping everything moving along. I think he's got a new. It looks like he's got a new system or program for the brackets that has got him moving a whole lot faster. Challenge. So is he using challenge for all three brackets? Well, it is moving along perfectly, and for 170 players, it's been very, very nice.
So Mark gave up one there after four, and he hit a pretty good shot in to make the eagle. And you feel like, you know, with a guy like Andy Haas, you can't afford to give him much.
Can't give him, one is probably more than he wants to give up. So Mark will do his best to get one back.
But I will say, too, that thus far this weekend, I've been playing with and next to and against Mark. For most of the weekend, he has been supremely calm and confident. So have full confidence that he'll make a run back at this and make it interesting.
Absolutely. So I missed the score on Mark. Are they tied at 8?
I did not see that, but let's.
He's making a run and almost made that there. So.
No, I think Eddie gave up one early. Maybe. No, I don't know. I can't quite tell.
I can't see that score.
We'll recap it here after this hole. See if we can.
Yep, Teddy, the website is made to handle the gold and the purple, but like I said, Steve posted everything this morning, so all three brackets are on the Golden Tee fan page on Facebook. I know he's been trying to get the pink bracket added to the website, but to no avail so far.
So it looks like it's all square after 7 there over on Ants.
So they are, 10 even for Mouth and Teddy. Mark,
the great debate there. Do you call it Ants or Anse?
Anse. Klumko.
Mark with the walkaway potentially. He hits those thumb shots so quick.
You know, and it's funny because, Mouth's on the stream. He's on the stream a lot. He streams Monday through Friday and all this stuff. And he's very confident at home. But Mouth, when he gets into competition, he's not the same Mouth.
It's a different guy.
He's not the same guy you're going to see Monday, Wednesday, Friday, where just, he'll walk up there and just thumb the shot and it'll go in. He doesn't have that same swagger about him sometimes on Sundays. So if you watch him, sometimes you'll see he doesn't do the same things he would do normally during the week. So just a little tidbit. But I will say he's playing a little bit different today than I've seen him in the past. So maybe he's kind of got out of that funk.
For those that don't know, is that a good or a bad thing?
Again, Mouth used to be a really heavy favorite for me until I used to pick up on the fact, and it was not just me, but other people used to say, hey, it's not the same Mouth on Sundays. He wouldn't be as aggressive, and he wouldn't take the shots he would normally take during the week on the streams.
Right.
So then he was kind of hard to pick. That's a great shot right there with Eddie.
Yeah, when you look at Eddie,
I'm sorry.
You get that, that different play style that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, he is sober. He is sober, and he's been sober for actually the last couple tournaments. But I don't know. It's just he plays a little bit different. So
yeah, he's still a boisterous personality. You're never gonna get rid of that.
No.
But you're right. I do agree. His play style is a little bit different. Shots he would normally go for or go at much harder. He's a little bit more conservative, I think, when you're in a live event.
Yes.
What a great shot there by Andy Haas.
Yep.
So you're already up one if you're Andy Haas, and you're going to get at least one more back here, assuming Mark makes his putt. And so now if you're Mark, you're down two on a course that, you can get a couple back.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a course we'd like to see because there are swing holes.
Yeah.
Case in point right here. Good hole right here. You never know.
Andy's such a consistent player, though.
But nice and smooth.
I fully expect Mark to hit a very similar shot.
Yeah. That's actually a good point, Chris. Taking turns has to be different than, Mouth just sits there and plays by himself and with himself and around himself and everything else, and he gets into a groove and goes. So, yeah, that could be it. It could be waiting for the other player to hit the shot.
Unfortunately, this is not going Mark's way here on Tropical. He hit the tree and landed in the sand. It's a good out to get where he is. Even if he makes it, he's going to give up another one.
Yeah.
So now you're going to be down 3, maybe 4.
It's a pretty long putt. And looks like he just missed it.
And he takes care of his eagle.
So now it's 4. Is it 3 or 4?
It's a 4-stroke lead now for Andy.
Yeah, I know Mark's back there standing. He's going to be frustrated, so hopefully he can just hold it together. Again, you still got 9 holes to go. You never know what could happen.
And the takeaway, if you're Mark Gomez, too, is up until this point, and again, I've played with him most of the weekend, that was really the first mistake I've seen him make, right?
Yeah.
So the takeaway from him is grind it out. You never know, and he's still alive because he's 3-0.
He just goes a little bit long there. Good chip to come back in.
Good chip. And let's go back over to the Mouth match here. Mouth and Eddie G. I think Mouth is, were they still all even?
I believe so.
I'll tell you what, though. I love watching Eddie hit the ball. It just looks different than most.
Good shot right there.
Yeah. Andy doing the right thing over on Tropical, laying it up here. No need to get fancy.
Paul, Mark's the one who's got to, I don't know why I want to call him Paul. Mark is the one who's got to be aggressive here and try to make that shot. And this looks good.
Great shot.
So a chance to possibly get one back.
And that's what you got to do if you're Mark, right? You chip away as best you can. Stay the course. Pun intended.
And hope Haas doesn't pull out. Yeah.
big putt here. It'd be nice to make that.
And he just off to the left.
And I don't know, for those viewers that are out there, he had that down 3, which shows it as a straight look. But my guess is, based on the green and knowing that game and that course, I bet you there was a little bit of a left break in that. And I don't think he accounted for it by looking left and looking right to try to see if they're that break.
That has been a big thing with me. I always, and there's a hole-in-one by Andy. So he's just kind of walking away right now.
Andy Haas doing Andy Haas things.
No, the biggest thing I've been doing too here lately is doing that exact thing. Turn one left, turn one right. Make sure there's not an extra break in that hole. And you just never know. If it's a straight up or straight down hole, you might want to turn left, turn right, because it could be a left one, could end up being a right one. So it's not all the same thing. So.
Sorry about that. Took the headset off for just a quick second. So, for the most part, if you're Andy Haas, fairways and greens.
Yeah, fairways and greens,
bring
just
it
like
home.
what McCook was earlier. So
right.
That's going to put him up against Luna. Is that correct?
I think so. I think that they'll be the final 2 left in the winner's side.
Yeah. Mark taking a chance there. He knew he had to go for it.
At this point, he had to. And if you make it, great. If not, you're really in the same spot you were when you hit the tee shot.
He was really right, just almost there. So.
Machine 6, Jay Ware, Bud Casey. Jay Ware, Bud Casey on 6.
Back over on the Ants Kokos match. Anse, I don't know. Sick and tired. IT called it Ants. I think everyone calls it Ants. Yeah, when you start the machine, when you start the match,
it
says welcome to Ants Kokos.
I've never
paid attention to it.
So.
I think they're still all square, but we'll recap here after this hole.
Good shot by Eddie.
Good little run by Eddie. Some great shot points.
So 22.
24-24.
So they're clean. They're still clean through 16.
So these are the 2, right? These are the 2 holes where on say, you got to make sure you stay safe. If you're Mark and you lead off here, are you more aggressive, or do you stick the birdie and make Eddie come at you?
Yeah, he did exactly what I thought he would do. Moved left, thumbed it up, and he's right there. Eddie's the one who's probably thinking, do I go for this, or do I just make sure I'm on?
I think Eddie only has really one speed anyway. Eddie's going to go for it.
And as Brian and I were talking about earlier, this is a double hole, double chance at a hole.
Yes.
Because if you don't come up, maybe you have a chance to run up the hill and come back and get it again. So.
Yeah, I prefer to try to make sure you get the first chance to go in more than the second.
So not a bad look here on 18.
If your mouth, you be aggressive as you normally are. In this circumstance, when you're tied, I think that you hit the shot that you would always hit.
Yeah, and that's a great shot right there by Mouth.
So job done there. And now it's up to Eddie to do the same thing and keep this thing even and head into extra holes. And that is a mistake.
And that right there is going to be the match.
So you can putt this, which he is doing, but that par at best will give Mouth 2 putts to win the match.
Yeah. So Mouth is going to take that one over there. Haas is on cruise control on 25.
Right.
So we're looking at Mouth moving on in the losers bracket.
So just a little bit of cleanup here for the Mouth, and he'll move on again in the losers bracket. 2-stroke win, 1 mistake, right? And that's all it took.
Came down 18, and it wasn't a bad look. Eddie just didn't hit the right, didn't get the right speed on it. I think he had the right shot. He just didn't have the right speed on it. So.
And you look at the Mouth, and that's always the great debate on whether or not you want to go first or second. He stuck it with a really, really good shot, and then it forces Eddie's hand, and maybe that changed what he was going to do.
Correct.
You don't know if that's the shot he would normally hit. Maybe he saw the mouth and tried to duplicate that shot.
He knows he had to stick the green.
Absolutely.
And actually be close because Mouth put it pretty close.
So in an unfortunate runaway over here on Tropical, Andy Haas is going to clean this thing up with a 30.
I would not have foreseen this right here.
You know, again,
I mean, Haas is he's a great player. But like I said, Mark's played well all weekend. He's been on cruise control. Hopefully he can go ahead and bounce back from this and come back to it.
I think if you're him, you know, you go outside, you take a couple breaths,
clear your head.
You realize you're still in this thing.
Oh, absolutely. He's still in the probably top 8, maybe. I don't know how many we are in the main bracket.
Well, I think at 3-1 you get down to the top 8, don't you? Or 3-0 you get to the top 8.
Yeah. So he's right there.
Yeah.
I'm guessing McCook won. McCook and Fox. I was going to say McCook and Mouth or somebody. So that means Mouth has got the loser of. I got to pull the bracket up.
So looking over here at a couple of different matches, still in the main, Danny Boy is playing Clint Grover on the loser side on Monte, and after 14, Clint Grover is up by 2. And you'd expect Clint to win that match, don't you think?
Probably. So right now we're down to 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are now down to 8.
Wow. And just as I say it, as you'd expect Clint Grover to win that match, he walks up on 15 of Monte and waters it. So looking over people's shoulders here, this is an opportunity for Danny Boy to potentially, gain a couple.
Yeah. So we've got McCook and Fox getting ready to come up. Mouth will play the winner of this match in the loser's bracket. And then the bottom of the loser bracket, Sean Gervais is waiting for Kirk and Gary. I thought that game was over.
I don't know. So over here with
so we're getting there. We're
Andy Fox.
At the most, we have 10 players left in the main bracket. So
interesting draw here on Temple for this match. If you're Ryan McCook, how much of that whole 6 that I talked about in the qualifier is in your head?
Honestly, if he can remember anything from last night, I doubt that is in his head.
Fair enough.
I really don't think that McCook's one of those players that once it's over, and he just moves on. So,
yeah.
Looking at the purple bracket, Robert Washburn is sitting king of the hill, it looks like. Or no, he's waiting.
Bernhardt's still in, isn't he?
For Adam Clary and Matt Cavanaugh. So the purple bracket is starting to wind down.
Did Bernsey lose?
No, they're playing.
No, they're playing now.
Oh,
so I'm wrong. I take that back, guys. They're still. Bernsy's playing Mike Hall right now. The winner of that match will play Justin Seeley. Daniel Tarleton lost to Justin, so he's moving on. Aiden is playing Matt Cavanaugh, so the winner of that will play Robert Washburn. So that's what you got right there for the update. Yes, please, so we get that Luna match.
All right.
Seat 15, Mike Bentley, Lou Lobel. Mike Bentley, Lou Lobel.
So we got Gossett and Luna get ready to start on 25. These guys used to play together all the time.
Right.
At the Powercade.
And if you're a Golden Tee fan, you couldn't ask for much more of an exciting matchup when it comes to this late in a tournament. You know, former world champ in Evan Gossett and arguably the best player on the planet right now in Paul Luna.
Yep. And again, Evan has played really well. He's been very calm. I watched him come off of Pine yesterday. He wasn't he wasn't real happy with his performance shooting a 24, but again, he wasn't mad or upset. He knew he had already made the main bracket.
Sure.
But again, he's another Haas. He just plays very, very smooth. He knows the shots, plays 15 million games a day, so he knows what he's doing. So this should be a good game. It's going to come down to if somebody makes a mistake.
And I think Monte can be a fun course too. There's a couple of swing holes. We always talk about those. One, this really isn't very exciting. Drive it in the fairway, potentially hole out, but either way, get your birdie and move on to 2.
I've played Monte a couple times here lately this weekend, and I have yet to see the look where it's been drivable. I know the new tee is possible, but I haven't seen it this weekend. So.
I got it up there earlier on just a money game late Thursday, but it's possible.
It wasn't drivable in the qualifier.
No, sir.
So.
And over on the Hidden Temple match with Fox and McCook, I am really anxious to see hole 6. I don't know. I mean, as a player, is smart.
There's a hole-in-one or a hole-out by Luna already. Evan's like, really? That's the way we're going to start? Right? That's what you're going to do to me already?
Even when you're Evan Gossett, you shake your head. Okay, fine.
27, Adam Fitzgerald, Blake Boyette. Adam Fitzgerald, Blake Boyette.
So to your point on hole, I realize now why you're asking. Is this hole going to be in McCook's head? I doubt it.
I mean, at his level, I agree with you. But there's no. He's
for
still,
me.
he's
For me,
thinking
it would
about
definitely. Oh, absolutely. For me, I'd be like, yeah. Well, this is what I really messed up yesterday, and could have been higher in the rankings or whatever.
Sure.
But I think it also depends on the look. It doesn't look like it's a bad look.
I think you're still a 6-wood over everything.
Yep.
Take care of your business and
see what
get
Andy
it going.
does here. Now, like Bernsey and I were talking about earlier, with these new tee boxes, this is elevated. So if you're trying to go through that hallway, you have to play something low.
Yeah, and I think, too, if people don't know, as you're building a bag, the difference between, there's 2 10.5-degree drivers out there. One of them sits at 22 degrees and the other one sits at 23 degrees. And it's generally widely accepted that the 23 degrees won't go under this arch. So, depending on what clubs they have in their bag, and obviously people have different personal preferences.
Right.
This could be a shot that, maybe Andy Fox has the 22 degrees and he knows it, and maybe McCook doesn't. I don't know.
And I know I have the 23 because I like having that 10.5 go a little bit higher.
There you go. So this is a shot that you would avoid then.
Absolutely. If I can go over, I'm trying to go over.
So he definitely, oh no.
It was smooth until it got there. Where did he end up is the problem. Where did he end up?
What an unfortunate break there. I mean, he hit the last brick possible. So if you're McCook, you take a look at this thing, and this is a similar look.
I like that. That's where I'm at all day.
I would have looked over here.
Why did Andy go over there?
I don't know. It's a fairly easy look to me when you can move it to the right of that tree.
When you get that much window for the right side of that tree, for me, honestly, that's a no-brainer.
I think Fox missed it in that he didn't
go far
I don't think
enough,
he looked at it.
Yeah, he didn't.
Wow,
but that's
what a great save.
Okay.
So for all the talking, it's going to be a one-stroke swing.
That's a great save right there by Fox.
Wow.
And Ryan gets out of it with no problems. Again, I'm surprised Andy did not go further right to check that out.
So I always find hole 7 here interesting. There are so many guys that go to the strip and swear by it. I personally go here where Ryan is.
I have too.
100% of the time.
I've stopped even trying to go to the grass. It just.
I get that it's a shorter look here on the strip, but I feel like there's too many ways to miss it. Even if you miss the layup to the left over there, you're still in a decent enough spot to get it up and down.
Absolutely. That's what I was talking about earlier. Is if you get in that corner, even if you have to cut it, it's an easy cut back into the hole. That's the first time I've seen somebody go over into the strip.
I have not seen that. So he went to the right strip, where normally people go to the left.
Never seen that.
And it looks good over there, too.
Yeah.
So, a million different ways to die in Golden Tee, right?
That's right. So 25, Luna's still up 1 on Evan. If you're just catching in, Fox is down 1 to McCook.
Hole 6, interesting on Monty. You know, it used to be only drivable occasionally.
Yeah, I am beginning to hate this hole because it's just, you have to hammer it. And that's a great shot. They're actually closer than what I had to look earlier. But yeah, it's definitely a swing hole because if you can't get it there, then you need to lay up.
So I think that with the early hole out from Luna, he's still just
by McCook.
Wow. So he goes up 1 and maintains it, does Luna, but then over on 23, McCook is probably going to gain 1 more.
Yep. It's not a bad look, so Andy's definitely going to take a run at it.
I think he left that one a little short.
Just a little short. So McCook's going to be up 2 going into 9.
Yep. And with the newly remastered tees here, there's some things that can go wrong in the qualifier. I don't know what you did. I hit a high 3-wood. Unfortunately, I bounced off the rock on the right, and it actually rolled back into the water. So, excuse me, there's definitely some things that can go wrong here.
I hit a high 5, and I guess I just didn't hit it hard enough, but it hit the front of that arch.
The tabletop there?
And luckily bounced backwards into the fairway, so I had a good look actually into the flag, so it didn't really hurt me. But yeah, Burnsy and I, we were talking about this earlier. It's definitely a good hole now that you can drive it, because it was a bounty hole for a long time, and everybody's like, there's no way it can be drivable until they made the new tees.
So what Fox just did there is something similar to what I did, except for about 10 feet behind him, I hit the rocks, and it bounced on the green a couple of times, but then rolled back in the water.
It's a great chip right there.
You know, you expect those players to make these, take a couple of eagles, and you know, come on to the next hole. If you're McCook now 2 up on the back 9 of Hidden, I think you're looking forward to 17, and you know, hoping that sets up easy for you.
Yeah, 17 definitely is going to be the hole to watch.
There have been, you know, even some of the better players in the world that I've watched, you know, can stroke max that hole. If you get an ugly drop, you know, it definitely can happen.
And McCook just watered there.
Wow.
So that's an unforced error for sure. And he's going to walk into the corner and ask himself what just happened.
He's going to go pout for a couple of seconds until he has to hit his next shot. That's a mistake that you don't usually see from a player of his caliber.
No. He knows he just missed that.
Evan, thanks for playing. It's another $1 to IT.
There you go. So I don't think he's got any issues coming off of this with it. The corner in play just comes on around it, and he'll just drop a stroke.
So he's going to get birdie.
Unless Andy holds out. If Andy holds out, then it'll be a 2-shot swing. So we'll see what happens. But Luna's still up on 1 on